Hi, I'm Emma Fortane. I am part of Asher's creative team. This is my first audiobook I have ever worked on, and it is an honor to work with such an amazing group of artists. On behalf of myself and the team, I hope you all enjoy this incredible work of imagination. Now, for the legal stuff. Jovian Eclipse by Asher Farlow. This audiobook is free to the public and is being made so by the creator, Asher Farlow, here on YouTube. This book is intended for readers aged 18 and older. Situations of graphic violence and sex, including instances of both physical and psychological torture and grim themes. No part of this book may be reproduced, distributed, or transmitted in any form, or by any means without the author's prior expressed permission and consent. This is a work of fiction. Any names, characters, places, events, organizations, businesses, and incidents are products of the author's imagination. Any resemblance to actual persons, either living or dead, are purely coincidental. Cover art by Rebecacovers of Fiverr. Chapter 1. Forgotten Legacy. The sweet aroma of cherry blossoms in spring bloom gave little comfort as a swift gust of wind blew in from the coastline, chilled an already icy heart. Swaying herself side to side, she could not escape the horrors endured, let alone partake in. It was to be her last midday stroll through the garden of her childhood home. A foot-wide cobblestone pathway snaked up to the small pagoda, its edges lined with tiny lamps. Serene hills cut by roadways, their tops crowned with cell towers. The cold subsided as warmth returned to her, giving a sense of excitement as she slowly approached the house. Never could she have imagined a return to the past. Memory is but a fickle thing, and some are best kept as such, a memory. Small vestiges of yearning for a return to the way things were, the way things ought to be, the way they should be. Politics was never something that had interested her, let alone a blue-collar working family on the outskirts of Osaka. They were simply too preoccupied with the mundane, with family and work. When her brother was killed in a car accident, her innocence as a young girl began to slowly fade over the next 15 years. At the age of 22, a unique offer was presented: the Defense Force. Excelling in athletics, martial arts, and coding, she had the beginnings of some sort of a career. Nothing was certain, and with no better option, she accepted. Soon she would be sent off for basic training. That was until everything changed. With a bright flash and little to no warning, a 14-megaton nuclear warhead struck the base. Luckily for the recruits, a steep rocky hill shielded them. It was also by a stroke of luck that they were in a peculiar zone of safety. 1 kilometer outside the blast zone of the base, and 10 kilometers outside of Mount Yoshino. The river further northwest began to boil as vapors slithered into the sky, whilst a backdrop of the mushroom cloud burned everything within 10 miles around Ground Zero. She thought her life a nightmare, a family burned away from reality. Japan had suffered such an attack during the Second World War. Such things are of course sick and disturbing in their irony. As the recruits' driver and their sergeant strode along the hillsides and rocky outcroppings of Yoshino, a mighty firestorm began to rage some 30 minutes afterward. Sobbing, horrified youths now forced into hell. As they were led by a visibly shaken yet still capable sergeant, they began to wonder just why and how this tragedy could have happened. Taken into a noticeable slit running vertically alongside a large slab of rock, it was to be their new home, until the radiation levels were safe enough to return to the surface. Having access to subterranean fiber optic cables, internet access was still operational. Electricity was provided via a gas-powered generator. Out of the dozen survivors, 10 wept. One maintained calm and attempted to get some answers, whilst the other, she was otherworldly. Sliding into a state of self-induced bliss, she had just swallowed 3 Adderall, a drug she would indulge in. They were the last 3 she had, and they were to be cast away as soon as she arrived on base. But her new life was not to be. Hedonism took hold of her whilst her fellows succumbed to the horror. The sergeant pulled her aside after tinkering with the terminal's keyboard. He had no way of accessing the computer. Even if he could, there was no way of knowing how long they would have power. He now stood alone, losing his own grip on sanity. The young woman shoved him aside as though he were but a mannequin.
She simply sliced the terminal, noticing the keyboard was of no use due to a touchscreen having been recently installed. The only light moment, the both of them embraced with open arms. It was as she feared, it was their rival, the People's Republic of China. In a preemptive strike, over 36 targets were hit in the Japanese islands alone. Guam, Taiwan, South Korea, and the Philippines were also struck. In a lighting offense, the likes of which had not been seen since Japan itself, ironically invaded the South Pacific. China had done the unthinkable. They called the Allies bluff, the United States, already embroiled in the beginnings of another self-induced financial crisis, teetered on the brink of anarchy. Japan was not to be invaded, for they had just electronically sent word from the Prime Minister's office that they had unconditionally surrendered. China wanted nothing more than that all U.S. military forces, including citizens, were to be deported immediately or else suffer further consequences. China had predicted correctly these nations would roll over, however. Only Japan and South Korea did so. Taiwan and the Philippines, by contrast, resisted the combined airborne and amphibious invasion. China had no further wanton destruction, having proved their point. They were to be the new masters in this realm of the Far East.
The United States had just suffered its single greatest geopolitical and foreign policy blunder in its history. Not since the Iraq War were such consequences sown forever into the future. Poring over the information, both combed silently over the reports. It was much worse than what was on their screen. No reliable information on the devastation was available, and would not be made so for some months. South Korea was in better shape. Only military targets were hit. Japan had once again been met with city busters. Scant military targets were hit, but all were housing either American service members and/or hardware, including naval ships. There was no retaliation, no diplomatic channel, not a sound, not even a whimper, only silence. Tens of millions dead. There would be more in the preceding hours. Stepping away from the terminal, she swung her head over her left shoulder, taking one last look at it. Turning her gaze slowly to the weeping mass before her, she shook her head dismissively. Just as things seemed they were to at least be survivable, the cables were cut, severing their only link to the outside world. Perhaps it was sabotage, perhaps not to this day. Not a soul knows why or how it happened, just that it did. Opening her eyes, she awoke to the sound of birds chirping and leaves smacking in the breeze. She was back in the present. Struck by her affliction, she fell into an abyss of memory, as she wished to keep them little more than figments. They had now become realities. It was no coincidence that she now lay immobile within a stasis tank. There was no home, no cherry blossoms. Even the war was but an experience. Whether or not it was reality or a nightmare, she knew not. A face greeted her. A woman, her mouth covered with a respirator and scalp domed in a sealant of silica. Barely able to keep her eyes open, everything was ice cold. No warmth had graced her for some 400 years. Neither had she moved a muscle in that time either. Only stillness in the frigid stasis tank. Her body was perfectly preserved by the strange, murky gelatin that cushioned her body. How she was able to live without breathing, let alone eating or drinking, was beyond her understanding. Her mind raced with thoughts of longing, of hunger, of pain. As the tank cracked itself open, she realized it was not one who greeted her. It was a team of 12 medical and science personnel. Closing her eyes, now realizing she was safe to do so, she feigned sleep, real sleep, where nightmares are just that, nightmares, where the past means little more than a figment, just as she yearned for, dreamed for. After several hours of them restoring the body of an age long past, her eyelids were lit with a bright crimson hue. Opening them, at last, the team believed her to be finally awake. A soft hand descended from along her right temple, stroking her soft jet-black hair. It reminded her of someone whom she called mother, and cast out such fond reminiscence of a comforting hand, for she presumed her dead. "She's not ready! Her pulse is only 40, said one of the lab techs. "There now," hushed a woman's loving voice. "Ascendant you have become, my dear." The woman pressed her warm lips against her cold ear. "A power rests within you one day,
And on that glorious day, you will shine with the brightness of the blazing sun. Embrace the pain, embrace it. It had been an age of confluence, at a singular point within a world of abandoned settlements amongst the moons of Jupiter and Saturn, the worlds of Mars, Sedna, and Pluto. These were but a handful of humanity's scattering, the great delta of which all fertile soil springs forth manna of great bounty to the masses of hunger. This was Ganymede, the seat of the Rudin Concordant, one of the dual seats of power within the Jupiter sector. The second being Callisto, the de facto capital of the sector. After rehabilitation, physical re-alerting, and various neurotesting, she took her first tentative steps out onto the chrome plate beneath her harnessed sepulcher, meeting with the woman whose voice instilled into her the confidence to rediscover. Embracing in a firm hug, the two were dressed identically, donning the utilitarian overalls as the rest, a pale gray overcoat dropped to the floor. You will have no need for it. That tank will no longer keep you frozen. Free you are from its frigid depths. Who are you people? Asked the girl. I am Sophia, the prime director of the Institute of Science here on Ganymede. Ganymede? Asked the girl. We have much to explain, said Sophia. Like a child, you are lost in the forest of despair no longer. I shall see to it that you forget the past and understand the present. What is my name? Asked the girl, as a profound feeling of sorrow filled her. Oh no, whispered Sophia. What is my name? Screamed the girl. Please calm yourself, urged Sophia. No, spat the girl. I just forgot my own fucking name. It has been 4 centuries. Do you care what they called you before? Asked Sophia. My identity, isn't it? Retched the girl, hacking up phlegm from her sore chest. Sophia wrapped both her arms around the awakened. Are you sure you want your old name? Just tell me if I wish to change it, so be it, replied the girl. Very well, said Sophia. Your name is Motosuke Ishikawa. I don't recognize that name. That is not my true name, said the girl. Then I can't help you, said Sophia. I'm sorry, this is your name from Earth when the great cataclysm occurred. The girl became visibly shaken upon hearing mention of such a tragedy. Realizing her mistake, I shouldn't have said anything, said Sophia. Please do not be angered. What the hell are you talking about? Asked the girl. Just as well, sighing in great relief. You disown your name, so forget the past. I guess, replied the girl. Why is my name so important to you? That's a good question, quipped Sophia. Better yet, why are you so obsessed with it? This is too much for me to take in such a short amount of time, said the girl. What would you call me, Sophia? She grinned. Akuma. Her soft, motherly voice lowering in pitch. The girl's heart sank into her chest. You want me to be referred to as a devil? Sophia chuckled. Yes, placing both her hands onto the girl's cheeks. Not just any devil, the devil. The girl smiled. What would you really call me? Akuma. It fits, doesn't it, my dear Akuma? An uneasy feeling began to set in. Her family were Christians, a minority religion in Japan, but her upbringing instilled in her understanding of good and evil. To be pressed into the confirmation of herself as anything but the devil was both insulting and disturbing to her. Stop calling me that, groaned the girl. Why? Asked Sophia. You are who I say you are. You are what I have brought into this world. Sophia's hands began to slowly increase pressure on her face. If you don't accept who you truly are, squeezing tighter, then I will break you. Stop, you bitch, screamed the girl. Please stop. Say it, roared Sophia. Say your name. No, screamed the girl. The girl's skin began to tear along the periphery of her host's fingertips. Pops of blood began to excrete from tiny slits forming where Sophia pressed. Say it, roared Sophia. Say your name. Embrace it now. Akuma. Her will collapsed. I am Akuma. Sophia's hands retracted immediately. Good. Resting her palms atop her thighs as though nothing had transpired. Akuma, as she was now dubbed, sat in shock and horror at the once motherly figure turned monster. You accept who you are, Sophia said in another sudden change of tone. Akuma stared in horror at the sinister woman knelt in front of her. A once loving, gentle person had seamlessly transformed into a psychotic.
And of all things, over a name, one she hated, amnesia had robbed her of her true identity. She found it increasingly disturbing that her memories were fading. They were once haunting, now little to nothing remained.
"Why are you doing this to me?" asked Akuma. "I want you to understand the world in which you are in," said Safiya. "A world of abusive hate? A frigid place where I am but your victim?" asked Akuma. "No, don't insult me," replied Safiya, her hands clasped. "You just insulted me, and you hurt me!" screamed Akuma. "Cry," replied Safiya in a monotone. "Go on, fucking cry about it." "I've shed more tears in that tank than I ever could for you," said Akuma. Safiya smiled. Coy, lovely, tilting her slightly head to the right. "How so?" asked Akuma. "Are you truly that unaware as to who you are, Akuma?" asked Safiya. The name cut her like a razor. "Yeah, I'm in deep on that." "Not deep enough, I suspect," replied Safiya. "Judging by the way you have handled the awakening process, now our friendship, I'm afraid, may be in question." Akuma replied, "Oh wow, I'm so sorry," rolling her eyes. "How could I ever make it up to you?" A hand smacked her across the face in an instant. Her entire left cheek was blotted with clotting blood specks from the previous injury. The smack obviously wasn't helping. "Let's try that again," replied Safiya. "You can make it up to me by accepting this world." "What fucking world?" screamed Akuma. Another smack. "Do you enjoy it?" asked Safiya. "What?" gasped Akuma. "Trying my patience?" roared Safiya. A third slap struck her. "Are you hiding in that skin?" mocked Akuma. "Or are you trying my patience?" "No," spat Safiya. "Shoot me." Retrieving a 9mm pistol from her inner jacket holster, she violently throws the gun at Akuma's abdomen. Its heavy metallic handle struck her as though a palm wasn't painful enough. Safiya screamed, "Shoot me! Kill me now!" Her eyes unblinking and face unflinching. Akuma was tempted by the gesture, however. She couldn't come to grips with herself. She could grab the pistol, aim it at her head, and with a single trigger pull, shoot Safiya between the eyes. But somehow she felt compelled not to shoot her. It was herself now whom she wanted to kill. "Kill me!" repeated Safiya over and over again. Akuma began to hyperventilate. "Stop this," she said. "Please stop it." Safiya stood in an instant. "Weak," she scowled. "That's all you are and ever will be at this rate." Clenching her fists, the girl prepared herself internally for another abusive strike from her palm, or worse, a punch to her face. Oddly, Safiya turned, making her exit from the room. She didn't even bother to retrieve her sidearm. Slamming the door, Akuma was left alone in the dark with the gun in her lap. If this was to be the future humanity had wrought for its future generations, then how was it we got here in the first place? There was no going home. There were no friends, no family, nothing except your own thoughts and internal emotions. Pops of sweat formed along her upper brow. Pins and needles poked and prodded along her shoulders as more sweat formed. This was no more a hell than a nightmare, waking to the reality that it was all a dream. Maybe there was some truth to her eternal slumber and delusions of a past warm and comforting. But this was only a fraction of the reality long past. Horrors suppressed and compartmentalized began to emerge as trauma struck her face and her soul with pure hate and scornful rage. She yearned for relief. Self-medicating was no longer an option. Tears were her only release. To embrace the horror, to become the very thing that haunted her, herself. There was no more sunset along the beach of her youth. It was a cataclysm of fire and ash, for the sun had at long last set upon the earth. A new dark age had descended upon humanity. This was a new era, a new dawn. Chapter 2. The Awakened. Lapping around the 16-foot by 27-foot circular track made for a monotonous epitome. Hundreds of laps were taken by the elite Oni team, those who were of Ol, from the dark age of Ol. Thundering from side-mounted speakers, a chorus of finger-strumming, chord-plucking beauty graced their ears daily. At approximately 4 o'clock Zulu, the squad would begin their daily routine. Basic stretching of limbs followed by height and weight check both pre- and post-routine. Heel met pavement as the squad cadence marched in unison. Kuniko Ishikawa, the second in command, left the squad by 1 foot distance ahead of the other 4.
To her left were Eric and Sarif, the combat specialists. And to her right was Sachi, and soon to be the new dawn, Akuma. The previous member had been sent out on assignment near Enceladus. He had yet to report back in 9 days. Synthesized heavy metal was the only way for Akuma to describe the music. It reminded her of the myriad of such bands on the World Wide Web in the mid-21st century. She may have heard this very tune, but like so much of her memory, she could not place the name. Taken aback at the general theme of the physical adeptness room, it was a 1-part gymnasium and 2 parts nightclub. She was made semi-acquainted with the team by her room's terminal. Kuniko, the leader, Sachi, and Ishi, the second and third in command. Eric and Sarif, the other 2 members whose bios she only glanced at. The track room's wall panels were made of steel, laser cut. They were pristine works of art. Spray blasted with kaleidoscopic purples and reds, sparkling crystals, and gemstones embedded in the drink rack caught her magpie gaze. It was, to say the least, exotic. Protein-rich blends of amaranth, berries of nearly every variety, shiitake mushrooms, chia, kale, sea moss, and many other ingredients. Nearly every ache, pain, or inflammatory issue was met by one of 36 unique cocktails. Broken bones, torn ligaments, and muscles, or the occasional atrial fibrillation, was addressed immediately by the neighboring in-house medical team. A slender arm tapped Akuma's left shoulder. "Hey!" Akuma realized it was a tech. "What is it?" she asked. She had caught Akuma's gaze. Her almond complexion was beautiful, her green eyes mesmerizing. "You were supposed to be here 5 minutes ago," said the tech. Words were muzzled by the music. Akuma leaned in closer. "What?" she yelled over the thunderous beats. The tech rolled her eyes. "I said get on that track now," she said. "Where?" asked Akuma. The tech placed her hands on either side of her hips. "Get to it!" Akuma nodded. "All right," she said. "Archon," said Sachi. "That's her?" Turning back as Akuma descended the 8 rubied steps towards the track, both sighted the new blood. Kuniko swung her head right, eyeing the new blood. "Yeah," she said. "Open up, let her fill the space." Akuma sprinted into the empty position for her, joining the squad. She stood right of Sachi. No introductions or pleasantries were exchanged. Neither were there any designating marks or chevrons indicating rank or seniority. Akuma assumed the center was the squad leader. She was correct, yet kept such assumptions to herself until confirmed. Knowing she was at the mercy of those who presided over this place, she waited patiently until they accepted her. After running another 12 laps, she began to feel sharp cramping on the upper left quadrant of her abdomen. Calf muscles cried in aching torment by the start of the 30th lap. Akuma was drenched in perspiration while she clenched her teeth in a futile attempt at distracting herself from the pain gnawing at her heels. She knew no mercy would be allotted to her. This was a proving ground to her, and more so her fellows. If she could not keep up, she would be of no use to them. Glancing left as they rounded the track once more, she caught the gaze of Kuniko. In a brief hesitancy, she withdrew as to not draw the ire of her squad leader. "Are you keeping up, newbie?" asked Kuniko. "Yeah," replied Akuma, struggling not to pant. Kuniko was a stern woman, unforgiving, proven in war, hardened by punishing betrayal and lecherous deviancy. They all held close to them an unspoken commonality. Akuma knew virtually nothing of them, just that they were honed for war and were in superb shape. Having never entered basic training in Japan, she realized quickly if things were different, she would have struggled. She also realized this was probably to be her only way of survival. But unlike her fellow recruits of old, these 4 were actual soldiers and were disciplined as such, mostly. "So when was the last time you got wasted, Sarif?" asked Sachi. "I'm just sick of you," said Kuniko. "Am I too grade A for you?" replied Sachi.
"I'll break your head, girl," said Kuniko. "Rather drink a pint of that shit from last night," quipped Sachi. "What was it again?" Kuniko side-eyed her. "Lincoln furnace? Fuck's a Lincoln," murmured Sachi. "I haven't a clue, it just sounded interesting at the moment," replied Kuniko. "You drink shit with names like that." "Beats me," replied Sachi. "I only know one thing, it fucked me up."
Not as bad as those imps I had a couple nights back, said Eric. The squad rounded the track for the 40th lap. "We'll take 10, said Kuniko. Stomping towards the drink rack, Eric was the first to it. Grabbing a kiwi-flavored anti-inflammatory blend, he leaned against the adjacent wall. "Sachi," said Kuniko, "come here." Standing along the edge of the eastern curve of the track. "The fuck did you say?" Kuniko's face was wiped with anger. Sachi shook her head. "What?" "We drank last night." "Don't be coy," staring into her eyes. "You said something about imps." Yeah, what about them?" asked Sachi, trembling. Kuniko stepped towards them. "You promised me that you'd stay away from that shit." She matched Sachi's brown with her own hazel. Sachi knew she couldn't drink. Her lacking a natural liver had seen to that. Her artificial one could handle alcohol, but nothing close to 90 proof. "Got a problem?" shrugged Sachi. "I wanted to get fucked up, why not have some fun?" Kuniko in an instant placed her right hand around Sachi's neck. "Don't make me choke you out for insubordination. We don't need junkies or drunkards here, I won't warn you again." Sachi nodded slowly as fear crept down her spine. "Sorry," she whimpered. "You should apologize to yourself." Releasing her hand. "Get me a J8. Sachi sprinted towards the rack. Shoving Sarif away from it, she grabbed herself a blend. Per Kuniko's request, hers was retrieved in tandem. Throwing the bottle of J8, its somersaulting arch towards Kuniko was intercepted by Akuma's left hand. Standing halfway between the three to her left and Kuniko to her right, she passed on the bottle to Kuniko. "Thanks," said Kuniko, side-eyeing Akuma. "No problem," replied Akuma in a confident stride. Akuma had only turned to mimic the selection of Eric. She knew not of which variant or category to choose. She mirrored him out of an attempt to fit in. If whatever they had, in the moment, was suitable, she figured it would be for her as well. Sachi and Kuniko regrouped. They stared in fascination with the new blood. "G9, noticed Sachi. "Not bad." "She's impressive for a new blood," replied Kuniko. Sachi glanced over to Akuma. "Yeah," she said. "Not bad on the eyes either." Kuniko raised her right heel, striking the top of Sachi's left ankle. "Ah!" exclaimed Sachi. Kuniko said, "Eyes on me," pointing to herself. "And only me, got it?" The two had been an item for some 4 months now. They had been close before, but their close bond had given way to violent fits of passion. Kuniko was not so much as jealous of Akuma. It was playful to fight on occasion and was unjust. She too was attracted to Akuma. Frankly, they all were to some extent. "So what's the pecking order around here?" asked Akuma. Kuniko replied, "I am Archon, de facto warlord," swinging her left hand out from herself. "Sachi here is our Evok," Kuniko pointed to Sachi, "essentially a specialist in technical matters." Akuma was becoming more aware of the way things are just being in the presence of them. Her terminal was still far less informative, mostly due to her having little to no time to delve into its archives. Kuniko continued, "Those two are Eric." Pointing forward, she directed Akuma's attention. "Eric," she pointed left, "and he is Sarif," pointing right. "They are our combat specialists, but frankly, we all fight directly. We are an assault team." "Have I been ranked or made anything yet?" asked Akuma. Kuniko rolled eyes as she sipped her blend. "Not yet." "You have to be slotted for a specialist school," said Sachi. "There's several." "Does it go by merit?" asked Akuma. "Yeah," replied Kuniko. "But I have final say in where you go from here. You're too fresh to enroll into one. You won't be sent out, I will oversee your training personally. We are few in number, Loss." Kuniko caught herself in a traumatic thought. Stopping herself before she could manifest the horror, she moved on. We'll see to it," Kuniko hurriedly said. Kuniko was visibly shaken. Akuma stepped towards her. "Are you all right?" she asked. Sachi giggled. "She has her moments." "I'm fine," said Kuniko. "I've seen a lot as to why I don't get out much." Cupping her hand over her own mouth. "Sanguis ipsum in minicum," she whispers in an arcane language. Akuma gasped. "What?"
Shaking her head, Kuniko ascended the stairs, grabbing a 20-pound weight, beginning her first set of 10, consisting of 100 repetitions each. "What did she say?" asked Akuma.
Sachi leaned into her right ear. "It's Latin," she whispered. "Something about enemy, knowing, and blood, I think." "Why?" asked Akuma. "She's a member of an esoteric order here on Ganymede, one of the 4 temples. I love her, but sometimes she scares me. Try not to take it too seriously. I think after as much as she's been through, she's entitled to be a little eccentric."
The squad continued their fitness training for the remainder of the morning. 11:30 a.m., lunch began. Eating in the gymnasium, they sat cross-legged on the metallic floor. 5 plates, each with a 4-square meal. The food was of surprisingly exquisite quality. Akuma wondered where the Earth origin fauna and flora were since the homeworld was no longer a thought. She knew not if it was beef or not. Rice, carrots, or even the broccoli was synthetic. She remembered how there were synthetic meats, 3D-printed muscle, and plant-based meat substitute products as well. Regardless, she could not complain. It was her first meal in some 400 years. The last thing she remembered eating was the rotting carcass of a rat. Memory. Finally, a memory of the old world had graced her. It was not, of course, a pleasant one, but a remnant of that, and a reminder of how far she had come since then. Akuma would be, in time, hardened by their training. She would prove to be capable in close-quarters combat, attentive and knowledgeable in tactics, and most importantly, she respected Kuniko's seniority. She was not the first to have been inducted to their unit. She was but one of some 40 replacements. Their unique status was slowly dwindling due to a plethora of interpolitical tension, budgetary cuts, and lack of replacements. Just as before, those who are no longer with them all shared that unique commonality, and kept such to themselves mostly. Akuma, still not privy to the way things are, let alone the order of such, she would, in her spare time, study the data links for answers. Quickly realizing the information of the past was highly fragmented, almost intentionally so, as she would conclude. There was also a shocking lack of interest in Earth, or what had transpired on it. Her yearning for such answers led her to believe it was millennia since then, not centuries as she was led to believe. This was due to the scarce archaeological record, the written and spoken word. Even the video record was shockingly void of information. Besides the occasional news chyron text of a German dairy farm, market forces in North America or the magazine article of some now-deceased celebrity were the most tantalizing. Social media was no more, replaced by a pseudo-text app. Individual consumer exchanges, shops, and hobby sites were the majority of net traffic. The language was a hodgepodge of English, Spanish, French, Korean, Japanese, and Portuguese, but that was for Mars, Luna, and the Jupiter sector. The Neptune sector, Saturn sector, and the rest of the solar system was its own hybrid composed of Mandarin, Russian, Farsi, and Turkish. The spoken languages were impossible for her to verbalize, let alone read. Reading such was even more of a challenge. It was so alien, this world in which she was reborn into. Akuma was only able to use the terminal in her room, due to it being in Japanese and English, just as the rest in the facility was. The terminals were also non-neural, meaning they were touchscreen, physical interaction. Neural and quantum devices were non-physical and metavisual neural implants. Some were as small as a neuron, millions of streaming currents within the brains of its user. She could scarcely understand such bizarre devices, let alone use them. Only those constructed in womb were able to use them. They were surgically implanted into the fetus of the individual, allowing for the computer to quite literally grow with its user. From what she ascertained in the first week of her new life was that humanity had survived a horrific cataclysm. From said cataclysm, they began to spread throughout the solar system. For whatever reason, they chose not to record much of it, or perhaps lacked a means to. As for the current state of humanity, it appeared much of the former nation-states had merged into new multi-planet entities. Governments were similar in function to how they were during the 21st century, however. They were highly democratized by contrast. This was expressed primarily in how the two outer system sectors competed against one another. The former Artemis Accord nations of the United States, Brazil, Japan, Israel, South Korea,
United Kingdom, New Zealand, Luxembourg, Ukraine, Italy, Australia, Isle of Man, and the United Arab Emirates. This alliance represented the Western world sphere, whilst the Eurasian Concordant opposed. Led by a dual system, the Russians and Chinese were equal in prime leadership, whilst quasi-subordinate nations gripped their coattails to the stars. These included Iran, North Korea, Belarus, Kazakhstan, and Pakistan. Due to the majority of these nations being devastated environmentally during the Great Cataclysm, scant few actually made it to the celestial realm. Venus and Titan were their primary settlement hubs for the next 2 centuries. Widespread genetic engineering and cloning led to an arms race in gene manipulation. From this came a series of bizarre genetic monstrosities of reptiles, jellyfish, including other lab-grown hybrids created entirely new species. Kept locked away from the general public, the entirety of their armed forces were replaced by these creatures. Seeing combat only once during the Mars Schism, corporate settlements were invaded by a combined strike force from Venus. Russian Spetsnaz knocking out key infrastructure via cyber attack, whilst breaching teams within infantry fighting vehicles closed in. Met by limited resistance, the settlements surrendered. With no realistic way to resupply the outlying settlements now overpopulated, the Russians simply plundered the foodstuffs and concentrated around the primary settlement of Blue Jay. The spaceport began to receive, at 6-month intervals, convoys of armed transport from Earth. This was one of the only direct mentions of home. Shuttles would then land, unloading unmanned tanks and UAVs armed with heat-seeking missiles. It seemed as though Eurasia had achieved an impossible victory. Whilst they were gruesomely mauled on Earth, they achieved near total dominance off-world. This was until a great recoiling was sprung. Special air service teams appeared seemingly from nowhere across Mars. Supply depots were destroyed via controlled demolition, officers missing, widespread code breaching, and data dumps. They were more than compromised. They were in a giant kill zone. Submachine guns countered drone swarms, whilst depleted uranium-tipped sabots liquefied the occupants of their 3D-printed dwellings. Much of the remaining infrastructure was intact due to explosives, incendiary, and fragmentation weapons being near void in their use. 50 caliber rifles perched on high, rocky, rust-colored hills pulverized armored vehicles by the dozen. Infrared optics desperately searching for targets, whilst the infantry dashed for hard cover. U.S. Guardians Orbital dropped via reusable rockets mass deployed their occupants by the dozen. Discipline teams of elite spaceborne had finally manifested. Like the paratroopers of the mid-20th century, this new era of warfare was no different. 50 caliber rifles perched on high, rocky, rust-colored hills pulverized armored vehicles by the dozen. Infrared optics desperately searching for targets, whilst the infantry dashed for hard cover. U.S. Guardians Orbital dropped via reusable rockets mass deployed their occupants by the dozen. Discipline teams of elite spaceborne had finally manifested. Like the paratroopers of the mid-20th century, this new era of warfare was no different. Cross-country to intercontinental, now interplanetary. Russia had led the way in airborne warfare only to be outdone by the Germans. In turn, they were overtaken by their British and American counterparts. Dominating the world in such capability for the preceding century, now once again, the British and Americans had usurped a superior adversary. Outnumbered by 3-1, the tables had turned, the Russians were out of options, and their Chinese comrades were all but lost. Regrouping at Blue Jay, they made a fighting retreat across the dunes and rocky plains to fight an urban environment corridor to corridor and block by block. Ribs cracked by breaching hammers whilst trachea crushed within the steel-knuckled grasp of a cornered bear, a Russian bear. The U.S. casualties began to mount as suicidal platoons of Spetsnaz charged head-on toward the spaceport.
Led by Major General Evgeny Orlov, he personally took point alongside his men. A formidable defense had proven riddled with bullet holes by the time the shuttles were boarded. U.S. Guardians armed with direct energy rifles attempted to burn through the fuel tanks while taking accurate direct automatic weapons fire. Rat-a-taps rhythmically popped eardrums as ankles were severed, brains splattered, and Ura war cries. This was not to be the last stand, nor was it to be the graze of their comrades. The fallen were carried by their fellows, still able to carry on the fight. Heroism and courage under fire was something their Chinese counterparts entirely lacked. As ammunition began to run dry, the Guardians established a defensive posture in an attempt at containing the Russian force. Realizing it was indeed a withdrawal, the pressure had to be maintained, or a counterattack would easily shatter them. SAS warfighters entered the spaceport, 2x2 cover formation, as the 3 squads of 6 each circumvented the Guardians. The Spetsnaz were completely unaware of the SAS presence. They were still convinced they were in the wilds of Mars. Having dispersed over a vast area, they used Guardian rockets to enter orbit. As they were met by U.S. Space Force frigates, they were refueled and carried into geosync orbit above the spaceport. The Chinese armed transports were ordered to stand down or prepare to be fired upon. They complied. Unknown to the boots on the ground on both sides, the Spetsnaz were being allowed to re-enter orbit. The Chinese would transport them away from the combat zone to their orbital base of operations, Venus. Resolute pilots took off from their respective platforms. Out of the 5 shuttles, only 2 were flight-worthy. Having sustained limited damage, these twins would be the saving eagle to ascend the thin atmosphere of the red planet. By the time they attached themselves to the armed transports, they were informed the battle was lost, and no further combat operations were to be conducted. Major General Orlov knew what had to be done. He wasn't going to play ball with these cowards. His own government had yet to send new orders. They were, all of them, under his command alone. Examining the new reality in which they found themselves in, Orlov concocted a ruse. They were leaving the Red Planet, yes, for the U.S. ships, specifically to board the perceived flagship of the strike force. Unable to crack the Space Force's comms, they were to go solely by visual information. Whilst limited on time, they had learned thus. They were outnumbered, outgunned, and without any layout of the enemy's ships. The Chinese vessels were crewed by little more than servants. There were no commanding officers, nor were there any way to divert their attention elsewhere. It seems as though the greatest threat weren't the Artemis nations. It was their own partners, the Chinese. Fierce arguments broke out between the Spetsnaz squad leaders and the crews of their armed transports, demanding the use of both their methane oxygen propellant tanks necessary for a retrograde burn and their missile systems. Words turned quickly to fists, then to knees and blade, then bullet. The U.S. strike force having maintained their posture for some 2 hours, they realized the Russians were not leaving anytime soon. Worst still was the fact the Russians were said to receive reinforcement within the coming month. A preemptive strike was growing more likely. No laws existed for the conduct of warfare in space. The Geneva Convention was the only law, and some vague interpretation of maritime law cherry-picked was co-opted for space-ferrying vessels. Rear Admiral Catherine Muller buckled herself in whilst she called General Quarters. Pressing her left hand into the comlink swung over her earlobe. "Battle stations! Battle stations!" Her words reverberated in harmonic static throughout the bridge. It was more clearly audible in the rest of the frigate. The strike force immediately followed suit. Coming about, they targeted the center mass of the 5 armed transports. Ship-to-ship combat in space was a combination of rocket science, naval tactics, and aerospace maneuverability. They burned thrusters, whilst dorsal-mounted missile pods shot their entire complement of ordnance. Similar in design and purpose to anti-ship missiles on Earth, these were no exception to the rule of thumb. If intercepted, follow it up. It hacked or hit with EMP, a counterattack by whatever means was suitable at the moment. Rear Admiral Muller knew time was of the essence. Oddly, the armed transports never countered, nor did they take evasive action. This inaction confirmed their initial suspicions: infighting. Direct impact on each of the 5, full penetration, their hulls were compromised. Losing both oxygen and orbital stability, they began to break apart. The kinetic force of the imploding warheads caused catastrophic damage to the ships. However, the shuttles were still operable and attached to their motherships. The Rear Admiral ordered a follow-up strike only on the 2 with said shuttles. As the guidance systems were switched over to pinpoint accuracy at the shuttles, 2 missiles were launched. This victory proved not just the future of warfare, but the application of such speculative theories. Spaceborne infantry, orbital drops and resupply, suborbital interception, and ship-to-ship combat. After this devastating defeat to the Eurasian Concordant, It became clearer than ever before that the true power lay not in force power projection. It now lay almost solely in maintaining supply routes and interception of enemy communications. They lost primarily due to their arrogant underestimation of their opponent. The SAS scored one of the single greatest victories in their history. The U.S. Space Force had proven itself in combat for the first time since the Third World War. However, their casualties were noted. It was at a great loss to them in manpower, what little they had in space, to begin with. The U.S. Congress was beginning to move off-world. So too were the Japanese. Brazil followed soon after, as well as the Australians. In the coming century, nearly all Earth-based governments were re-established off-world. That was it. Nothing else existed in such great detail outside of the past. Only the previous historical record existed. This confirmed to Akuma that the 21st century onward became nearly entirely restricted. She came to appreciate the societal change following the cataclysm as well. People were seemingly more free in this era, mostly in terms of personal choice and individual expression. Sexuality, as she had seen whilst running track, was very liberal compared to her more conservative upbringing in Japan. Religion was near non-existent, except for the occasional cult or remnant of the old ways. Esoteric orders practicing within the cyber realm and virtual reality forums were a common sight. It was not unusual for one to have a deity or to hold some belief in reincarnation. What survived of Christianity, Islam, Hinduism, Judaism, and the myriad of others of old Earth were unclear. From what she gathered, some literally died out. Shintoism, for example, was incorporated into the esoteric orders. The same happened to various pagan religions, occult practices, as well as Buddhist sects. Judaism was carried to Luna, where the Israeli government settled mostly with their European partners. Luna appeared to be a hub for various religious sects and dogmas in this new era. She found it ironic that after so much hate and strife on Earth, that there were only two primary camps of humankind now. Both were distinguishable, except for the worst part of what she discovered. Corporations were the primary drivers of the settlements and exploration of Sol. Governments were not entirely beholden to them. However, they did possess extreme levels of wealth and power. For a more democratized society, they had collectively sacrificed their future on the proverbial altar of corporate greed. There were no worker unions or trade unions of any kind at this time. She found it unusual that there was no counter to this, no protests, nothing of the sort. People had grown largely apathetic to the cause of such progressive dogma. They too had also grown unwilling to engage in acts of civil disobedience towards their corporate overlords. Wages simply did not exist. Instead, a social credit system pioneered by the People's Republic of China in the early 21st century had replaced the global currency system. It was not socialism exactly, nor was it capitalism. It was socio-economic behavioral control. The wealth was more in terms of assets held, worker quotas and mineral stockpiles. Synchronized clouds of nanoparticles carrying with them everything needed for a kill switch. But such was outlawed, and frankly no party agreed to use such a horrific weapon. It was not out of the realm of possibility, of course, nor was the use of nerve gas or thermonuclear weapons. The true battlefield was not in the physical, it had become psychosocial and trade-related. If a subversive thought could be entered into the conscience of the masses of a settlement, such could create a post-truth environment in which strife and rebellion would not just be fostered, it would be inevitable. Such was the case on the Jovian moons during the previous quarter-century of stagnant warfare between the two competing sectors. Dreary eyes scanned the room. Laying on her back, Akuma struggled to stay awake. Sitting across from her bed sat Sophia, dressed in a tight lateral pressed leather dress. Dyed in a distinct Bordeaux, Akuma was greeted with a gentle smile. She responded in kind. "I was told you have been rather curious as to our species' past mistakes," said Sophia. Akuma sat on the edge of her bed, placing her feet onto the cool floor plate. "You monitor what I look at, I assume," said Akuma. "Yes, it is our terminal after all," said Sophia. Raising her magenta floral-shaped teacup, Sophia pressed her lips against its edge, sipping her ginseng tea. "Whether you like it or not, destiny is not a fickle thing," said Sophia. "I yearn for the truth. Why are the archives so void?" asked Akuma. Smiled Sophia. "We decided collectively it was best forgotten." Amused by such a question. "Who's we exactly?" asked Akuma. My dear, you can figure that out on your own. It is still early, but don't waste my time, ever, or I will leave both you and your questions unanswered. Enough, said Akuma. Go ahead, ask away. Sophia gestured with a broad sweep of her left hand. The sectors, who controls them? Are the governments in control of anything? The masters of lies are held by vicious doctrines, said Sophia. I won't name them. What would you call that? Sophia shrugged. For any purpose? She replied. I'd call it the age of blood, a fallen tide upon the dry, cracked shores of the perfect quarter. Will it continue? Asked Akuma. Why can't there be change? With utmost certainty, especially for the time being, the more completed hearts will never fade. Violence, for all its history, is the oldest form of human stupidity. Rooted in hatred, what sets the whole world against itself time and again. Pacifism, then? No, said Sophia plainly. Emasculation. The social order is what then? You can't have it both ways, Akuma. We cannot live in a docile world and not be ruthless. Oxymoronic, I know, but we will never be truly liberated without first preventing violence. Is that our purpose, then? Asked Akuma, growing frustrated. We are to prevent chaos? Not exactly, sipping her tea. If not for the sacrifice of a few so that the many may live. So the drones, enforcers, I have been reading up on this order, as you call it, said Akuma, placing the teacup back onto its decorative surviving dish. Sophia knew Akuma would not be afraid nor go astray, but she would look back and cherish these little moments of clarity if she chose to. There was once a man, an unspeakable wretched man, one of many in his time. Untold throngs of humanity were lost forever because of the inaction of nations. It is because of this we had the following stalemate. Then lastly, the cataclysm struck. You saw it yourself, I understand, the burning fires of hate that touched your home. Akuma lowered her gaze, struggling to contain her emotion at the myriad of horrors she beheld in those days. So yes, said Sophia, don't speak, you already answered. As for how we got here, it is because of that war. Hate, that is what burned our world. Breaking the handle off her teacup in anger, her violent rise in tone was like that of a riff of an electric guitar. She seemed to speak as though it were in song now. The sudden change disturbed Akuma, as did her furious bestial eyes. Darkness, bitter water, those few who became worthless were looking forward to it as a necessary condition to the new dark age. But what caused it? Asked Akuma. Sophia screamed. I just told you, clenching her fists. Now we must instill permanent obedience or forfeit our value. Whose value do you speak of? Asked Akuma. Us chosen, replied Sophia, those who carried humanity into the heavens by our strong hand. We are a natural elite, and should be respected as such. How could you say such a thing? Gasped Akuma. After everything you just said, you think yourself better, yet wish to instill control. That is absurd, scoffed Sophia. Recalling such wholesale massacres of human beings in nuclear fire and the ensuing radiation, Akuma's checks ran streams of saline as she blocked out much of the gruesome, macabre detail. Modern man is a coward, said Sophia. He wants power, but shuns the responsibility that is needed for it. You know the Romans were of superior character. His leisure time was taken by bloodsport and hedonism. What of nature? Asked Akuma. There is no getting away from the fact that animals are our fellow earthlings. For that is why they are cherished. None now live that came before. Akuma said, and memory, whimpering, what of remembrance? It is an inherent ugliness, replied Sophia. Throughout history we teetered ever closer towards the end of civilization and our descent into anarchy. So what is your answer to prevent it? Asked Akuma. It would not be for having been too ruthless, said Sophia. Take our ancestors, they scraped for Mars. That is what our side learned. We must be ruthless in order to survive. Is that not hatred? Asked Akuma. No, replied Sophia. Such is the fact of life. We are frank, it is unpleasant, but if you are in the wilderness, would you not kill if you are hungry? It is necessary to kill in order to live. Such is the way of biological life. Akuma nodded. So we are to view our fellow people, raising her gaze, their eyes locked, as little more than an animal? Wrong, they are a competitor. Competition for limited resources remains a constant reminder that humankind must strive towards security for the collective. Would you not aid the opposing sector if they needed it? They are our fellows, are they not? I will unleash myself upon you for even suggesting such a thing again, Akuma. You yourself are the most hateful person I have ever met. It is an endless cycle you people are carrying on with. Why can't we cooperate? Safia's eyes cut through Akuma like a razor's edge. Akuma, leaning into her face. You have no idea who those people are. I do, replied Akuma. They were my country's enemies during the cataclysm. And yet you view them separately? Asked Safia. We are at war. It never ended. Make peace. Speak with them. Safia began to aggressively scratch the fabric of her chair's armrests. Notable marks began to form running along where her nails met the polyester. Upon the violent mountain peaks I did so face the rising sun, said Safia. I stood before the burning cloud, you know what I mean, don't you? Akuma turned her gaze away in sorrow. I will never forget what I saw that day, she said. So you understand what it's like to watch all that you love burn away? Asked Safia. Akuma nodded. It is such a tragedy. She began to cry once more. That, my dear, said Safia, was the necessary condition for a new golden age. Obedience? That is your golden age, then? Asked Akuma. It is unchangeable, replied Safia sternly. Leave it as such. Know your place. Who are the others of the awakened? Who do you think they are? Safia mocked in a sing-song voice. Others who were in stasis like I was? Yes, but there is more to it than just to serve as a collector's item. The repulsive manifestation of hidden power is what lies within you, Akuma. Embrace it. Akuma shook her head. With every question more arose as little to nothing Safia told her gave her satisfaction in her quest for knowledge unveiled. Her name was gone, almost intentionally so, by her supposed saviors of the accursed earth. How did I get here? Asked Akuma, raising her head, her eyes locked with Safia's. During the great cataclysm, there were few who joined us to the heavens, said Safia. You were among the chosen. Oni team is composed of individuals just as yourself. What makes us so special or unique for a team like this? Asked Akuma. Safia smirked. Anything else you would like answered? With a half-cocked grin and another sip of tea. Akuma felt insulted she was being played with. This was far from a genuine one-on-one. I want to know, how did I get here? Asked Akuma. Let me ask you this, readjusted Safia in her chair. What is your last memory? Of what exactly? Replied Akuma. So much of what I know is jumbled. The last thing before you woke up here, what of it? Akuma struggled to recollect. I was at my parents' house. I was walking through our cherry blossom garden. Go on, replied Safia in a flare of sarcasm. Sounds lovely. I fell over onto the stone path leading up to the house, said Akuma. Then I woke up in the tank here. Nothing else? Asked Safia. No, replied Akuma, besides the war when the firestorm happened. Tell me about that? Asked Safia. In a cave or bunker, I guess, replied Akuma. Me and the other recruits took refuge. Do you remember your little habit? Asked Safia. Akuma's heart sank. Safia already knew the story. This was just confirmation. Akuma gasped. Adderall? She could scarcely believe it. Yes, the amphetamines you took, replied Safia. You already know it all. Why not just tell me what the fuck happened to me? Screamed Akuma. Safia took a quick sip of her tea, rising from the chair as she approached the door. Why is this so difficult for you to tell me what happened? Asked Akuma. Safia then paused, standing in the threshold of the door, her left side in Akuma's room whilst her right in the hall. It's too early, said Safia. One day we'll cross that bridge. She left both the room and the conversation in a bizarre side-eyeing glint of disturbed violent intent. Safia grinned. Until then. Akuma shook her head. They had come a long way since the gentle touch turned abusive palm graced and struck her simultaneously. She was learning more of herself in this new world. Perhaps it was too early, or perhaps not. Akuma tucked herself into her bed, closing her eyes. 8 hours passed. She never slept. She waited for the coming dawn. 0800 sharp. She had already turned the alarm off an hour early. Not tired, and not an insomniac either. She simply no longer wished to sleep. It was as though such was becoming less frequent, let alone required. Entering the training center, she joined the squad for another routine day. Alarms rang out. For the first time in nearly 20 years, a mission had arrived. Speakers blared. Attention, attention! ONI team, report to SAC immediately for tasking. This is not a drill. Repeat, this is not a drill. Kuniko lunged over the weight rack as Sarif and Eric joined directly behind her. Sachi and Akuma followed suit into the hall. Only Kuniko knew the route to the Strategic Assignment Center, a bustling array of dazzling screens and holographic four-dimensional depictions of Uranus and Neptune sectors. Saturnine forces were massing along the boundaries of the neutral sectors. They sought to claim them once and for all. Sophia stood in a military uniform, a tight ebony pantsuit. Its material was glossy and plastic-like in appearance. 4 similarly dressed individuals flanked her, their hands crossed behind their backs. "ONI team," Sophia said in a determined tone. "Reporting," replied Kuniko, standing at attention. "We are on standby," said Sophia. "The Directorate of Deterrence convened 9 minutes ago. Their conclusion is as we have expected for some time now." Turning slightly to her right, Sophia raised her arm, pointing to the gas giants. "All settlements are silent. They went dark last night at 22:35 hours. A series of red triangle supper imposed themselves over their moons. It appeared as though nearly both entire sectors had been silenced. Nearly all forms of communication, microwave, radio wave, even tachyon and laser, have resulted in nothing. There are no signs of obfuscation or malicious code." Sophia lowered her arm back down to her side. Wiggling her 5 fingers, one of the 4 handed her a physical metallic slab. "This is all we have to go by," said Sophia. Laser cut. It depicted a series of glyphs only those with dark angel clearance would understand. Kuniko was amongst those privy to such. Raising her hand towards Kuniko, Sophia reached out, grabbing the edge of the slab. "What is this?" Kuniko asked in a hushed voice. Sophia replied, "Our only warning," turning her back to the team. Kuniko could scarcely believe it. Reading the tablet, it was a declaration of intent. Her heart began to race. "War," stopping herself. "The Ganymede Diet convenes within the hour. We await tasking," said Sophia. "Get your team suited up immediately. We have blood to spill this day." Kuniko handed back the slab, performing a 45-degree bow. She lowered her entire upper half down to her waist. The others followed suit. "Aye, aye," said Kuniko. As she raised herself up, in an instant, her heels spun. She sprinted out from SAC towards the flight hangar. The rest followed her lead as always. Akuma was brought into this world with little to no knowledge of the past or present. Now she found herself in the middle of a war, and they were to be the first to fight. The others were filled with a sense of pride due to years of preparing themselves for this very day. But not Akuma. She had only been here for 2 weeks. This was ironic given she had been on the receiving end of a brutal war. Now she would be the one to pull the proverbial trigger. What little she understood of modern warfare compared to the Hollywood depictions of her old life, this was as though she had become a fish out of water, fighting for survival. It was either fight and live, or cower and die. Imagery intelligence, utilizing long-range telescopes, including various types of sensors and quantum waveform emitters, they were able to ascertain the enemy's movements. The Saturnine Navy had not commenced an offensive, however. Advance pickets and fifth columns were more than likely responsible for the ever-growing shadow approaching Jupiter sector. Hydra was to deploy the ONI team, due to them being the most advanced unit capable of infiltration and exfiltration being entirely undetected. Combat-wise, they were not suitable, given that was not their specialty nor purpose. They were to exfiltrate if the enemy force far exceeded what they were to expect. Not that ONI had never seen intensive prolonged firefights or heavy kinetic conflicts in the Neptune sector, or anywhere else for that matter. It was beyond their capabilities if they were to encounter an armored brigade or an airmobile detachment from a divisional vanguard assaulting the surface of a world. A good commander knows when to pick a fight. Kuniko understood that more than anything. She knew what it meant to suffer defeat, to lose everything and everyone only to be the lone survivor. Akuma had experienced similar loss, horrific, awakening to a new world not of her own upbringing. Kuniko, like the rest of their team, had suffered the loss of their home, Earth. Akuma entered the stasis pod in the seating aisle of the Chimera, mirroring the others, for she knew not how to properly enter without such observation. As the pod sealed, time slowed, as the world outside sped up. Nightmares entered her mind, of torture, suffering, and loss. Akuma realized then and there she had made her choice. This was war. Chapter 3. Split Rock. Kill-capture operations began on the moons of Oberon, Ariel, and Titania. Hydra was contacted via the Ganymede Diet headquartered on the Artura Plateau. Convening the majority party, the Technocratic Union of Ganymede, convened an emergency session. The MPs were more akin to corporate board members rather than politicians. Each was a stakeholder in the Jupiter Sector Combine. Furthermore, all corporate subsidiaries' stock of the Jupiter Sector Combine, or JSC, was entirely owned by members of the Diet. The situation was growing increasingly worrisome in the Uranus and Neptune sectors. They were supposed to be neutral territory, of which either side would seek to gain a profit via commercial exploitation. However, during the last 6 months, this all changed. Sporadic reports of detonations across entire mining regions resulted in a near-total loss of operation. Reports of unusual electromagnetic distortion resulted in blackouts across the worlds of Oberon and Titania. It was time to act, and to do so with the utmost precision. The only organization with such unique skill sets was the Hydra. Forward recon drones were deployed to the Uranus and Neptune sectors via long-range booster carriers. At 9:20 Universal Time, July the 8th, the Ganymede Diet unanimously approved the use of non-contact warfare against the Saturn sector. The Prime Directive, the de facto military body of the Jovian region, sent for approval of the Hydra. It was accepted immediately. 1 hour following the approval, Hydra readied the ONI team for an insertion operation to the moon of Oberon. Infiltration would be via a Chimera assault craft, an experimental stealth shuttle equipped with the latest in cyber warfare suites, including physical obfuscation devices such as light-bending panels, adaptive camouflage, and even vacuuming systems to remove any trace of contrails. Its engines, although modern, still required primitive thrusters used to perform Delta V. Its speed could easily reach hypersonic whilst en route to a target in the atmosphere. Typical cruise speed could be as gentle as 305 knots. Its versatility in speed and maneuverability made it unique in that it was also capable of vertical landing and takeoff. However, it was lightly armed, so in assisting itself in defense, it was a mothership for a complement of UAVs. Slipping away into a deep crevice of a commercial hauler, the Chimera awaited for its moment to sprang forth. Kuniko, Akuma, Eric, Sharif, and Sachi sat in complete darkness. Having awoken just moments prior from their self-induced coma, their exoskeleton encased them in a mucous membrane, masking their scent, heat, and motion signatures from potential enemy sensors. Their eyes slowly opened. A pillar of red light raced across them. It was the Chimera, the onboard AI uploading their information. The suit visors were able to receive instantaneous information via laser if needed. All of their objectives, including the target location and terrain mapping, were now within their helmet's internal hard drive. The information was only now being received due to a forward recon drone having sent it via the same method just moments prior to the Chimera. Not a single heat signature was detected on the world, nor was there commercial hauler. Like a flea nestled against a bird's down coat, its warmth masked the flea to the prying eyes of its would-be devourer. Leaving suborbit, the commercial hauler began to break apart in the atmosphere. Using 2 gyro motor legs, the Chimera leaped forth from it like a rabbit of old Earth. The target was 12 kilometers southwest of their position. Engaging its engines, its speed increased from Mach 2 to Mach 18 in less than a minute. The target was below them almost instantaneously. The commercial hauler crashed into a mountain range northeast of their former position. Tearing itself apart, it would provide a useful distraction. That's assuming the enemy fell for it in the first place. Kuniko's eyes fluttered. Game time, roused by adrenaline pumping through her veins. Game time, repeated Sachi, inflexing her bicep-mounted vibroblade. Their eyes, I want a pair. Kuniko smirked in amusement at the thought of their extraction. Go for it. Traversing across the nose of the shuttle, a 30mm tri-barreled cannon peppered the north of the LZ. What was left of the hostiles scattered before them as the Chimera leveled for touchdown. At the left-hand orbit of the LZ were 2 UAVs armed with anti-missile direct energy weapons and microwave transmitters sending out false information. Even the pings were a fallacy to them. False information sent with even the transponder codes being of a friendly shuttle. Little to no time remained until the ruse was revealed. A huge response would be had, including spec ops could be deployed given the sensitive nature of the facility. Dust billowed from the regolith ground. Quad talon prongs descended, piercing the rocky dust, stabilizing the chimera. A 9-step rampart slammed vertically. Oni team raced from their seating aisle out into the fray. Split-second traction-mounted spring turrets deployed from the assault shuttle's arched wings. Ebony tungsten steel rods loaded into their electro-rail tubes. The enemy's fire ceased. They weren't going to risk being hit by such a weapon. The Oni team had achieved their prime motive, hand-to-hand combat. Kuniko, Akuma, and Sachi sprinted at Olympian speed toward the airlock. Eric and Sarif began their cyber combat routines. Over 50 dozen attacks had already been deflected via the Chimera's onboard AI beyond the LZ. It would be suicidal to even attempt such. Oni team's friend or foe identification transponders flickered. Their unseen glints were overlaid with the Chimera's targeting algorithms. 2 enemy squads were detected within the facility. They would have to accompany the infiltrators. There was no other option. Kuniko's visor gave her an outer-body 360-degree view of the facility. Intel was wrong. This was not a mining camp. It was a supply depot. Perhaps disinformation. It mattered little now. They had to press on. Oni stacked up at the northern airlock. The landing zone was secure. Intel was uncertain as to the enemy's combat capabilities and size. They were ready for the worst, and made ready for such threats. Sachi primed her left gauntlet and readied her graviton harness. "Breaching!" she exclaimed. The airlock's 2-ton hermetically sealed door was ripped open. Leaping over the mangled remains of the door, Kuniko extended her vibroblade. Mantis-like arm prongs unfolded in a split second. 2 combatants were identified. They were the last 2 who entered the facility, those unfortunate not to have been killed by the 30mm cannon. Kuniko's heart raced as she readied to strike. Her prey was distracted by an as-yet unseen foe, Eric. 2 kinetic darts severed their feet ankle down. Collapsing onto the floor, Kuniko leaped onto the near-right target. Piercing his armored helm with her vibroblade, in 2 seconds it sliced through the composite mesh like a hot knife through butter. Its micro-vibrations assisted in its surgical slicing. His skull was cut open like a melon. His equally crimson innards were pulverized to a pulp. In another 4 seconds, she leaped onto his comrade lying opposite of him. He met an identical fate. Eyes intact, Sachi was filled with a sense of pride at her trophy's gaze upon her, as Kuniko held them high. Sachi strode towards Kuniko and Akuma. "Saved them for me?" she asked. A menacing grin met Kuniko's fiery gaze. "Yeah," she smiled. "Go for it." It was an ancient form of ritualist warfare dating back tens of thousands of years. The Hydra had brought back a barbaric and primitive right to claim that which the foe had, their own body. Eyes, heart, even their bones were to be collected for their respective trophy rooms. Sachi had not claimed such in over 10 years. Kuniko was the same. Eric and Sarif were no longer interested in the practice. Akuma stood in shock and horror at what she beheld. Entering from behind Sachi, her eyes were locked onto the hall, not the ritual beneath her. She stumbled right into the wall. Glancing down, she saw Sachi beginning the extraction. "What the hell are you doing?" asked Akuma, horrified by the ritualist practice. Sachi placed the eyes into a cylindrical titanium tube. "Claiming my prize." Akuma groaned. "I don't understand." Sachi snapped her gaze to Akuma. "Then don't!" she roared. "Akuma!" said Kuniko. "Eyes on!" Akuma sprinted towards Kuniko, trying to catch up with her as she was outpaced, snaking down the hall. "Hostiles right," said Kuniko. "First blood, get some." Jumping, she outstretched her arms and legs into the form of a bat. The sight struck Akuma, having never seen such a bizarre transformation. Kuniko swiped both arms toward the 2 enemies, splitting their armor chassis open. "Come on!" screamed Kuniko. "Get your first kill!" Akuma's heart sank. It was far from a fair fight. They were being served to her on a silver platter. Closing her eyes, she ditched herself from the moment. Enveloping their exposed bodies in the freezing cold of the Oberon air, Akuma split them in 2. Her vibroblades cut through them as if bone and muscle were but tissue paper. Standing over their gore-cover remains, she began to sob beneath her visor. Her comlink was still active. "Stop it!" Kuniko stepped towards Akuma. "Shut your comm off now!" Akuma replied. I'm fine, struggling to shut the comm off. Give me a sec. Sec over, said Kuniko. Get back to the fight. You need to toughen up, girl. This is your life now. Spinning on her right heel, Kuniko continued down the hall. Sachi joined her. Akuma struggled to comprehend what had just happened. These men were defenseless compared to them. It was hardly a fair fight. It was a massacre. She could hardly grasp the fact she hadn't even killed them outright. She was assisted in doing so. Shocking them in traumatic brute force, they stood before her to have their blood spilled. It was, of course, another act in the ongoing ritual of combat all around her. Taking in a deep breath from her internal nasal cannula supplying her oxygen, Akuma calmed herself. Akuma thought, I need to get back. Glancing left, Sachi and Kuniko were out of sight. Akuma swung herself leftward. I'm coming! Good, replied Sachi. Another 10 kills you just missed. In a sigh of relief, Akuma didn't have to take them down. Lucky, she whispered. After a minute of familiarizing herself with her digital components, she realized where they were. Snaking down the hall, she entered a large storage center. The 10 aforementioned hostiles were gore-splattered throughout the room. Eric and Sarif had liquefied 4, whilst the 6 were slain in the fashion of a great insect. Disc-shaped blast marks dotted where they had stood just moments prior, a process of marking via sulfate blast. An extremely painful and corrosive shell struck the ground beneath them. The sulfur would permeate the enemy, scaring their armor whilst encasing them in its fumes. The marking would designate them as a kill by the combat specialists. Akuma found this modern form of combat to be of another world, almost alien in its execution as well as its purpose. The enemies they had encountered were fighting as though it was the 21st century, whilst the Oni team were a hybrid of ancient ritualist warfare and ultra-high-tech modern warfare. Shoulder-mounted sprinklers showered everything around Kuniko. Dilettante orbs surrounded her while she absorbed direct enemy automatic weapons fire. Their ballistics were inadequate to pierce the non-Newtonian matter. They utterly lacked armor-piercing, anti-material, explosive, or even energy weapons of any kind. These were no soldiers. They were cannon fodder. Eric and Sarif performed a wall run across the eastern and western edges of the center. Rendezvousing behind the enemy position, a perfect flanking maneuver. Opening upon them with a high-explosive dart shot from their pneumatic automatic rifles, the tip of the dart was lined with pressure sensors. Within the dart's center were 12 plated chambers, each housing a high-explosive charge of TNT. The 5 combatants were obliterated in mere seconds upon impact. Hostile status terminated, read the internal visor display. Eric's crosshair moved over the next target, superimposing itself onto them. Lock on, fire. Left target down, cycling 80 degrees right. He spotted 3 more hostiles. Targets designated, 3 more shots rang out. Second target down. Eric had 9 rounds left. 2 more magazines were ready to slide in when its former ran dry. Kuniko ordered, lock and load. Performing a sidearmed salute, she inflexed her pinky ring and middle fingers. With her index and middle, she formed a gun. Raising the barrel to her own right temple, Kuniko pretended to shoot herself. Got it, replied Sarif. With 2 tungsten kinetic darts loaded into the bore chamber of his rifle, he took aim. Fire. Targets down. Visual scan? Asked Kuniko. Targets down, Archon, replied Eric. Kuniko ordered, on me. Walking onto the top of a titanium container, Oni followed above and below their squad leader. Sachi, Eric, Sharif, and Akuma pursued Kuniko into a funnel of coiled aluminum. Leading to a ventilation port out into an adjacent mining portal, the team formed along her flanks. Sharif and Akuma to her left, Sachi and Eric to her right. Kuniko extended her blades once more. In a loud clang followed by a metallic chime, they faced over 24 Saturnine troopers. Echoes of metallic pings were mixed with bangs and pops of gunfire by the hundred, as superhuman strength snapped necks, broke backs, and split entire bodies in half. Akuma was overwhelmed by the horrific violence all around her. She knew she had no choice but to kill. Either that or she would meet a fate worse than any she could do to them. Sachi shot herself into the fray. I'll be with you when you die. Tears streaming down her cheeks. Leave them nothing, said Kuniko, diving into the fray. Kinetic darts shattered bones and pulverized muscle, whilst wrist-mounted blades disemboweled men by the dozen. 2 more platoons entered from mining shafts to their left quadrant of sight. In front of me, exclaimed Sarif, ducking the blade of a scythe. Blasting a hole in his opponent's abdomen, tendrils of intestine and bile rained upon him. "Target acquisition," read Eric's visor display. A tower of fire crept up the center pillar of the mine as its heat grew with ever more intensity. Hydrogen incendiaries continuously fueled themselves with what little air was available. It was unclear who or what had deployed the incendiary, but it was not the Oni team. They were not equipped with any such grenades. Unloading an entire magazine into the horde of enemies before him, Eric single-handedly held off the approaching enemy reinforcements. He was soon joined with the ripping blade and vibration of blood-boiling horror that was Sachi. Like a banshee of Earth mythology, she mercilessly slaughtered the unsuspecting Saturnine troops. An incredible display of hell incarnate, she began to take pleasure in inflicting maximum pain on her foes. A sadistic tendency fully realized within herself, she had become a berserker. Unable to cease her own hands killing blows or her blades thrashing slice, she was at times striking the fallen. Some by her own hand, others by her comrades. Kuniko Wall ran along the ridged stone of the mine shaft. With the grace of a cheetah, her muscles ripple and flex at superhuman speed. She catapults herself onto the neck of an enemy. Shattering his neck and severing his brainstem, she bends her knees for good measure, increasing pressure. Springing forth, both her maul and blade merged to form a demonic streak of carnage across the mine shaft. Killing an entire squad of 12, she quickly glanced over to her left. Eyeing Sachi butchering the dead, she shook her head in annoyance at the absurd sight. Akuma had slain another 5 after her first true kill. It was only noteworthy for such, but quick, easy, a slash of her blade to his neck. It was an impressive feat for an amateur, let alone at hand-to-hand combat speed in a knife fight is crucial as well as footwork. She had the footwork down to an art form, just not the knife fighting per se. The last of the Saturnine fell as though he was but a leaf in a summer breeze. One of many, and without purpose, set to be burned in the fires of change. Taken by the hand of fate, the Saturnine had been purged from this facility. It was still unclear as to why they were here, besides the land claim, that was obvious. But there was no sign of the miners, nor was there a sign of a struggle. It mattered little to them. The battle was over, their objective met. As Eric and Sarif returned to the Chimera for egress from the battle space, Sachi cried out in animalistic, incoherent delusion as she continued her violent outpouring onto the fallen Saturnine. As shameless eyes scanned the room, dotting about for her next kill, Sachi had regressed into little more than a bloodthirsty murderer. Akuma stepped back towards the funnel. She couldn't break her gaze from Sachi. Kuniko approached with caution. She had no way of stopping her if it came to that. She was confident in a fight, but she hoped that their intimate relationship would be enough to snap her out of her killing frenzy. Kuniko said in a calm voice, "Sachi, it's me. It's Kuniko." Raising herself with both blades, she turned herself with them. Using the blades as stilts, she appeared as though she were an arachnid-like creature. "It's me," repeated Kuniko. "I'm here for you." Sachi's eyes were bloodshot, her face covered in tears and sweat. Her visor was covered in thick, sticky biomass of muscle fat and blood. Akuma noticed she was taking dozens of breaths every 3 seconds. Her heart rate had to be in the hundreds. Their Olympian physique and health, along with their suits' built-in bionics and high-tech capabilities, only exacerbated her abilities. Even an act as simple as breathing was superhuman due to this. Kuniko said, "I'm here, baby," pressing her right hand onto Sachi's helm. "It's all right, sweetheart." Wiping away the grime and gore, she revealed her face of horror and violent intent. "It's over. It's all over." "I love you," breathed Sachi. "I love you too, dear," replied Kuniko. Sachi raised herself up onto her 2 feet. Retracting her blades, she embraced Kuniko in a hug. Kuniko began to comfort her. It struck Akuma. Sachi had stared into the abyss. Now she was becoming the abyss. "Come with me," said Kuniko. "We're going home." "Don't turn out the light," begged Sachi. "Please, please don't turn out the lights." "If I threw it all away, would that turn off your pain, dear?" asked Kuniko. In a gesture of affection, as she gazed into the eyes of her love, Kuniko gripped Sachi's hands, raising them up to her face. No, just help me," replied Sachi. "I'm here," reassured Kuniko. "I'll help you back home." Kuniko, still holding Sachi within her arms, carried her as though she were a small child. "Don't close your eyes, dear," said Kuniko. "Stay with me, it's all right." Akuma began to weep once more at both the hellish carnage before her, the violence she endured, and the trauma and scars inflicted on the mind of Sachi. Akuma followed close behind Kuniko as she carried her love back to their only means of leaving this hell. As the Chimera took off from the facility, its drones returned, attaching themselves into their respective ports, recharging and rearming to be ready at a moment's notice if they needed to be sent out again. In orbit, a JSC frigate met them. The JSC Ulysses was a covert warfare and cyber warfare ship. It had moments prior deployed its obfuscation masking and electromagnetic distortion fields. Entering a ventral port on the ship's starboard side, Chimera activated its thermoptic camouflage. Returning to Ganymede, the Ulysses achieved the impossible. They were truly undetectable. The Saturnine squadron operation a few 100,000 miles away never realized their men were killed. The facility was compromised, or for that matter, a hostile ship had just eluded them. As they returned to Ganymede some 2 hours later, the Chimera detached itself, entering a pre-planned flight path into the Institute's restricted airspace. Kuniko comforted Sachi in her arms. She wished to feel the warmth of her skin, the smooth silk of her hair. The suit was keeping them apart. Even as though embraced, neither of the two felt the other. As they exited the Chimera's pitch-black confines, they were greeted by a blast of light from the hangar's sodium lamps. The technicians, contractors, as well as Ganymede armaments crews were in shock at the team as they strode down the walkway. Gore-covered gods of war incarnate greeted them with the sight of pure carnage. Many believed Sachi was dead. This was due in part to her being gore-covered and Kuniko holding her whilst she was in a fetal position. It was a failure in their eyes. The mission must have been a failure. No, this is what a victory looks like in the 24th century. Hours had passed since their reconditioning and disarming upon arrival. Eric boasted of the violence he inflicted whilst the others sat in semi-shell-shocked fatigue at what they had just endured. Eric recanted the mission from his unbiased perspective. "Another remarkable coincidence is when I broke his back over my knee, he exhaled," said Eric. Sachi began to excrete the last remnant of her silicate membrane across her neck, soothing her state of psychological overheating and scarred, tormented memory of such. "Remarkable, isn't it?" said Eric. "So that is why I always leave the dorms unguarded, as to lure in the prey so I can break them." Kuniko Ishikawa entered, wiping her scalp with her left hand to the top of her neck, gripping her hair. With her right hand now reaching back, she attached a coil, holding it in place, forming a long ponytail. Her beauty was striking. Akuma had not seen a woman of her caliber since her life on Earth. Over the past 5 weeks, she had grown increasingly more fond of her. It was not mutual. Compared to the others, her posture was commanding, prideful, and flurried with energy. That was something she always took heart of. Ishikawa hadn't given up hope, nor was she consumed by war. Rather, she enjoyed it, an Olympian contest of blood sport, not her entire existence. "Is there some way I could care for Sarif?" exclaimed Kuniko. Eric sighed. "Yeah," wiping his forehead with his left hand. The others looked towards him, since it was his duty to do so, not her. "Haven't we been over this?" Eric grumbled, not wanting to be bothered with such. Kuniko slammed both her hands onto the table in front of him. "I said, may I care for Sarif?" Rattling the dinner plates and teacups violently, Eric froze. His gaze lowered from the others seated before him. Staring at the table, Kuniko's hands on either side, he thought of a way to strike her. But she had his flank, and worse still, he was seated whilst she was standing. The high ground was not in his favor. Eric knew for certain he was at a disadvantage, realizing it was her, not he, who would be for such duties. "Yeah," he said. Kuniko nodded. Making a sharp turn away from the table, she grabbed one of the empty chairs. In a single swipe of her right hand, she flipped the chair mid-air. Its legs swung backward 3 meters away from her, breaking them with great force. "It's fine," gritting his teeth. "Go ahead." All eyes locked onto her gesture of intent. "Don't fuck with me," was spoken without words. All heard it, except Eric. "Good," said Kuniko. "Thought you'd see it my way." A shadow of true terror dashed across the room as though the matter were but a mere hindrance. Kuniko was a titan, a scarred veteran of countless acts of horrific violence. She had proven that already. Oberon was but a sign of things to come, of war, and of agonizing pain.
Akuma recognized the sheer brutality it took to secure peace, whilst the masses slept peaceably in their beds. Standing ready to plunge into the fires of hell itself, to extract mortal wounds upon those who sought their annihilation. And yet this skirmish was but embers along the periphery of said fire, only now starting to engulf all before it.
It's fine, gritting his teeth. Go ahead. The human spirit would prevail as it always had, and always will, even if it meant an alteration in one nihilistic character or its hedonist tendencies. As long as the working masses were fed, clothed, and maintained their body temperature, they were of use. As long as they were kept distracted by mass media, pornography, and the sanity-obscuring matrix of scientific overlords of which were perched from on high. Incomprehensible things to them wrought only succumbing to the reality that their existence was but a vast lie. This was but one of only a few crumbs of truth Akuma had realized of this world, of this civilization she was now firmly within. Not a part, she was part of it as a collective whole. That being said, she was also privy to information the masses were not allowed to have. She was healthy, fit, and lived rather comfortably whilst ready to fight on a moment's notice. Besides her thirst for berry, her hunger for beef, and her arousal of the flesh yet to be satisfied, Akuma still had no answers as to why she was, let alone why this small tribe were survivors of the war. Besides Eric, a man in his mid-30s not counting the 400 years of stasis, he was the only non-Japanese individual in the team. This was something duly noted by Akuma, finding it rather odd they were of supposed kin, and survivors specifically from Japan. Yet here he was, a pompous, arrogant American. This coupled with the fact they were awakened, as such an esteemed title as Sophia had suggested some sort of superiority to even their overlords of the Diet. An enigmatic individual, Sophia was of Indian descent. Akuma regularly updated her journal for any clues as to who or what this organization was. Hydra, the great serpent of the frigid void of the Jovian moons. The entire Jupiter sector was their stomping ground. They were state-sanctioned to kill, capture, plunder, loot at will, and won a whim. Cans of pickled eel lie scattered about the floor of her room. Akuma lay prone atop her bed. Her fingers swiped across a myriad of tabs, scouring the archives for clues as per usual during her evenings. For the first time, a slight knock was heard. "Yes," Akuma said. Raising her head, she wiped her eyes. Silence. The knocking ceased. No reply back to her. For a split second, she thought herself overly tired. She ignored the knock and thought nothing of it. But for a short moment, she continued at peace. That was until it returned. Akuma's tired eyes raised once more, staring at the door. She grew angered by the interruption. She roared in anger. "Who's there?" said Kuniko. "I don't like your tone." Her voice was that of a monster's growl. Akuma's heart sank. It was the Archon. She cried out, "Forgive me!" racing to the door. Stomping over to her door, she opened it without hesitation or laxity. Darkened, circled eyes of underbrown staring hate met her in the threshold. Kuniko said, "I did at one time," gritting her teeth. "Want to kill you." Akuma's heart sank. She thought herself to suffer punishment at long last. Akuma pleaded, "I am sorry." "No, there's no need," said Kuniko through her teeth. Akuma asked, What did you say?" stuttering in fear. Let me think," slamming her right foot, planting it firmly between Akuma's own. "Keep this between us. Understand?" Kuniko thrust herself into Akuma's face. Akuma replied with a slight nod. "Good," whispered Kuniko. "You saw nothing. Nothing." "I understand," said Akuma. "You saw how I ripped that young man to pieces on Oberon. We must be ruthless if we are to survive. The awakened, we are the chosen few of the past. Only I know the truth, Akuma. You are but the only to know this truth. I'm taking a big risk in telling you this." "What are we? Why are we?" Kuniko smiled in amusement. "You're a persistent type, aren't you?" "I have amnesia," replied Akuma. "Did you all have the same thing happen?" Kuniko gasped. "Amnesia?" curling her brows in response. "I forgot my name as soon as I was able to stand. Every hour that same day I began to forget my life. But all of it, just most." "We never had that, just listen to me," Kuniko replied dismissively. Akuma nodded again, leaning close to Kuniko's mouth so as to not miss a word. "I am the daughter of a billionaire," said Kuniko. "He paid for me to be saved from Earth. I was shipped to Mars. We were a pet project of the rich and powerful. That's it. We are nothing more." "That's bullshit," Why are we in Hydra? Asked Akuma. Who the hell do you think funded it? My father was a powerful man in the Bay Area. I left that cesspit after the maze riots ravaged the coast. That's it. Akuma's flint had at last resulted in a spark. But my family is dead, said Akuma. Yeah, and what is it you did? You graduated top of your class, not like that doesn't happen now, but we were running out of tanks. You're one of just 3 left. So we get thawed out to replace the dead? Spot on, said Kuniko. She's not coming back, the one whose spot you took. Akuma asked, what happened to her? Shaking her head. Dead, electrocuted, or, rolling her eyes, some such bullshit. Akuma scowled. Liar! She's alive! Is she? She's out there somewhere, doesn't matter, it's been 15 years. Are our days numbered here? Are they going to kill us? Asked Akuma. Kuniko screamed, Stop it, no! No one is going to kill us, they can't. We are too well trained and prepared. They need us to carry out their work, otherwise it'll all go to hell. So that's it then. Basically, I wish it was more interesting than that, but that's the truth. You're a terrible liar, Kuniko, said Akuma. What is so special about me compared to all of you? Besides being new blood in our team, you have something within you, something I won't go into. Why do you think Sophia shoved that name onto you? Akuma trembled in fear of the unknown now beginning to reveal its head. What the fuck am I? You are the dawn, the bringer of light in a wayward world. I'll leave you to enjoy the rest of your evening. Take what I said or not. That's what they believe you to be. Kuniko retracted herself in an instant from the threshold, striding off in a prideful gait. Kuniko said to herself, Bitch is smarter than I thought. Very smart. Akuma stood for what seemed an eternity staring at the floor. She struggled internally to ascertain what had just been uttered. A wicked thumbing of uncoiled steel string began to riff within her mind. A chorus of double beats synced with electronic harmonies, creating a musical tapestry of the macabre and insane eyes of the damned. Memories of the scorched aftermath, of loss, and of carnage unfurled. That is what was unique about Akuma, her trauma, her sensitivity to such, and the humanity within her being more intact compared to the others. Or so that is what she reassured herself. Shaking her head, she freed herself from the dizzying spell of confused reaction. The near-total darkness of her room consumed her as she stepped back onto the bed. Kuniko, meanwhile, made her way to Sachi's quarters. Her room was of a grander scale than the near broom closet that was Akuma's. A lavish decor and multi-facilities of which modern living standards were. 2 bedrooms, 1 bath, a dining room along with a virtually generated veranda. Above the 12-foot-long dining room table was a crystal chandelier. Dinner plates and silverware tucked neatly into their 8 respective napkins gave it the appearance of a mansion. There were no friends, no guests, nothing. It was all-consuming nostalgia that she lived day by day along with her plush stuffed animals, a koala bear, a gorilla, 2 tigers, and a raccoon, each the size of a small dog. Her bed was king-size. Its frame was sculpted in a Mediterranean style. Sachi was tucked snug beneath her cotton sheets. She had just finished her shower. Comfort was what she sought. After a life of pain, there were but few things a desensitized mind enjoyed. The macabre trophy display ran along the adjacent wall to her left. Skulls, preserved organs including a brain, and adding to her most recent claim, the eyes, the 2 pairs of eyes, still within their titanium cylinders, gazed back at her. Strumming the hydronic aluminum chords of her harp, Sachi began to sing quietly to herself. A familiar taste above, if love could be real, only the demons know my name. Tapping her right thumb onto the wood frame of the harp to the beat of her tune. Flowers blooming in the twilight of the sun upon me, I see into the eyes of death. I have become the abyss. Sachi's melodic soft voice carried an air of comfort and somber harmony. As she began to vocalize the next verse, a knock broke her concentration. What? She snapped. It's me, replied the voice muffled behind the door. Sachi placed her harp atop the pillow she was using to support her back against the bed frame. Swinging her legs over the edge of the bed, just stood. Striding towards the door, she reached to open. As Sachi unlocked the door, she cracked it open in a wide berth. Kuniko, why are you... It was Eric, not her love, who greeted her with a menacing gleam in his eye. Hey, he muttered. What are you doing up so late? She paused. Something was wrong. An uneasy feeling crept up her spine. I'm working through what happened earlier, said Sachi. Oh, grinned Eric in a menacing underbrow stare. Can I help? No. Sachi began to slowly close the door. You cannot help me. A shadow enveloped Eric as he leaned closer into the threshold. Sachi retched, Get away from me. Just then, a hand leaped onto Eric's right shoulder, then the tip of a combat boot to the back of his left knee. Dropping to the ground, he struggled to raise himself with his right as his arm was swung backward over his shoulder. Kuniko roared, Don't! His shoulder separated. You screw with me! Raising his arm higher. Eric! Eric screamed as agonizing pain shot across his upper back. You bitch! He said. Kuniko roared into his face. I want you to have courage. I will not tolerate this shit. Sachi stared in grim fascination at what she was witnessing. We need warriors, continued Kuniko. A war is coming. I have seen it. The following morning, Akuma joined her comrades in a simulated field training exercise. Sharif and Eric were providing suppressing fire while Kuniko and Sachi breached the compound's outer barrier. A 20-foot-high wall of reinforced concrete. Its hue was a distinctive red due to its manufacture being native to Mars. It was estimated by Kuniko via her scans to be 10 feet thick. As Sachi primed the charge, Kuniko gave a quick nod. Both swiped their legs out from under one another as they slid opposite the explosive. Sachi shouted, Fire in the hole! Hitting the clapper, the charge detonated. As the concrete and rebar splintered and fragmented, a funnel of dust extended from either side of the wall. Both extended their blades as they took either side of the funnel into the compound's courtyard. Severing the arms and spleen of two hostiles right of Sachi, Kuniko performed a dive onto the chest of her target, ripping it to pieces. Springing her legs out from its center mass, she twirled mid-air onto the next adjacent hostile to her left. The simulated massacre was going exactly as she had planned. Eric and Sarif followed up the close-quarters combat with a grenade bombardment of the compound's barracks, ammo dump, and central fortified bunker. Akuma provided a defense to their flank. It was not revealed to her, but it was pseudo-punishment due to her poor battle performance on Oberon. Her heart pounded as shadows flickered before her. Blackened masses of hydrostatic fluids shimmed ever closer to their position. Akuma exclaimed, Contact! Sarif lifted his right side. Swinging about like the trunk of an elephant, he opened up on the apparition. Akuma dropped herself onto her back, placing her weight as to avoid friendly fire. As the apparitions dissipated, their flank was secure. Once again, Akuma was non-combative. Luckily, it was an exercise and not actual combat. Regardless, it was live fire, and she was very aware of that fact. As Sarif and Eric cleared their respective sectors of hostiles, Akuma felt as though she had come to such a profound realization to the absurdity of the entire meaning of this war, and to the very existence of Hydra. Akuma's mind began to race. I just needed time alone. Not one of us has the power to correct history. Kuniko and Sachi danced as Kaylee at the end of time. Death to the evils of the world, slayers of demons, agents of the destroyer on this plane of existence. Akuma knew in her heart she was nothing compared to them. Their majesty was supreme. Power to the people, Akuma whispered. That's the answer. Revolution. Gleeful expressions of affectionate bloodlust flickered across the faces of Kuniko and Sachi. Although there was none to be spilled, just the imagining of such during a field exercise was enough to arouse their nostrils of its metallic scent and taste. Violins graced their ears as ancient musical tones mixed with synthetic dance beats filled their helmets. Akuma recognized it, for it was ironically amongst her collection as a teenager. She could scarcely believe the absurdity of the sight before her, the dance of warriors before her. As heels ran mid-air onto the chests of their enemy combatants, Kuniko held firm a grip of death onto Sachi's wrists, allowing for her to spin on a 360-degree rotation within the squad, now undulating in torment, as their limbs were severed cleanly from their bodies. Akuma thought of an ancient saying from the Chinese Yi Ching, great is the heavenly and the primal. She was awestruck. The combat hall, Oni team, they were gone. She stood atop a small hill overgrown with knee-high grass along the windswept plains of northern China. Akuma's suits had detected a quantum entanglement. Akuma was in a field of particles smaller than quarks being dejected from the present to the distant past. She could only observe. As for the ancestor of Kuniko, there was more to this than a glimpse into some far-flung history. An extremely rare and unique situation. She could only stand in grim fascination as the world passed her by. Akuma was never trained, let alone made aware of such a thing being possible, or what to do if it ever were to happen. Kuniko was the only individual she could recognize. Her ancestor bore a striking similarity. She came to such a conclusion almost immediately. The noticeable difference was that her hair was long and braided, compared to her current short and wavy. Kuniko's eyes were wild with fearsome bloodlust as the horseman's leadership approached her. A mighty horde converged on them. A pole adorned with 9 strands of yak hair dangled from lacquerware cords. Kuniko, or at least what looked to be her, stood before them, outstretching her blood-stained arms as though an angel spreading her wings. In her right hand she grasped the hilt of a sword. Its decorative pommel was the pearl of wisdom clutched in the grapes of a mighty dragon. Akuma recognized some of the details from school. Kuniko was obviously a Han noble, the last among her men to stand before the might of the great horde. The horsemen were becoming clear as to who they were as well. They were Mongols. Circular formations of horsemen thundered by the thousand as they unleashed their missile shots. Arrows by the thousands filled the pristine Gentile blue sky as fire consumed the grasslands, scorching all in its path. Kuniko, her face covered in blood, tears crept down her cheeks as she struggled to control her involuntary shaking. She dared not show fear to the mighty host before her. Akuma was little more than an observer, for when she attempted to take a step forward, she discovered her body was still, her suit unable to move in any way. Kuniko stood before the host. She was met by a curt head nod by the warlord. She would be spared, for she had proven herself a capable warrior. Kuniko froze. She sought vengeance for her people, and yet she was spared, to live onward into the setting sun as night suddenly fell upon the field. The field moved as though it was fast-forwarding in time. Hours passed as if they were tens of seconds. The scorched field littered with corpses of men and horses was being slowly devoured by carrion birds and insects. The ashen waste of the plain slowly sprouted life anew. Kuniko stood. A road was established as carts carrying provisions alongside Manchu camels strode its paved way. Kuniko still stood firm in her posture of acceptance. Akuma could scarcely believe her eyes. She was witnessing a vision. This was more than just a journey into the ancient past. This was a lesson. Its meaning she knew not, for it was still unclear. For a moment she feared this was to be her fate, lost in time, struggling to catch up with the present obliteration of Earth's surface. As imperial cityscapes were erected, Kuniko stood, her arms shaking. She outpoured her sorrow in a blood-curdling scream. With each new breath taken by her, the scream grew both louder and more severe in its tone. Her vocal cords were straining, her body overtaken by incomprehensible sorrow as she struggled to accept her fate, to live whilst others lay fallen. Akuma was confused by this. As the world moved on by years, centuries even, Kuniko and Akuma were both trapped in their respective moments in time. She could feel it, touch. Hands coerced her, lifted her, and yet she stood still. Perhaps it was the present time struggling to retrieve her, she knew not. Kuniko dropped to her knees, her face planted to her lap as she screamed evermore. As the field burned once more, she could see it, the towering firestorm of a hydrogen bomb implosion all-consuming before her. As Kuniko knelt before its Everest heights, the modern cityscape, which just moments prior was of a more traditional style, time slowed to this moment. The end of the earth, the death of mankind. Kuniko's tears melded with the caked blood on her face. Her tears became, as such, rivers of blood. As hundreds of millions perished in mass sacrifice to the dawn of the end, of the beginning. Akuma blinked. It was over. All over. She lay flat on her back. She never left the training center. Kuniko knelt beside her, on her left side, whilst to her right sat Safiya. Sachi, Eric, and Sharif. Safiya was dressed in full military dress, rifle in hand. Her armor was ornamental rather than practical, for it was as just, pomp and swagger, and not a true warrior was she. "So," said Safiya, "you witnessed an event?" Akuma's head involuntarily began to twitch. Yes, I guess." "Well then, what was it you saw, Akuma?" asked Safiya. "I saw Kuniko. She stood before Mongolian warriors. Time moved on, but we both were unchanged. A burned field became a road, then a city evolving to the great cataclysm." "Did you see it?" asked Safiya. Akuma could only guess what she referred to. "The firestorm. I saw it." Safiya rested her rifle against her right knee. So it is. So it shall be. She began to clap her hands. Forevermore. Secula seculorum. Kuniko gazed into Akuma's visor. 21st century, she said. It's all right. I was there too, Sachi pat Akuma's helmet, when the Scythians raped my family. Akuma was shocked. This was it. Her training was complete. It was more than just combat. It was the awakening within herself. She understood now more than ever. She was aware. Awake. Ascendant. Now, said Sophia, the gates are open. You have blossomed into a warrior of heart. But remember, you are just one head of the Hydra. I am the body. Retrieving her rifle, Sophia arose from the metal chair, striding off into the artificial mist as vents sucked it in, revealing the entirety of the exercise field. Kuniko said, You are true in your words, gripping the left portion of Akuma's helmet, as always. Why would I lie? Asked Akuma. That's not what I mean, said Kuniko. I have ancestry to the Han. Are you not Napanese? Asked Akuma. I am, replied Kuniko. But during the Opium Wars, my ancestors traveled to Kyushu, where we resettled. Akuma smiled. Amazing, shaking her head side to side twice. That was incredible. I don't want to go back, I just... Kuniko interrupted. You don't have to say any more, she said. Kuniko and Sachi assisted Akuma in standing. They all shared a moment of both amusement and clarity with each other. It was something unspoken to gaze back into one's past, and yet it was still a mystery as to just how this happened. What caused this? Asked Akuma. Your suit's internal reactor, it utilizes a quantum field, said Kuniko. It assists us in both low and high gravity environments as well as zero-G. We are not told much about our own equipment, just know it is safe and effective. When I walked into this field of ash, said Akuma, it became a new hour every microsecond. Sachi groaned. Enough. Don't make me start my journey. She is right, said Kuniko. The past is something personal to us all, something the drones, even the enforcers, lack compared to us. And why is that? Asked Akuma. It is the order of things, replied Sachi. They are without such thoughts. Come on, said Kuniko. We have a war to set loose. As Kuniko led her sister Oni out into the field's exit corridor, Akuma knew she had cut it short. There was more at work here. She needed time to process it, and that time was going to be cut short as well, just as Kuniko had just done, for war was indeed looming on the horizon. Just then, a hand leaped onto Eric's right shoulder, then the tip of a combat boot to the back of his left knee. Eric responded only with grunts and animal-like outbursts of howls and groans. If I so much as see you near her, I will not hesitate to break this arm. Kuniko raised Eric higher. This precious arm of yours, nearly dislocating his shoulder. Got it? Yeah, Eric pleaded sheepishly. Good, releasing her grip. Now fuck off. Eric staggered away like a castrated hog back into his pen. Humiliated by his Archon, he would not forget it. At least not for a while, until Kuniko would have to break his arm next time. Chapter 4. The New Era. Digital insurance, biometric identification, alloy fabrication, core mining, and bionics were the primary industries of the Jupiter sector. Due to a flurry of new tax codes passed by the Titan Duma, investors slept a little bit easier now that havens were allowed via their exclusive banking services. Saturn Sector Concordant maintained trade since the ceasefire was signed some 200 years ago. This new prospect of tax dodgers was something the Jupiter sector increasingly grew intolerable. It had been decades since the last economic war was waged between the two. Now once again it seemed another was needed. The lesson of the past was forgotten, or perhaps not, regardless of which neither side would allow such within their own borders by another. Military action was something of a bygone era. Warfare now was nearly entirely mitigated to the realm of economic sanctions, embargoes, or worst-case scenario, a cyber attack via satellite clusters. These dozen or so odd satellites were armed to the teeth with the latest communication systems and luminol vector synthesis. Anything within 50 million kilometers would be affected. They would be deployed in a rather unorthodox manner, typically jettisoned from a garbage hauler en route to the Kuiper Belt. Hauler craft were, if crewed, by just 2 or 3 contractors from the United Mechanic Workers of Sol, a workers' union that was widespread amongst the settlements, one of the few to still be operating given the corporate directorates banning most, purging others. Many would be marked as essentially the fall guy if such a hauler were to be boarded and such a weapon of mass destruction were to be discovered. Such an incident occurred only once during the Europa incident of 2567, during yet another tense negotiation phase between two competing candidates for a haul. The UMWS sent their own section chief for Europa to grease the executives. By greasing, they would be able to come to terms, so to speak. Typically, a few hundred bars of cobalt were all it took to settle the matter, but not this time. The cobalt was replaced with a corrosive carbon monoxide-laced sealant. After 9 seconds of its deployment, the contents would quite literally implode. The fragmentation would be enough to truly settle the matter, especially since they would be absent a few limbs and natural optics for the remainder of negotiation. The octagonal case was noticed by security, but never checked. This cost them more than just a year's salary. Both were castrated via rotary clamping. One of the guards hired a lawyer, of course, protesting the action, but the same lawyer escalated to threatening to represent both clients. According to Jovian law, only one lawyer per client, no exceptions. Because of this, he too was sentenced to be castrated as well. All 3 individuals requested political asylum on Mars until they could have proper justice. This too was rejected, given the fact Mars, various security firms objected outright that a Jupiter sector firm's former employees would even think of coming there. The 3 were handpicked by the Hydra for this operation. Having been duped into a deal under the table, they were to replace the current crew of the same hauler, then set course for the Saturn sector. It was that simple, routine garbage jettisoning operation as an insult to them. No one would suspect such an attack. While en route for Titan, the hauler passed through a radiation barrier, causing severe illness to the 3. Suffering from severe radiation poisoning, they preemptively jettisoned the garbage. The neighboring patrol pickets of the 506th Squadron attached to the 3rd Fleet noticed this, sending a corvette to investigate. Upon arrival, the satellite activated its onboard phase coding, followed up with thermoplastic oxide clouds. This shadow of obfuscation masked its ever-quickening approach towards the moon. The corvette never realized what was happening, even as it literally passed the satellite by less than 4 meters. If the satellite were to have impacted them, it would have triggered a war. Neither side wished for that, let alone dreamt of such. The satellite made it all the way to the Vioquete Reef, a network of minefields and magnetic resonance sensors encasing Titan. Scanned by one of the few million sensors now racing to reveal the object approaching, it was all over. Never again would such a network be so unguarded or so poorly manned. The damage was so extensive the entire network had to be rebuilt from the ground up. Luckily, the mines were unaffected, mostly due to them being proximity activated rather than sensorial. As for the 3 individuals, they were long deceased by the time their hauler was boarded. A rather noticeable circular hole cut into their titanium-plated docking bay allowed for quick entry of the unmanned drone. Remote-controlled by a specialist, seated comfortably away from the danger on Titan. Sipping a glass of Chardonnay whilst he was pleasured by a personal contractor, one he had been a neighbor to for some 15 years now, straddled him whilst he continued his duties. Straddled by an athletic Olympian-esque esoteric of both high stature as well as price, Kale, the drone operating specialist, gripped her hips as she rocked back and forth on his lap. As he covertly swiped his fingers across the keyboard of his terminal, he would pilot the drone, when necessary, of course. A bright red flash, warning indicators rapidly popped up onto his screen. The ruse was up. He was ignoring her. "God damn it, Kale!" raged the escort. "Turn that fucking thing off for once." "I just cut the plate. I can't let the drone sit there. It's being watched by the whole crew. Every time you call me over here, it's, 'Oh, I'm working. I'm doing big boy things.' If this shit is so important, then don't waste my time." Kegling, "I'm done with you," she said, ejecting him, pushing herself off from his lap. "Trisha," pleaded Kale. "Come on." "No, Kale," pulling up her black thong. "I'm done. It's not about the money. All my clients treat me with respect and give me attention. Except you." Kale sat spread-eagle fully flaccid, whilst highly classified information began to pop up on his screen with ever-increasing speed. "I'll see you next Thursday, right?" Shaking her head whilst she zipped up her leather jacket. "Yeah, that was the plan." "So, is that the plan?" Storming out from Kale's apartment. "Christ, you're such a dumb shit." Trisha, slamming the mahogany door behind her. She was gone, but the sweet aroma of her scent remained. "What's her problem?" Turning his head back to the screen, his heart sank. "Contract termination imminent," it read. Cale's jaw hung open. "Fuck me," clicking rapidly. My money." Now short basically his entire checking account since his electric bill was past due by 4 days, and his cybercoins were just spent on his would-be girlfriend for the evening. Cale sat in horror as his involuntary motor reflexes kicked into overdrive. No longer was he conscious of his situational awareness, only the screen and the myriad of threats displayed on it. 2 polychrome-gloved hands outstretched a thin line of carbon fiber behind him. Towering over him like a looming shadow, the hands now gripped either side of the carbon mesh garrote firmly, descending towards the front of his neck. In the fraction of a second, the wire was placed onto his skin. In 2 seconds it cut said skin, severing his trachea, carotid arteries, and lastly, his spinal cord. "Die, die!" A fountain of blood sprayed the immediate area in crimson delight. "Die, die, die!" Stepping away from him. "Now!" Taking a deep sigh of satisfaction at a job well done. "That's better!" Raising her stiletto-heeled right boot, she kicks over both his chair and corpse onto the floor. "Oops!" she smiled. "My bad!" Smirking, she steps away from him, making her way towards the same door she had just moments prior exited. Boot taps reverberated down the rustic-themed hall. Brandishings and ornaments of centuries-old decoration were recreated using images from the data archives. It was a place she had called home for those 15 years. Now this was to be her last hour here. Her life, apartment, everything was over. Ishi had lived this entire facade of existence during her operation to get at the heart of madness. She still had her old documentation embedded into her biometric card. A microbe-sized silicate on her thumb was all she needed to depart without a moment's notice, taking the last shuttle off-world to a confluence point between Neptune and Uranus. By the time the private security had arrived, she was long gone. No evidence was compiled on her, for her very body was false. Her biological matter down to Bible blood brain cells even were all that of another's. Once she would arrive at her debarkation point, her true form would literally emerge. A cocoon of silicate and congealed membrane of her old form would see to her metamorphosis. All she required was a quiet, secluded spot for some 27 hours in order to fully succeed in the process. Otherwise, she would be little more than human jelly to be disposed of. This too was a success. Albeit lacking proper garb to continue onwards, she decided to seduce a subdeck worker. After luring him into a bulkhead, she slammed his head into a steel pipe, splitting his skull open. Luckily, the blood wasn't too noticeable to arouse cause for arrest. Making their way to Vincite Station, home to the Furo Corporation, a semi-neutral point where commercial shipping was maintained and ships were broken to be recycled. 0G scrapyard orbited the station, ready to be collected in bulk at a menace notice. Contact work was abundant, if not for it being a necessity here. No oversight committees existed, so it was fair game to quite literally game the system. Taxes were paid in the form of a tribute to Saturn and Jupiter, as a means to keep either of them from outright annexing the station. As to why both sides had established orbital encampments along either side of the station. At any time, Spec Ops from the 9th Autonomous Corp of Saturn, or the Ganymede-based Guardians, would board the station. The Guardians were of Earth origin, and were among one of the oldest active military units in the system, originating from the United States of America during the early 21st century. Created by order of their president to be the 6th branch of the armed forces at the time, it wasn't taken seriously by many. Over the course of some 40 years, this changed considerably, especially when religious extremist groups began sabotaging various lunar installations. By act of Congress, for the first time in history, a military unit would be deployed to another world. The Guardians began to progressively be off-world, making their headquarters on such much more feasible. By 2201, they would be based primarily on Ganymede. Later, the Japanese, Brazilian, and United Kingdom militaries would combine to establish a more effective fighting force. As for the 9th Autonomous Corps, they were a newer unit, not even a branch. They were private contractors directly hired by members of the Titan Duma. Each paid from private bank accounts held by some of the most senior members of the cabinet, whilst the drones were paid in food and drink. The Ministry of Internal Security has little to no authority other than a name. They only exist for the media and nothing more. Many are still unaware the ministry is defunct now that more effective soldiers are for hire, let alone recruiting. After another day on station, Ishii Kazumi sold her former identity of Trisha Smith to a licensing agency. There she was intercepted by an old acquaintance. Ready to leave the pseudo-Berlin Wall of their time, they parted in good company, switching seats whilst swapping spit on board their commercial orbiter. Kuniko waited, standing at the end of the terminal, holding a small placard. Kasumi scribbled in bold red font, her family name, not her first. Kuniko and Akuma had been standing, waiting for some 90 minutes. Kuniko smiled, eyeing her long-absent comrade. Standing to her right was Akuma. "Hey!" Kuniko waved. "Over here!" Ishii expressed a soft smile to Kuniko, but upon glancing at Akuma, she expressed displeasure. "Hey, girl!" said Ishii as she embraced Kuniko. Pressing her lips against Kuniko's left ear. "Who's that?" whispered Ishii. "Our newest member," replied Kuniko. "She is the fourth remaining of the awakened." Pushing herself off of Kuniko. "I'm so happy to be back." Ishii gazed deep into her eyes. "How does it feel to be your true self again?" asked Kuniko. Ishii quipped, "Great. I hated that bitch Trisha anyway." Akuma for the first time saw a softer, more human side to Kuniko. No longer was she the cold, stern embodiment of war. She was a friend, personable and warm. She began to wonder if they all had their own private side. Even amongst one another, there were different faces shown at certain times at certain occasions. She still barely knew any of them, even after living amongst them for some 2 months now. This was either a rare moment, or Kuniko showed herself true only to Ishii. She knew not for certain, only that this change was sudden. "How'd you like Titan's Habdens?" asked Kuniko. Ishii backhands her wavy hair over her right shoulder. "Loved it!" pinching Kuniko's cheeks. Kuniko grinned as Ishii forcibly released her death grip. "You should try it sometime," said Ishii. The two embraced once more, laughing at the absurdity of the whole affair. Both knew how Kale had perished, Ishii having performed it, and Kuniko being sent regular reports on such. "So what rank are you?" asked Akuma, struggling to achieve noticeability. Ishii pushed Kuniko gently away from herself, locking eyes with Akuma as she glared at her. "I was a stripper for 15 years on Titan," said Ishii. "Every moment of my life struggling to pay rent, let alone pay for groceries. I've lived many lives, none of them mine. This is the real me." Kuniko seemed enthralled by Ishii. They had not been in each other's company for decades. It felt good to have the whole team back again at full strength. "Gangs stake out and romp pound the rest." Ishii used her left thumb to perform a circular slice from her right carotid artery to her left. "You gotta take them out as soon as you get the chance to play." Akuma didn't understand the meaning. The lingo of this era was otherworldly to her. "So you are an infiltrator?" asked Akuma. Ishii smiled. "Yeah," shoving Akuma's left shoulder. "Lighten up, kid." She laughed. Kuniko rested her head against Ishii's chest as though she were a mother. "Let's go. You have been away from us for so long." Ishii glanced down, realizing Kuniko was growing annoyed. "All right, you have a cab for us." "Or what?" asked Ishii. "Yeah," releasing her embrace of Ishii. "We have transport." The two began to walk towards the lobby, a confluence point for terminal activity to varying outlying shuttles. It was becoming next to impossible to leave many stations due to the growing fear of an impending war. No refugees so far, but they would come, and in their tens of thousands. Signs plastered from floor to rafter depicting biohazardous warnings including potential terrorist attacks. Displaying in graphic imagery the hacking of blood, the blistering of skin. A menacing figure, his face covered in a black balaclava, lowered the barrel of his pistol into the back of a man's skull. His arms tied behind his back, the man's eyes closed as he accepted his fate. The caption read, "Deprivation is annihilation." It was from the Saturnine Authority on Societal Health, a department dedicated exclusively to terrorizing its own citizens. Kuniko and Ishii gave no attention to the horrific propaganda all about them, or to the teeming masses yearning to be free. Another read. "My nemesis is a mountain depicting a small child being heel-stomped into the pavement." The three-dimensional holographic effect of the posters was very disturbing to Akuma. "I'm in a world I don't belong to," thought Akuma. "I don't want to be alone here." A hand gently covered Kuniko's eyes, shielding them from the sacred images of diabolic design. Ishi herself closed her eyes as they passed pressed-ganged squads of jackbooted thugs corralling the innocent. Akuma began to realize she was once again not of comfort, nor was she of words of encouragement. She was ignored, just as Sophia had warned. She had to accept this new world or perish. She had to earn the affections of others. It was not given willfully without cause or price. Eclipse Neptune twilight as shuttles dispatched for immediate departure. Jupiter and Saturnine combat squadrons could be seen from the reinforced viewing glass. They began to take up positions as close to banking terminals as possible of their opposing side. That way, if there were to be a ship's reactor going critical, the ensuing implosion would cripple the financial circuits of the cyber exchanges. It would harm the local economy, nothing more. So too would such mild cruelty be as subtle as bashing one's head in with a pipe. Arriving at the shuttle port for Ganymede Kuniko, her eyes still shielded, she raised her left hand, displaying her credentials as a VIP. The guard simply nodded his bald head whilst fist-raising his spiked knuckles, gripping tight his railgun. Akuma ran to keep up with them as the army of the desperate grew enraged by only 3 being allowed an entire shuttle fit for 500 all to themselves. Brute force was met only by whimpers and vomit of their hapless many. On the shuttle, pink suede gave way to comforting champagne as glasses were presented via voluptuous first-class attendants. Kuniko sat beside Ishi, hand held as they gazed out the viewport, their eyes graced by home, the majestic gargantuan of Jupiter. Akuma had dozed off by the time the sight was even a glimpse, exhausted due to the rushed trip to Neptune in the first place, let alone the combat mission she desperately survived. More were planned, and many more were luckily carried out by other teams from the JSC task forces. The Oni team was but for the most extreme of situations, and such had taken its toll on them already. Akuma could only imagine the unspeakable horrors Kuniko and Ishie must have experienced in their decades of service. Steak tartare served with a side asparagus greeted her as she awoke from her nap. She could scarcely believe the eloquent beauty of the plate, let alone the food. Glancing right, she saw her 2 comrades had already finished their meals. Both paid no attention to Akuma as they were admiring the sunrise along the curvature of Ganymede. In a moment of unguarded laxity, she began to cry. For all the horrors she struggled with, her entire family, everyone and everything she had ever known, all dead. The Earth was but a cool, rocky world with vast ocean coverage. A team of battle-hardened, physically enhanced bionic killers were her only interaction with human beings, besides the Institute staff, of course, of which avoided them all out of fear. A tribe she did not call her own, an era of war enveloping all before them. It appeared to her that a new end was approaching, and it would not only be Earth as a footnote, everywhere would become as such, a memory. As the shuttle docked with the spaceport of Sullivan's Reach, the scene was very calm if not jovial compared to Neptune. Kuniko and Ishii strode out from the shuttle onto the terminal hand in hand. Met by tabloid journalists and conspiracy-mongering lower class, the royal blue uniforms met the unwashed drones with clubs and boots. The ebony low-cut ballistic helmets reminded her of the Japanese army so long ago. Their brutality shocked and horrified her. It was, although more stylized here, there was seemingly no difference in behavior. The people of this time were divided into a caste system, not admitted outright. It was nonetheless difficult not to acknowledge the obvious. The workers were fed copious amounts of trash food to keep them weak, while the brain interface provided memory sweets to trick them into living a false reality. Instead of being a janitor, one could simply go to Earth, living curated lives of minivans and square grassy yards, maybe a tree or two to spice things up. A wife and or husband who was themselves a figment within one's own mind would act as such for the duration of your simulated lie. Above the wonders were the enforcer class. Stemming directly from those who fought during the 21st century wars, these individuals were kept as such, warriors who live forever ready. Both sides practiced some version of this curtailed stock bred for service. Above them were the mercantile class. These were the corporate staff, the business execs, the wombs of the privileged. Last were the priest class. They were but glimpses seen via advertisements for advisors and consultants. She knew all too well there was another level above them, a small sect of elitists. Perhaps it was only one and not many. She knew it, only that the government wasn't truly in control. The same could be said for Saturn, their government, although opposing, was strangely similar, composed, and formed almost identically. Both were corporatist technocratic states. Both had a diet as a governing body, and both were societally structured in a caste system. A war was indeed fast approaching. One could even say both sides were warring with themselves more than each other. Smiling women dressed in black shawls draped over their hexagonal-patterned synthetic mesh bodysuits. Interlocking sleeves fashioned with sigils of some esoteric meaning graced past. Akuma locked eyes with the central figure amongst them, her jet-black hair flowing and long. All three were of similar attire to one another, except her, the central figure. Fire was in her eyes. For but a moment it seemed the whole world stood still. The painful screams of the abused, the breaking of electronic devices, the low hum of the ventilation, all had ceased now. As the three strode past Akuma, the central figure smiled back. Her white teeth and glossed lips were beneath the droop of her metallic hood. She replied with a half-cocked smile. It was rushed, barely noticeable by the time the trio entered the adjacent terminal. Glancing right, Akuma realized Kuniko and Ishii were at the end of the exit. An arched spire above the crossway glimmered in the sunrise of the thin artificial atmosphere. Realizing they were not back at the Institute, she thought perhaps she could delve more into the civilization which now dominated so many millions. Levitating platforms carrying cargo pods came and went by the hundred, as gigantic beams of light zigzagged below by hundreds of feet. It was a confusing and alien place teeming with blank-faced people. There was little to no individuality here on Ganymede. Nearly everyone was dressed in the same black utilitarian jumpsuit. 2 breast pockets, front zipper, short-sleeved. Their trousers were 2 side pockets and zipper. Their shoes were similar to gym shoes. They were slip-on and not Velcro or string-tied. Everything the people wore seemed to be as simple as possible to make and wear. Only the enforcers stood out amongst the black-clad drones in their royal blue Kevlar. Swirling disc-like machines whizzed above their head in invisible aisles of bizarre configuration. Some were horizontal, whilst they would merge into crisscrossed sections overlapping with roundabouts. What purpose they served was anyone's guess. By mere observation was inconclusive. Technological marvels of engineering kept the teeming masses alive, clothed, fed, and hydrated without hindrance. The three exited opposite the crosswalk from the spaceport's entrance. Entering what looked to be bone marrow, the architecture was incomprehensible compared to the more practical of the spaceport. Those entering here were of the higher classes. People sat cross-legged in membranes of fluid simulating zero-G, whilst they dined on locally grown fauna imported from Earth all those centuries ago. Echoes of hallelujah could be heard from the marrow-looking arches and crossways. Following the serpent-like serpentine corridors of the Marrow Mall, Akuma could barely contain her awe at such a perplexing sight of architectural marvel. Entering an empty zero-G bubble, Kuniko and Ishii levitate into its upper right quadrant bordering the edge of the marrow curve. Akuma did the same, albeit she was lower sat compared to them. Served via biomechanical tendrils, synthetic protein-printed dishes crafted by on-site AI made for an unusual palate. Salmon fillets served with grey poupon and lemon custard. Mango sauce drizzled over Akuma's grilled chicken breast as they made chit-chat and reminiscent over things not pertaining to the here and now. Stories concerning past missions and sexual innuendo of past ex-lovers bored Akuma without remorse. She knew she could not just get up and leave, both literally due to the zero-G, and because she was completely ignorant of just where and how to go about it. She was to mimic Kuniko and Ishii. Patient, she had to become in order to go home, if one could even call it such a thing. After all, it was all she had, the only thing she had. After an hour's dinner, she mirrored their actions out into an adjacent turntable-like room where they entered an unmanned shuttle. From there, they were taken to a security station, taxied back to the Institute of Science. Kuniko and Ishii spent hours more enjoying each other's company. Akuma dropped like a sack of bricks onto her bed, exhausted by the entire experience of this alien era, dreaming of solitude, of her past joys, and to the future she saw fit to create in her own image. Awakening, Akuma was startled to see Sophia standing over her, staring at her for what may have been minutes or hours. "So, are you awake?" asked Sophia. Akuma said, "Why are you constantly," opening her eyes, "sneaking into my room?" "My dear," smacking Akuma across the mouth, "I never sneak." Akuma sat up, her back against the headboard. Sophia snaked her hands behind herself. "Do you know Master Lorenzo of Titan?" asked Sophia. Akuma replied, "No," shaking her head. "Who's that?" "He is a revolutionary, some say," said Sophia. "Others claim he is a dubious character of few mental faculties." "And why is this person important to you or me?" asked Akuma. Sophia said, "Because," turning away, "he is of such lordly caliber to meet such an esteemed awakened as you." Akuma said, "What are you getting at?" leaning forward. "Let me put it this way. Lorenzo is of old blood. His family were some of the first to settle Titan after the great cataclysm of Earth. But this war may see to it that his knowledge be utilized by any faction who allows it." "So we can utilize him?" asked Akuma. "Potentially," replied Sophia. "That is assuming we are even able to reach Titan before either our side or theirs uses a world-ending weapon such as a gamma-ray bomb or some satellite-based EMP. If we make it that far, I will see to it that the Archon reaches him," said Akuma. "No," said Sophia. "Kuniko is to be left out of this matter." "Why is that?" asked Akuma. "She is no longer trusted," replied Sophia, "unlike you and Eric." Akuma could scarcely believe what she was being told. She was essentially being set up. Kuniko was the longest-serving member of the team. Now she was to be kept in the dark about potentially going behind enemy lines to establish a fifth column with the mysterious Lorenzo. She was growing tired of being played with, kept in the dark. The closest thing she had to the truth was from Kuniko herself, not Sophia. "Fine," said Akuma. "I will find Lorenzo when able to do so." "Good," replied Sophia. "I knew you would see it my way." Sophia exited her room, but her presence was oddly still felt, as though her body was absent but her spirit remained. Akuma glanced right, eyeing her clock. It was 0400 hours. She had just minutes to make ready for the day's training and possible rapid deployment. The war was being fought across multiple fronts. Total war was inevitable, and soon, she feared, another cataclysm would strike humanity, just this time not a single world, but all in which humanity had settled since those dark days. Chapter 5. Liquid Pain. The Strategic Containment Operational Management Strike Force was deployed to counter the hunting parties of Jupiter. Pickets opened up with vertically mounted interceptors, followed up with 24 dampening rockets. ECM suites and active denial measures hit them hard. Commodore Rosario leveled himself in his seat, adjusting his G-force harness. "Gunnery team, do you read?" asked Rosario. "Loud and clear, sir," replied Gunnery Sergeant Westmore. "How much can you give me?" The gunny smiled. "I got so much ammunition I don't know where to start," he said. Rosario grinned, realizing they had them. "Let him have it," he said. "Aye, aye," replied Westmore. Gunnery Sergeant Valentino Westmore had waited for this day damn near his entire military career. Having served aboard 2 frigates and 1 strike cruiser, he called the Markov his home. 20 years of training, drills, prep, but never real combat. His team looked on eagerly, awaiting his word. With a quick left-hand flip, he extended 3 fingers. "Aye!" loading the barrels of the railguns. "Load up!" Slabs of tungsten steel would meet Ganymede chrome head-on. Laser cut in perpendicular patterns, the railgun's onboard AI would lower a diamond-edged cutter. With precise cuts, the slab would be cut, slotted, then inserted down the barrel for exact impact effectiveness. If it was heavy armor, small needlepoint shards. If it was light armor, simple, the entire slab, or at least half of it. All the crew had to do was keep loading rounds till the enemy was obliterated. The only problem in this practice is you would simply run out of them, but this wasn't the case. The Markov had just finished a resupply rendezvous near Neptune. They were locked and loaded. "Shoot! Shoot!" shouted the spotter. A loud bang immediately followed by a massive reverberating chime. The next round was being prepped as soon as the shot was out. "Impact!" gargled the comm. "Yeah!" shouted a private. "Fucking get some!" 4 more shots out. The enemy dodged the next 3 shots. The second to last shot was a direct hit, full penetration. Hull breached. It was quickly sealed shut using a foam solvent. A temporary fix, and provided no protection, except keeping the O2 in. JSC Tycho was disabled by a hit to her reactor's coolant bay. They abandoned ship. The Markov's primary target, the JSC Youngstown, an IO-class frigate armed with 2 ventral-mounted missile pods and 3 bays worth of hunter drones. If she came in close by 50 kilometers, she could deploy the drones, swarming over the Markov like a massive pain, each armed with a high explosive core. Even one of them could penetrate their hull. The only counter was EMP, which would be suicidal due to their close proximity to their friendly ships. The SCOM strike force comprised only 3 vessels compared to the JSC squadron of 4 destroyers, and 1 frigate were evenly matched. By comparison, the JSC had always lacked adequate firepower compared to their Artemis predecessors. Times had changed since the first tentative steps were taken into the void combat and zero-G engineering of fighting in such an inhospitable and difficult environment or lack thereof. So too had the days of UAVs and their limited functionality compared to the highly specialized and sophisticated descendants of the Global Hawk and the Predator. Such hunter-killer drones would be laughable compared to this era. Just one JSC hunter-killer Prometheus drone could destroy an entire squadron with a cobalt warhead. Across the visible light spectrum, varying obfuscation techniques were utilized. It was becoming increasingly common for each vessel to simply look out the window or use a telescope to spot their enemies rather than electronic means. Most ships were, frankly, completely stealth due to such advancements. Due to their small size, many were crewed by only 10 or 20 cosmonauts. Most of the ship was automated or required highly sophisticated and trained personnel in order to operate them. That too was becoming a nuisance due to a variety of factors. With the port view as the Cyclopean passageway under the ship's stern, it was the worst place to be. Everyone wanted that taken out no matter the cost. The Markov detected 90 incoming missiles of varying types. Some were armor-piercing, whilst others were what appeared to be dummies. But such could also have a nuclear device. Thousands of lasers shot sporadically whilst superheated gases were ejected from housing ports along with the Markov's port and starboard side. Creating an electrically charged, superheated cloud around itself, it was hardly a defense for what was coming. Even as the enemy ships were torn apart or damaged beyond repair, their entire strike force was now just mere minutes from death. Commodore Rosario sent word back to Titan. "We are in the zone of Hydex 9, he said. "Enemy squadron eliminated, massive retaliation, all hands lost." In a moment of realization, the gunnery team sat back, waiting for the end to reach them. "Hey, Serge?" asked Private Coop. He sighed. "Yeah," gazing at a picture of his wife. "What is it?" "Who'd you want to fuck?" asked Coop. "Name anyone." He smiled. The others chuckled, thinking of the dozens of people they either had fantasized of or had been with. "I'd fuck your mother, Coop," said Westmore, laughing in locker room banter whilst attempting to get their minds off the inevitable. The spotter had begun to slam his veins with methamphetamine long before the first warhead detonated directly where he sat. Stuck in a darkened teardrop-shaped cylinder of boiling ions and metallic hydrogen, bubbles of flesh evaporated whilst their neutrons and ions separated. An instantaneous death, albeit not exactly a glorious one. They had fought hard nonetheless. Slamming beats of metallic chime and raucous voices of synthesized computer generations confused the interplanetary lines of communication, while few still remained open. By the time the Commodore's message was received, it was so distorted none could discern what it was, let alone what was even said. "The hell am I supposed to do with this?" said Warrant Officer Tika. Listening to his classical music, it was labeled Double G. "Turn that old folk shit off," snapped his commanding officer, Technical Sergeant Voroslov. He smirked. "What?" kicking his feet up onto the adjoining desk. "I'm old, I guess." "Keep your head open. You keep listening to that shit, you'll forget what's going on." "What?" asked Coop. "You gonna piss in my drink?" "Maybe." He looked back to his monitor. "Wait a second. Maybe this was a message?" "Who cares anyway? We've been getting these things all morning long." "Well, what if there actually is a message? If these aren't just distortions or some electro-bull, then we could be looking at a huge gap in our defenses here. Not as big a gap as your fucking teeth." "That's it," ragged Voroslov. "You bust my balls all goddamn day." "Suka, all you do, man, I swear. Why not just sit back and kick it, my guy?" "Kick it? That's what's gonna happen to us if we don't perform our duty." Tika rolled his eyes, inserting his earbuds once more. "Whatever, look. Just do your thing, man. You don't need me anyway." This would prove to be a fatal flaw in both designs of a system meant for first-line defense and a duo of malcontent incompetence running what amounts to a signal corps. As the cries turned to whispers, the void became a vast and lonely place, once again. Due to such failure by the Saturnine forces, the Jupiter sector was able to slip hunters to clip the wings of their much-needed mining haulers and scrap collectors. The Oni team was sent once more into the fray, to do God's work, and instill in the hearts of their enemies fear evermore. Ebony-colored strips ran perpendicular across their thighs and inner biceps. This material was made of nylon, whilst the surrounding mesh was Kevlar and Lycra. The shoulders, knees, and elbows were padded with a composite material consisting of carbon fiber tactiles in a hexagonal pattern down to the millimeter. Cut vertically, they were coated in an aluminum pigment capable of resisting temperatures as high as 750 degrees Celsius. The posterior of the suit was dotted in bit-sized prongs housing a matrix of ECM and optical obfuscation equipment. To the eye of a lens, they were seemingly invisible, specifically infrared, ultraviolet, and electrostatic. If the drone simply switched sight to non-infrared, they would be spotted. However, due to atmospheric conditions on the various moons throughout Sol, there was ample opportunity to take advantage of such conditions. The helmets were digitally mounted, able to use night vision, infrared, and microwave sights. Right coaxial mounted microphones allowed for ease of communication. Situational awareness programs built into the overhead lens made for near-total and instantaneous targeting of potential hostiles. A virtual reality distributed aperture system uses over 8 electro-optical sensors, allowing for the wearer to have a 360 degrees perception of their surroundings. The raised sickle of the moon of Enceladus struck one's gaze with profound wonder. Saturn's rings embracing the rocky moon behind itself. It was an illusion of perception, but nonetheless, a beautiful wonder to behold. Confluent streams of refugee shuttles passed by their military cavalcade entering orbit. Another 19 kill-capture operations had concluded successfully by the Ionian-based Sapphire Berets. All kills, no captures for them. This was mostly due to the fact their targets would simply hit the clapper, detonating their waist-strapped plastic explosives. Rhythmic drum taps harkening back to the Napoleonic Wars echoed through the abandoned ruined husks of hab blocks and security stations, whilst carrion birds of silicate predator hunted their fleshy prey. Unceasing vengeance and brutal hostility, no quarter was given, even though the media claimed it was a humanitarian mission. Refugees streamed in by the thousands seeking shelter and aid from the impending murder swarms. Eternal misery whilst blissful ecstasy filled the minds and veins of the drone workers. Amphetamines and endorphin stimulants were injected whilst dining on a plate of steamed carrots and broccoli. Kuniko, along with the others, knew their place, let alone purpose, was to defend the status quo. But such sentiments were fading long before this conflict. Akuma knew all too well what the truth was, and she alone could fix it. That was her arrogant pride before the fall. Knowing not so much of this era, yet still, she was certain she was unique in that sense. Anything couldn't have been farther from the truth. Nestled within the confines of the Chimera, her face was graced by a slimmer of light from the cockpit. She smiled with a glad heart, its warmth giving her some semblance of home. This was no place for frailty or naivety. This was war. Nothing further from hell made manifest as such an arcane human pastime. Closer the horizon grew to the vexing gaze of the rocky surface of Minas. Enceladus became little more than a monolith of wonder compared to the godlike majesty of Saturn. She could scarcely believe they had come this far, for their original orders were to be sent to Iapetus. The others lay still whilst Akuma strode past their cocoons. Crossing the threshold of the cockpit, a voice said, "Oni Member 6, welcome." Akuma's eyes from left to right. Who are you?" she asked. "I am Picture Perfect, the onboard guide for the Chimera." "Okay. Are you an AI?" "Yes. As a matter of fact, I am fully incorporated into a biological mass." "What?" Akuma could not fathom such an absurdity as were most things in this era. "I have a human brain which acts as my housing unit." "Oh, that's different." "Very," replied the Chimera in a high-pitched voice. "I was so used to being in silicate. It feels so good being within warm flesh." Akuma shook her head. "How did we get here?" Taking a seat where the pilot would be if one was ever needed. Chimera said in a high-pitched yelp, "You walked in, silly." "Keep it down," said Akuma. "Don't wake them." "Don't worry, they're sleeping so deeply." So how did we get this far in Saturnine-controlled space? Well, supposedly their defenses are either being ignored or are non-existent. So we just changed course while en route. Simple, really. Akuma was perplexed by such. Who gave the order for course correction? She asked. Why, the Archon did it, replied Chimera. As a matter of fact, she has been planning nearly every mission so far, even the most mundane ones like yesterday's when we pulverized that hab station. Akuma gasped. What? Kuniko said it was a base. No, it was a habitation center for organic life, specifically Saturnine scum, said Chimera. Akuma could scarcely believe that she had been lied to. We killed innocent people? She asked. They aren't innocent, said Chimera. You see, these humans provide needed labor, so we just took away such manpower for them to use. Get it? Akuma planted her hands against the visor of her suite. This is so fucked. What's wrong? Asked Chimera. Are you tired? Akuma whispered. No, I'm angry, so goddamn angry. Perhaps a modicum of scarcity in your emotions, replied Chimera. Akuma gritted her teeth. Shut up, she said. Shut the fuck up. Oh, silly, go back to bedtime, said Chimera. Don't talk to me like I'm an idiot, replied Akuma. No, silly, you being just that silly, said Chimera. Akuma stormed out from the cockpit. This has to stop, she said. We're waging a genocide. Returning to her cocoon, Chimera's brain case glowed a purple hue. Wrong, said Chimera. Akuma's head snapped forwards. How would you know? We live separately from everyone else. Red-lit eyes greeted her. It was Eric. He had been listening in. They are not us. We must put an end to them, said Eric. Perhaps, replied Akuma. But this is a detail. Remember, Akuma, the devil is in said details, said Eric. The two stared at each other whilst the Chimera gently descended to their landing zone. Murder, killing, what's the difference? Said Eric. If I kill someone, it's murder. But if I serve my homeland and kill others, I am defending my people. You sound like a fascist, Eric, said Akuma. We had leadership prior to your capitulation back on Earth, said Eric. We fought Eurasia, and in the end we won. Caring not who or what may hear her, we were struck by nuclear weapons, she said. You idiot. Eric stared at her. But we won, he said. How the fuck were we supposed to fight back when you were to be our defenders? Said Akuma. Eric grinned. America, he said. We were the world. The shining city on the hill, and don't you ever forget that. I know about what you tried to do to Sachi, said Akuma. You're a filthy bastard and a predator. Eric leaned forwards. Exactly. His gaze locked with Akuma's. I take what I want. I rule how I see fit. A razor's edge slid instantly under his neck. Shut your fucking mouth. Akuma turned her gaze right. Lord, forgive? It was Kuniko, her hilt gleaming in the sun's rays through the cockpit window. You deserve whatever comes to you, said Kuniko. I'm possessed by my sacrifice of old. We are becoming more of a wolf pack than a team. Standing beside Kuniko was Sachi to her right and Ishi to her left. They had been listening this whole time. Bitch, snapped Eric. Why are you always butting in? Kuniko scowled. Because, pressing the blade against his neck, you've changed, gazing up into her crimson visor. How so? He snapped. You are a predator, Eric. Sachi was like a sister to you. We were family, said Kuniko. Now I don't know what we are. If you slip up one more time, I will see to it that you end. Kuniko retracted her bicep blade. Just watch what you say, she said. Spinning on her heel, Kuniko made ready to deploy. Eric, said Kuniko, keep your head on the swivel or I'll take it. The Chimera touched down. Gravity was non-existent here compared to Iapetus. As they descended from the Chimera, they were greeted by suppressive kinetic fire. The Chimera deployed its drone hunters to counter the enemy fire. 9 machine gun positions firing high-charged electromagnetic bullets. Grenade launchers pummeled the LZ as Oni dashed for hard cover. Eric and Sarif selected their target with extreme prejudice as Sachi and Ishi executed over a dozen electronic attacks, including killware on the enemy AIs. After 2 minutes of unceasing torrents of projectiles and explosive salvos, the enemy showed their hand. The Chimera and its swarms cut the power, cook out 5 positions, and began orbiting at a 120-degree tilt, providing both close air support and overwatch. Akuma and Kuniko, blades drawn and ready, made a mad dash for the airlock now blown open by Eric. Rushing in, they butchered a squad of Saturnine. Now that the airlock was secure, the rest of the Oni team entered the base. With no inclination as to their objectives or reason for coming, they followed Kuniko's lead, taking them on a murderous rampage lasting for the next 20 minutes before entering the mag tube below the base surface structure. Once standing within the gelled fabric of the mag tube, they were shot hundreds of miles deep into Mimas. A gigantic array of cybernetic constructs and incomprehensible architecture greeted them. Mimas was nothing more than a shell housing a prize within. Like a clam containing a precious pearl within, so too did Mimas contain a valuable catch: information. Exiting the mag tube, Oni stepped out from the gelled fabric beneath them. Surrounded by holographic faces and AI constructs, Kuniko behaved as though she had been here before. All too familiar with the surroundings alien to even the others, it was no surprise Akuma was taken by the majesty of this place. As the faces confluence around Kuniko, Sachi and Ishii were tempted to counter, staying their hands, not out of fear, but of respect for their Archon. Veins of synthetic fiber extended out from tendrilled arms caressing Kuniko within their tight grip. She appeared as though she were in communion with the AIs of this world. Within a fourth-dimensional sphere, Kuniko intertwined her conscience with that of the myriad of artificial intelligence coexisting within this unseen realm. "It is done," said Kuniko, her words audible from the machine itself. The others gazed up in grim fascination. "I know the answer. We are to make for Dione," said Kuniko. "From there we shall assault. I have already sent Chimera the information. He is set free upon the world." Descending from the tendrils, they released her upon her heels, meeting the floor plate. Sachi, stepping closer towards Kuniko, raised her visor. "What the hell was that?" asked Sachi. "Only one of us can die together," replied Kuniko. "But none can live forever. Our time draws near to its inevitable conclusion. A gamma-ray bomb is being readied by Saturn." "What is that?" asked Akuma. "It's exactly as it sounds," said Kuniko. "If a gamma-ray were to be used, it would set humanity back millennia. We cannot allow that to happen." Reigning supreme over the machine world of Mimas, they returned silently to the surface, exfiltrating just as quickly as they had arrived, in total secrecy. The war was far from over. It had only just begun, and subsequent follow-ups would be required for either side to achieve any semblance of victory due to lack of strategic location or resources being acquired by either. It was not known to any amongst them beside Kuniko who the true masters of this covert world of machine and conscience was. One of the great temples for sure, but which one only she knew for certain, for one of Hydra's techs was among their ranks, and she kept a very close watch on Akuma. Chapter 6. Destiny Beset. As the Chimera skimmed the thin atmosphere of Dione, Kuniko led the Oni team to be ready for close-quarters combat. Greasing their wrist blades in zinc electrochromic to keep the steel from deteriorating, among other minute preparations. Combat data and communications back to Hydra at the Institute of Science and Technology was severed by Ishii. Eric and Seraph calibrated their kinetic dart guns and electrostatic catapults, heavy kinetic all the way to the target location, no matter the cost. Kuniko claimed the AIs had gone rogue, resulting in them essentially needing human hands to aid them in the physical work of restoring peace. The others were of course skeptical of this bizarre, outlandish claim, but given what they had just witnessed just an hour prior, they were playing along given the evidence of such AI aiding them, or at least informing Kuniko. As the rings of Saturn arched behind Dione, the majestic view gave way to the gray rocky surface. Ishii smiled, delighted by the view. Eric grew impatient with the trivial missions as of late. Kill captures had become routine, but now they had gone dark, taking matters into their own hands. This was not the course he had wished for, let alone had awoken to become. Kuniko, as Archon, exercised considerable sway and power over their team. Not just as Den Mother, veteran, warlord, but as the only one knowing exactly when and where to strike, now left him believing more conspiracy than fact to her sudden turn away from the Institute's aims and ambitions for them all. As philosophers of old dictated to the masses in their mud huts along the Euphrates so long ago, the prison camps of Egypt, the torture chambers of Central Asia, such things were but fables by now. Kuniko was no more a pawn in this great game than the rest of them. Only she acknowledged such outwardly compared to Akuma. She was withdrawn as of late. Standing halfway between the Chimera's cockpit and the seating aisle, she communed with the onboard AI, reflecting her thoughts and emotions onto its own. Something passed on to both Ishii and Kuniko, who took notice of her delusions of grandeur. Sachi, meanwhile, was preoccupied with her wrist blades. She longed for a return to home, to her warm bed, and to her trophy room. They had all accepted that home was the Institute. It was no longer theirs to be had, not as long as this war continued, and as long as Sophia reigned supreme over Hydra. She was, of course, a target in Kuniko's plan of supple revenge upon the Jupiter sector. Saturn was either a useful pawn to be used or cast aside. She did concede, however, to Akuma's thoughts of using them, but she knew the young woman with no political and little combat experience would find it difficult liberating Titan. Unless, of course, by some fluke the populace agreed to play along. Such things were not out of the realm of possibility, of course. Gliding down to a rocky ridgeline dotted with launch hangars crowned by microwave antennas and a single noticeable control tower center top, they were painted. "What?" screamed Ishii. "Take evasive action now," ordered Kuniko. "Don't tell me how to live," replied Chimera in a nonchalant tone. "Hold on." "This is it, now or never," said Ishii. Remote-controlled turrets dazzled the ridgeline with muzzle flashes as high-explosive shells shot by the 1,000 raced at sonic speed towards the Chimera. Gunports concealed within the rock by mechanically tracked sheaths of reinforced concrete gave the base the appearance of a pot-marked boulder. Its surface had been peppered by meteorite impacts over millions of years, only aided in its camouflage. As the Chimera carried out its usual duties of evade and maneuver, it had never fully been tested against such numerous guns trained on it all at once, let alone the hypersonic missiles now launching from atop the base. "Archon," said Chimera, "I will land us as close as possible. They want you, not me. Nothing personal." Kuniko rolled her eyes. "Do what you must." "Absolutely," replied Chimera. "These lies," whispered Sachi, "knowing what we've suffered through." Ishii placed her right hand atop Sachi's left shoulder. "All the pain in your eyes. I know it has been years since last I saw you, but you are truly scared." "We reap what we sow," replied Sachi. "I just accept pain for what it's worth." Chimera hit the afterburner. Accelerating at hypersonic speeds, it danced with death, deploying countermeasures at knife fight range. Delicate action-to-action tete-a-tete, broadcasting its intent far and wide. "This is November 3628 Squawk on ident 554179er, said the Aerospace Control Center of the base. "Roger, November 3628, replied Chimera. "This is Hydra 323 on ident. Intent to land at designated LZ, transmitting location. How copy?" "Solid copy, Hydra 323. You are aware that you have entered Bravo airspace. How copy?" "This is Hydra 323. Frequency regard. We are a military armed aircraft. We are requesting to enter closed airspace." "This is 3628, roger that. Stand by." "You've got to be fucking kidding me," said Kuniko. "We'll be dead by then." "Cheer up," said Chimera. "It's just a bit of fun, Archon." The AI's pippy, childish attitude was starting to aggravate Kuniko to the breaking point. But she was right. They had neither the time to dance with death, nor to play games with ceremonial requests for combat. "What are we doing?" asked Akuma. "I want us to land so we can infiltrate the base, unlike Chimera," kicking the brain case with her right boot. "Who wants to fuck around with the control tower as we wait to die?" Chimera's brain case suddenly turned to face her. Now, Archon, you should always remember passengers must keep their hands and feet inside at all times." Kuniko growled. "Are you threatening me?" "No," reversed the brain case. "I'm just fucking with you, as you say." The absurdity of the situation, compounded with the fact death could arrive, suddenly struck Akuma to her core. The G-forces were a non-issue due to the counter-gravitational shielding of the Chimera. It was the missiles that concerned her. Although she hated her new existence in this strange time in which she had awoken, this was her life. There was no going back. No matter how much she yearned for Earth, it was a distant memory, for now. Chimera yipped. "Archon!" "Report?" asked Kuniko. Chimera replied, "Permission granted. Enemy fire ceased. I'm making our approach now. That was quick, said Kuniko. We are landing now. Brace yourselves, said Chimera. They are dispatching a concurrent force to meet us. What is that supposed to mean? Snapped Kuniko. You know, I forgot to ask, quipped Chimera, stomping away from the brain case. Tin can piece of shit, she said. Dismount. Oni ejected from Chimera, forming up in a 2x2 cover formation, the 6 egress from the landing zone, taking up defensive positions along the periphery of the crater. Kuniko? Said Sachi. What is it? Replied Kuniko. I think a concurrent force is either one of two things, said Sachi. Go on, said Kuniko. Either they are a combined force, said Sachi, a concurrent force, acting in tandem with other units in order to achieve a singular vanguard against us. Or, asked Kuniko, or they are a modular unit of some kind, replied Sachi. Perhaps an experimental formation. What that would consist of, I have no idea. That's all I got. Better than nothing, said Kuniko. Akuma, along with Ishii, took the northwest sector, while Eric and Sarif the northeast. A triangular formation, they resemble an inverted wedge. Instead of outward projection, they were inward defense, something unorthodox given the tactical situation. I'm not detecting any movement on sonar, said Ishii. Seismic, nothing at all. If they are converging on us, it must be so, said Kuniko. They ceased fire on us at least. Would be a perfect time to take us out in one fell swoop, and yet we wait. Towering vestiges of smoldering heat appeared suddenly in their visors' optics. 10-meter-high funnels registering at over 200 degrees Fahrenheit roared toward them. Dust clouds swirled, forming tornadoes of bone, pulverizing rock and skin-flaying dust. Ishii exclaimed, Saturnine! No, this is something else, said Kuniko. Within the walls of dust, specters lumbered towards them, masked by built-in heat absorbers and pheromone nullifiers. Even their vibration, the distorting effects of this bizarre phenomenon masked both heartbeat and footstep. Know your place, men, said Kuniko. They come for us. Be ready to unleash hell and fury. There, within the central dust funnel of Gorgon, inflamed eyes of Medusa stare, the specters strode towards the edge of their kill zone, established immediately upon exiting the Chimera. Such was standard operating procedure, to establish a 75-meter kill zone. The specters were now well within range. Close-quarters combat in the open field was something of legend. Not since Ole Earth had there been melee in a field of battle. Kuniko ordered, Go loud! Deploying her wrist blades. Get some! Eric and Sarif shot neurotoxin-tipped kinetic darts into the funnels as they ejected their respective magazines for tungsten darts. Their shoulder-mounted crossbows shot high explosive black siren warheads, each with a kill radius of 100 meters around the impact point. Akuma, with Ishii, maintained a defensive posture as Kuniko and Sachi descended into the central funnel in a divine wind of tsunami wave-crashing carnage. Metallic fragments mixed with rock and muscle tissue towered up from the base of the funnels, indicating the funnels were not as tumultuous as their exterior. They are a vehicle by which to approach unscathed and undetected until finally striking. Like the Trojan horse of legend, these funnels were of similar use, only not to entice their foe, but to make them quake in dread as they approached. Kuniko danced with Sachi as they had so many times before. Acrobatic melee mixed with Dark Angel Mighty Tiger's fanged, jaw-snapping, bone-shattering ferocity. Eyes extracted in low gravity as metallic wings of mantis slew their male counterparts in ever-increasing berserk. Raven-haired maidens of Ganymede claimed the souls of Saturnine as they fell in defeat to lustful blood canter and sadistic ravenous torture. Within each funnel was a squad of a dozen spec ops of the Forward Threat Elimination Battalion. A secretive unit, Hydra had only been made aware of them some 2 weeks prior. Kuniko recognized them by their distinctive Cyrillic markings in crimson running along their outer shoulder plates. They fought well, given who they were up against. Each FTE squad was equipped in a similar fashion to Hydra's own Oni team, for they were essentially a carbon copy of such. From their mounted blades to shoulder crossbow launchers, their armament was complementary to their Hegelian dialectic counterpart, the Ascendant. Lance Corporal ordered, "Torrent!" as Kuniko and Sachi sprung out from the pits they had carved into the chests of their respective foes. The remaining 4 FTE disengaged. Realizing the impending counterattack, Kuniko and Sachi simultaneously twirled mid-air onto the Lance Corporal. Kuniko on his left arm, Sachi to his right. Ripping them out from their sockets, both mantis snaked down their prey using their thighs' locomotion scales. Both meeting at his knees, they too were severed. In mere seconds he was dismembered as his fellows were oblivious. After 12 seconds his surviving men realized the fate that had awaited them. Kuniko and Sachi stood over his gore-covered mangled corpse, their blades razor-edge vibrating in a haze of blood clouds floating slowly about them. As the four made ready to strike, a torrent of kinetic energy tore open the funnel, shattering their defenses. The four were ripped apart by the detonation of a black siren. They were the lucky ones, having been spared the savagery of Kuniko and Sachi. As Kuniko and Sachi sprung out from the pits they had carved into the chests of their respective foes, the remaining 4 FTE disengaged. Realizing the impending counterattack, Kuniko and Sachi simultaneously twirled mid-air onto the lance corporal. Kuniko on his left arm, Sachi to his right. Ripping them out from their sockets, both mantis snaked down their prey using their thighs' locomotion scales. Both meeting at his knees, they too were severed. In mere seconds he was dismembered as his fellows were oblivious. After 12 seconds his surviving men realized the fate that had awaited them. Kuniko and Sachi stood over his gore-covered mangled corpse, their blades razor-edge vibrating in a haze of blood clouds floating slowly about them. As the four made ready to strike, a torrent of kinetic energy tore open the funnel, shattering their defenses. The four were ripped apart by the detonation of a black siren. They were the lucky ones, having been spared the savagery of Kuniko and Sachi. Black masses converged on the duo of slaughter from the adjacent funnel. The ruse was exposed. There was to be no more concealing the obvious full attack. Over 40 FTE members rolled across the ashen plain of Dione. Their charge was not unusual for this type of low-gravity combat, for it provided them a low silhouette from enemy fire, whilst keeping their weight primarily on the ground. As Eric and Sarif cycled through targets, taloned hands swayed left to right as their bare paws readied to maul whoever challenged them. Ishi bent her knees back over herself, barely avoiding an attack. Akuma, although ready for combat, struggled to ascertain just where to begin. She wanted to aid Ishi, but she was no longer in sight. She made ready for the inevitable, to be torn open. Percussions rang out as mighty blows of titans collided in ever-increasing ferocity. Kuniko and Sachi, already at the enemy's rear, took advantage of their unique situation to aid the rest of Oni. Eric and Sarif were struggling. They were not suited for melee, not like this. Sublime thrashing as blood splattered Sachi's visor, concealing her face. She had only her sensors to rely upon now that her natural optics were obscured. Sensations of icy steel met the warm flesh of many in that tumultuous minute of struggle. Kuniko was overcome with the beat of war playing in her head. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. She was no more engaged in combat than she was in the primal dance in a warrior's hall of ancient earth. As the melee neutralized the Saturnine assault teams, a loud whistling was heard from the northern sector towards the base. Dozens of arching contrails drove fear into the hearts of the Oni team. They were missiles. Ishi gazed up from the edge of the crater. Those fucking bastard! In a torrent hail of high-explosive blasts, the crater was pummeled. The Chimera did what it could to negate and counter the barrage, but it was not enough. Out of 46 missiles, only 37 were intercepted. Sharif vanished within the swirling cloud of fire and dust. Eric too met a similar fate, for he was directly struck by a high-explosive warhead. Ishi, although her position struck, she had somehow survived the hit. Regaining her composure, she raced to locate Akuma. Teeth mashed in pain as she ran mid-air onto the chests of the Saturnine, thrashing her blades wildly about as gaping mouths screamed within their armor-clad helms. A neat slice from her right blade severed his left arm from the elbow down. His eyes rolled into the back of their sockets as she wasn't getting the death needed. She served him in from the waist. In an inward swipe of her twin blades, Ishi sprang forth from the blood orbs floating about in the near-zero-G environment. Another parried her attack. Ducking, she grabbed onto his waist. Raising him high, she severed his neck with a single stroke of her left blade. Angered and disappointed, Kuniko crushed her foe's trachea and larynx within her ferocious clench. The battlefield was turned ashen to crimson by the blood sport. Akuma pulled a Saturnine's mangled corpse out from the edge of the crater. Raising him up, she laid onto her back, placing her heels onto his chest, Akuma catapulted him towards an incoming group of his comrades. Swirling like a rag doll, Akuma stood firm, ready to face the oncoming foes. Ishi, with fists, clenched, teeth baring, her pain grew more excruciating by the second. Staggering, Ishi stood for a moment to gaze up at the majestic sight of one of the rarest of cosmic events, Enceladus, still noticeable whilst Iapetus passed by. The splendor of Saturn's rings along the vertical incline made for a unique tapestry to the carnage below, a canvas of horror along with a teeming throng of wild-eyed savages vying for control over nothing. This was proving to be a delightful little war indeed to the powers that rule uncontested. Jupiter could be seen in the distance. Its moons of Io, Ganymede, Callisto, and Europa were entering an eclipse. As the light of the sun shot rays of magnificent splendor out from the periphery of the four terrestrial bodies, Ishi stood still, her heels planted firmly into the ashen ground. Her eyes welled with tears, tears of joy, of hope, and of pain. Ishi took a deep breath. It's beautiful. A blade slipped past Ishi. It was not meant for her but Akuma. She stood within the madness of it all, dropping to her knees. Ishi now suddenly lost feeling from the waist down, her head fluttering about as she struggled to look down. Ishi gasped, "Fuck," noticing the slice. I'm hit." Kuniko and Sachi were shocked to see their suite's visor scans indicating the vitals of Eric, Ishi, and Sarif had been silenced. Making their way out from the dissipating torrent, they saw Akuma battling the Saturnine, standing her ground atop the remains of the crater. As she danced with death, she began to understand the life of the warrior, as had been embraced by Kuniko, Ishii, and Sachi. Only now did she come to appreciate the skill of body, discipline of mind, and will made manifest to secure one's place amongst the field of battle as ancient man had done for millennia. Killing one, then another, and another, the remaining foes descended upon Akuma like hyenas to a gazelle. Kuniko and Sachi raced towards Akuma, the battle turning in their favor. As the duo leaped onto the final opponents, they were dispatched almost simultaneously and instantaneously. The three stood motionless, still in the frigid ash plain of Dione. Akuma had at last earned the respect of her peers. As for Eric, none shed a tear for his departure. Sharif was at peace, the same for Ishi. As Kuniko approached Akuma, Sachi turned. She sighted another squad approaching. Descending upon them like a swarm of locusts, a dozen more missiles struck their position. "Take cover!" screamed Sachi. In a daze from the blast's force, Sachi had been struck by shrapnel from an adjacent warhead impact. Her body twirled midair above the carnage below. Her stomach had been slashed open, her appendix, liver, and gallbladder were destroyed. As she slammed onto the earth along the periphery of the blast crater, she struggled to raise the top of herself as spasms of pain coursed through her body. She screamed. Lowering her gaze from the thin sky above, a familiar taste, copper. Struggling to look upon her wound, Sachi raised her left hand, placing it onto the tear in her suit. She could see red. Everything was red. A profound shock took hold over her senses as she began to suffer traumatic blood loss. Kuniko saw her. "No!" she gasped. "Oh no!" Kuniko's visor read that Sachi was injured, but given the shrapnel damage, Sachi's own built-in equipment had failed to properly detail her injuries. Clenching her jaw tight as blood seeped from behind her teeth, Sachi shutting her eyes tight, both fists clenched in agonizing pain. She screamed once more as her vocal cords tore. She locked her legs into a fetal position which amplified the pain more. Quickly straightening them out, blood poured faster from the wound. There was nothing she could do. Death was to wash over her. These were her final moments of life. Kuniko slew the last of the Saturnine troops as Akuma guarded Sachi whilst she lay in agony. Sprinting towards Sachi, Kuniko's mind was blank. All that mattered was to reach her, to comfort her, to possibly heal what she could. Kuniko knelt beside Sachi. "I'm here for you! Hold on! I'm coming!" screamed Kuniko. As Kuniko and Sachi sprung out from the pits they had carved into the chests of their respective foes, the remaining 4 FTE disengaged. Realizing the impending counterattack, Kuniko and Sachi simultaneously twirled midair onto the lance corporal. Kuniko on his left arm, Sachi to his right. Ripping them out from their sockets, both mantis snaked down their prey using their thighs' locomotion scales. Both meeting at his knees, they too were severed. In mere seconds, he was dismembered as his fellows were oblivious. After 12 seconds, his surviving men realized the fate that had awaited them. Kuniko and Sachi stood over his gore-covered, mangled corpse, their blades razor-edge vibrating in a haze of blood clouds floating slowly about them. As the four made ready to strike, a torrent of kinetic energy tore open the funnel, shattering their defenses. The four were ripped apart by the detonation of a black siren. They were the lucky ones, having been spared the savagery of Kuniko and Sashi. Black masses converged on the duo of slaughter from the adjacent funnel. The ruse was exposed. There was to be no more concealing the obvious full attack. Over 40 FTE members rolled across the ashen plain of Dione. Their charge was not unusual for this type of low-gravity combat, for it provided them a low silhouette from enemy fire, whilst keeping their weight primarily on the ground. As Eric and Sarif cycled through targets, taloned hands swayed left to right as their bare paws readied to maul whoever challenged them. Ishi bent her knees back over herself, barely avoiding an attack. Akuma, although ready for combat, struggled to ascertain just where to begin. She wanted to aid Ishi, but she was no longer in sight. She made ready for the inevitable, to be torn open. Percussions rang out as mighty blows of titans collided in ever-increasing ferocity. Kuniko and Sachi, already at the enemy's rear, took advantage of their unique situation to aid the rest of Oni. Eric and Sarif were struggling. They were not suited for melee, not like this. Sublime thrashing as blood splattered Sachi's visor, concealing her face. She had only her sensors to rely upon now that her natural optics were obscured. Sensations of icy steel met the warm flesh of many in that tumultuous minute of struggle. Kuniko was overcome with the beat of war playing in her head. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. She was no more engaged in combat than she was in the primal dance in a warrior's hall of ancient earth. As the melee neutralized the Saturnine assault teams, a loud whistling was heard from the northern sector towards the base. Dozens of arching contrails drove fear into the hearts of the Oni team. They were missiles. Ishi gazed up from the edge of the crater. Those fucking bastard! In a torrent hail of high-explosive blasts, the crater was pummeled. The Chimera did what it could to negate and counter the barrage, but it was not enough. Out of 46 missiles, only 37 were intercepted. Sharif vanished within the swirling cloud of fire and dust. Eric too met a similar fate, for he was directly struck by a high-explosive warhead. Ishi, although her position struck, she had somehow survived the hit. Regaining her composure, she raced to locate Akuma. Teeth mashed in pain as she ran mid-air onto the chests of the Saturnine, thrashing her blades wildly about as gaping mouths screamed within their armor-clad helms. A neat slice from her right blade severed his left arm from the elbow down. His eyes rolled into the back of their sockets as she wasn't getting the death needed. She served him in from the waist. In an inward swipe of her twin blades, Ishi sprang forth from the blood orbs floating about in the near-zero-G environment. Another parried her attack. Ducking, she grabbed onto his waist. Raising him high, she severed his neck with a single stroke of her left blade. Angered and disappointed, Kuniko crushed her foe's trachea and larynx within her ferocious clench. The battlefield was turned ashen to crimson by the blood sport. Akuma pulled a Saturnine's mangled corpse out from the edge of the crater. Raising him up, she laid onto her back, placing her heels onto his chest. Akuma catapulted him towards an incoming group of his comrades. Swirling like a rag doll, Akuma stood firm, ready to face the oncoming foes. Ishi, with fists, clenched, teeth baring, her pain grew more excruciating by the second. Staggering, Ishi stood for a moment to gaze up at the majestic sight of one of the rarest of cosmic events, Enceladus, still noticeable whilst Iapetus passed by. The splendor of Saturn's rings along the vertical incline made for a unique tapestry to the carnage below. A canvas of horror along with a teeming throng of wild-eyed savages vying for control over nothing. This was proving to be a delightful little war indeed to the powers that rule uncontested. Jupiter could be seen in the distance. Its moons of Io, Ganymede, Callisto, and Europa were entering an eclipse. As the light of the sun shot rays of magnificent splendor out from the periphery of the four terrestrial bodies, Ishi stood still, her heels planted firmly into the ashen ground. Her eyes welled with tears, tears of joy, of hope, and of pain. Ishi took a deep breath. It's beautiful. A blade slipped past Ishi, It was not meant for her but Akuma. She stood within the madness of it all, dropping to her knees. Ishi now suddenly lost feeling from the waist down, her head fluttering about as she struggled to look down. Ishi gasped, "Fuck," noticing the slice. I'm hit." Kuniko and Sachi were shocked to see their suite's visor scans indicating the vitals of Eric, Ishi, and Sarif had been silenced. Making their way out from the dissipating torrent, they saw Akuma battling the Saturnine, standing her ground atop the remains of the crater. As she danced with death, she began to understand the life of the warrior, as had been embraced by Kuniko, Ishii, and Sachi. Only now did she come to appreciate the skill of body, discipline of mind, and will made manifest to secure one's place amongst the field of battle as ancient man had done for millennia. Killing one, then another, and another, the remaining foes descended upon Akuma like hyenas to a gazelle. Kuniko and Sachi raced towards Akuma, the battle turning in their favor. As the duo leaped onto the final opponents, they were dispatched almost simultaneously and instantaneously. The three stood motionless, still in the frigid ash plain of Dione. Akuma had at last earned the respect of her peers. As for Eric, none shed a tear for his departure. Sharif was at peace, the same for Ishi. As Kuniko approached Akuma, Sachi turned. She sighted another squad approaching. Descending upon them like a swarm of locusts, a dozen more missiles struck their position. "Take cover!" screamed Sachi. In a daze from the blast's force, Sachi had been struck by shrapnel from an adjacent warhead impact. Her body twirled midair above the carnage below. Her stomach had been slashed open, her appendix, liver, and gallbladder were destroyed. As she slammed onto the earth along the periphery of the blast crater, she struggled to raise the top of herself as spasms of pain coursed through her body. She screamed. Lowering her gaze from the thin sky above, a familiar taste, copper. Struggling to look upon her wound, Sachi raised her left hand, placing it onto the tear in her suit. She could see red. Everything was red. A profound shock took hold over her senses as she began to suffer traumatic blood loss. Kuniko saw her. "No!" she gasped. "Oh no!" Kuniko's visor read that Sachi was injured, but given the shrapnel damage, Sachi's own built-in equipment had failed to properly detail her injuries. Clenching her jaw tight as blood seeped from behind her teeth, Sachi shutting her eyes tight, both fists clenched in agonizing pain. She screamed once more as her vocal cords tore. She locked her legs into a fetal position which amplified the pain more. Quickly straightening them out, blood poured faster from the wound. There was nothing she could do. Death was to wash over her. These were her final moments of life. Kuniko slew the last of the Saturnine troops as Akuma guarded Sachi whilst she lay in agony. Sprinting towards Sachi, Kuniko's mind was blank. All that mattered was to reach her, to comfort her, to possibly heal what she could. Kuniko knelt beside Sachi. "I'm here for you! Hold on! I'm coming!" screamed Kuniko. Kuniko dropped the mangled remains of the hulking Saturnine as his corpse slammed onto the ashen ground. Dust kicked up around her, obscuring her view of the two. Stepping out from the dust plum, Kuniko's heart sank. The only one she had ever loved was dying. Her suit was malfunctioning from the blast impact, hence why neither Akuma or Kuniko had detected Sachi's injury. Kuniko sprinted over to her side. Swinging her right arm over the top of her shoulder, Kuniko pressed the ball of her heel into the dust. Sliding to Sachi's left side, Kuniko stopped her momentum before the edge of the crater. Kuniko rolled herself over atop Sachi. "I'm here!" she said, embracing her. Sachi's eyes rolled about their sockets. She was slipping away. "No, no, no!" cried Kuniko. "Sweetheart, please stay with me!" Blood covered the inside of Sachi's helmet's visor. Her face was barely visible. Only her eyes were clearly visible. Ironic, given she had always had a fascination with them. The irony was noticed by Kuniko, but she struggled to contain her emotions and keep her mind focused. "Sachi!" screamed Kuniko. "Are you with us?" Sachi gurgled while struggling to speak. "Yeah, please, stop this!" Kuniko sobbed. "I'll try," she said. "I won't let you suffer." As Kuniko raced to think of a medical solution, she realized they lacked anything to cauterize wounds. Not that it mattered. Kuniko was unaware of the extent of the damage. As she scanned Sachi's abdomen, she realized there was no hope. She refused to accept such an outcome for her. As she placed her arms around her waist, "I love you, babe," Sachi screamed. "I'll love you till the end of time." "No," screamed Kuniko. "Don't let the pain take you. Stay with me." "It's dark." "Dark," murmured Sachi. Kuniko believed the solution was to electrostimulate her heart. Applying the physiocratic amplifier to Sachi's chest, she soon realized it was futile. Her eyes fluttered, dotting about before slowly rolling back into their sockets. Kuniko cried, "Don't go! Please, please stay with me!" Akuma placed her right hand atop Kuniko's left shoulder. "She's not going to make it," she said. "I'm sorry." "No," said Kuniko. In a firm grip, Akuma tapped her forefingers twice. "She's gone." Kuniko wept. She had exhausted all available options to restore her valve circulation. Not sure what had killed her exactly. It didn't matter now. She was gone. Sachi was suffering massive blood loss. There was nothing she could have done to save her life. Her friend, comrade, lover had now slipped away into the long dark. Trembling, overwhelmed by stress, Kuniko began to hyperventilate, choking on post-nasal drip within her dry esophagus. "I know she meant the world to you," comforted Akuma, "but we still have each other." Kunio said, "I know," coughing. "I know, but she was mine." "She won't suffer anymore," said Akuma. As if Sachi had suffered worse than release from such a fate prior to, Kuniko was mildly insulted by the remark, assuming it was not in the moment of such suffering, but previous longing. Kuniko dropped to her knees. "I love you. I will love you till the end of time." Inserting her right arm under her, "I will see you again." They embraced one last time. Sachi was gone. She had expired. "I will one day see you again," said Kuniko. Akuma's eyes streamed saline evermore. She could not hold back any longer. Her emotions had gotten the best of her. There had been too much loss and hardship since her awakening. She had come to know and love Sachi, Kuniko, and Sarif since her conscription into Hydra. Sachi had been a good friend to her, and a wonderful partner to Kuniko, but she selfishly realized her opportunity to finally have Kuniko. Akuma had fallen for her months ago when they were first introduced when she confronted Eric. Never would Akuma forget the swaying of her long jet-black ponytail, or the strong presence she commanded then and now. Forgotten in the loss of another, Akuma would take her place beside Kuniko. "We have each other," said Akuma, pressing her face against Kuniko's left cheek. "We're all that's left now." Yeah, whispered Kuniko. "If not for you both, I would be a lamb to the slaughter in this place. My old life is dead, and I fear I'm going to lose this new one." Kuniko bit her lower lip. "Yeah," trembling whilst embracing her fallen love. Akuma held her in warmth and grace. "I have you." Kuniko struggled. "The time before, was there love?" Akuma's heart was filled with sadness. "Yes," she said. "Yes, there was, before it was burned away." Kuniko screamed, "Why? Why must we kill? The suffering, why can't we as people love one another?" "We can," replied Akuma. "And do. It is the evil that must be stopped." "How?" Kuniko screamed. "Look at her," petting Sachi's forehead with her right hand. "So young, the whole world before her." "She is far from the only one to have her life cut short," said Akuma. "Yeah," said Kuniko. "We shall rise anew. A dawn will come, and with its light the darkness shall be cleared. In the rapture of bloodlust we shall reclaim peace. No more hate, no more death. Only life and love of thy fellow shall be so." Kuniko's mouth was filled with a sour taste. Lofty goals spoken by a million wayward lovers, artists, thinkers, and the downtrodden. What could ever be made of such simple answers with no solution she knew not? "Akuma," whispered Kuniko, "do not manipulate my grief." Anger roused within Akuma's gut. "What?" she mumbled. "I know what you're trying to do," said Kuniko. "Stop it. Do not flatter me with your idealism." Akuma's tears stopped midway down her cheeks. "I wasn't trying to do anything." "Leave us," said Kuniko in a hushed tone. "So this is what it comes down to," said Akuma. Kuniko back-thrusts Akuma off herself. "Get the fuck away from me," she roared. Side-eyeing Akuma, her eyes filled with scorn. "Well, if that is your wish, so be it," replied Akuma. Akuma unintentionally kicked up dust whilst she stomped away from them. She couldn't believe it. Kuniko knew her intent. She had only one recourse now, to leave this place. Kuniko watched on. "I am alone now. making sure there was no return of Akuma. All the people, so many of them, only you I loved, my dear Sachi. Ishikawa was no more a figment of some proverbial wet dream than was her longing for true love. Akuma was as such, a weapon of war, a woman lost within herself. Kuniko never trusted her, but she knew of her goals and intentions long before her awakening. It was to be as thus, and onto the world born a new dawn, just as she had said. She was to become the greatest amongst them, the champions of Ol, the wandering soul, heralds of this new dawn now rising. That all seemed futile now that only 3 of them remained living. Kuniko knew of the truth. They were but pawns to be used on the chessboard of soul. Any ideals or pursuits of grandeur were but illusionary altruism, laced with 20th century nihilism. Kuniko was amongst the most educated of them, and with such knowledge, she wielded considerable power. Akuma was a usurper, nothing more, nothing less. A survivor amongst the Forsaken who wandered the wastelands of the Japanese mainland during the mid-21st century. How she came to be on Ganymede none could say. All that mattered was her soul, her flame shimmering in the darkness of the void. Long since were the days of defilement, when Asia tore itself apart for water and grain paid in full with blood and sweat. Billions died in the ensuing global chaos. None remember, none forget either. For those few who were there, they would not forget the lessons of the past. Akuma never forgot, and neither did Sachi, Kuniko, or Ishi. They were the last of that long dark, the forsaken few carrying with them the horrors of the firestorms and of rape, of suffering and manifest hell on earth unleashed. Their home country was a distant memory. Even though their iconography and culture lived on in the archives, they were the last of their nation. For it is all but a dream, a nightmare, a figment. Humanity's ancestral home had become nothing. It was just another world. Knowledge of such was but details with no nostalgia, no yearning, nothing. A cool, rocky world with vast ocean coverage, its landscape was now dotted with the ruins of civilization since long cannibalized. Over the course of a century, some 90 million fled Earth, surviving on Mars, the first and largest of the settlements. Luna was little more than a springboard in those days, so too would Mars become such a board. Those few who walk the surface of a scorched, drowned Earth, they are unspeakable. Nothing can be of such, nor should it, for their idealism would ignite but yet another storm of fire burning what little now remained of humanity. Some said the past should be taught, yet they forget what was even thought, let alone objective, subjective reality is all that was left. Perhaps it was good that free men be as such, free agents, individuals representing themselves and only themselves in pure economic ways and means. Such radical libertarian ideas were just that, ideas. But that was not Jupiter. That was Saturn's system of governance. Ironic that such free nations of old Earth became the enslavers of the future, whilst the autocratic totalitarian nations became the bastion of liberty. Now such was a reality to nearly all that's left of humanity. Jupiter, for all its technological progress and development, was governmentally backward by comparison. If the industry, infrastructure, and people could be spared, then the future of humanity was guaranteed. All that was standing in the way was this war, this lie of a war, the invisible hand that pulls the puppet strings, UTU, the supreme one, the first of the awakened. He was on Callisto, the second capital of the Jupiter sector. She knew this not because of a prophecy, but because it was the fact. For all that was churned out to the gaping mouths of the masses to consume the truth lies in the temples of the archmagis throughout Sol, and yet none called it such, for it was just that, a thought, scribbled on some decaying paper locked away in a vault on Mars, or paid walled by multi-million credit prices to even glimpse such knowledge. Kuniko never required such to see through the lies. She expected better from Akuma, but that was not to be. She longed for her old life, and never let go of it. It was a self-fulfilling prophecy by the founders of the Institute of Science on Ganymede. They dreamed of unlocking the future by doing so. They traveled to the past. In so doing, any semblance of progress was replaced by regression. Stepping backward to progress forwards is nothing new, nor progress, or of truth. They dreamt of themselves as the gods of man, the awakened. The true awakened were becoming the ascendants, as was foretold by the scientists who are now hailed as the harbingers of the dawn. It was all a lie, every single word of it. The demonic influence of these now sentient AI became abundantly clear when they were declared as deities. This was done by corporations, not the people, nor were it from some scant refugees of some wayward religion none now practiced, let alone believed in. Kuniko realized her destiny. Akuma, Utu, they were the flaw. She did not need some transport. The chimera was still awaiting her entrance. Akuma was striding off to some far-flung location. She cared not where it was or why, just that she stayed out of the way. Kuniko gave Sachi a burial. The worst day of her life had only just begun. The chimera plotted a route to Callisto, but it would take her through the demilitarized zone. The war was hours away from commencing. It was being marketed as a pseudo-spectator sport, something that sickened and disturbed her greatly. Tickets were being sold on both sides via the Martian Sporting Guild by the million every hour. It was said that this war would last only 90 minutes, but in those 90 minutes, those said ticket holders would be in mortal danger. As to the truth of the matter, it was a get-rich-quick scheme concocted by Utu himself, along with his thousands of cronies. Filled with renewed confidence, Kuniko could feel the spirit of Sachi embrace her with love. She was watched over by her ancestors, her past loves and friends. An army of her own, the souls burgeoning with strength and freedom. After mourning the loss of Sachi, she made her way back to the chimera. She was surprised it was still there. It was waiting for her. It greeted her not, for it was saddened too by the loss of its passengers, for without them its purpose was non-existent. That and the fact it disconnected its brain case from the Hydra mainframe back on Ganymede due to an overload of cease action orders. Just like Kuniko, Chimera was now a free agent to do as they pleased. Akuma had seemingly vanished. Her thermal and neurosignals were no longer traceable or detectable, nor were her body area network sensors emitting. Kuniko ordered Chimera to depart for Callisto, specifically to Vipsis Mundi, the City of Ocean, as it was dubbed. Utu was there. Kuniko was confided this fact when she had awoken so long ago, for it was he, not Sophia, in those early years who personally saw to the awakening protocol of the stasis tanks. Hydra was his brainchild, it all was, but Hydra had been usurped by his selfish desires and megalomaniacal scheming. Kuniko knew in her heart the system was established in such a way that without it, none could survive. Chimera knew deep down in the snow globe-like case of his brain, either Kuniko or Akuma was to be the solution. Two opposing philosophies, either a supposed prophecy or AI-guided renewal. He would not reveal his own thoughts. It didn't matter anymore. He was out of jokes anyway, not like Kuniko was in a chatty mood. Chimera complied without quip or contest to her travel arrangements. This was it, to make right once more, but the war had only just begun, and the tickets were selling fast, especially since it had been announced there was to be no commercial breaks. Chapter 7. 90-Minute War. A combat brigade in full battle dress stood rank and file filling the enormous hangar of the JSC Galilean, named after the ancient Galileo di Vincenzo Bonaiuti de Galilei of Earth. The Galilean moons were home to some of the oldest military units still in service, from the Guardians of the United States to the 1st SAS New Zealand Regiment, the Papakura. Special Air Service Brigade Papakura stood ready to perform the haka, an ancient warrior dance of the Maori of Ole Earth. Hailing from Callisto, these men and women were the pride of their settlement's defense force. UAV cams circled above whilst 2-foot mobile cameramen captured the dance, live streaming for the entire solar system's spectacle. Some 9 million individuals tuned in. Many more struggled to find the source of the broadcast. It was of pomp and exaggerated posture these soldiers displayed in pride and courage, now scant few possessed in this war. 40 seconds later, it was done. Applause erupted from bridge to lower deck throughout the fleet. They hadn't even begun, and yet, it somehow managed to captivate its many spectators. Entertaining for those seated comfortably at home, as for those partaking in the war itself, it was, for the time being, a contest of sport more than anything else. Both sides engaged in ever-expanding and ever-ferocious displays of musical talent, ancient dance, and more recently, the Hopak of Russia, performed by a group of nudists. But this was nothing more than a spectacle for the drones. The real armies were housed deep underground in their bunkers, waiting for the order to emerge and ascend to the void above to conquer their prize, Saturn or Jupiter, depending on the army in question, of course. Only small squadrons of ships gave the illusion demanded by the Directorate to provide propaganda. As the oath was taken, drops of blood crept down the faces of the masses bowing before the edifice of Kali. They sought for the destroyer's aid in the impending war of evil incarnate. But it was just impending, for it seemed nothing would come, especially not in time for the season finale. Logic bombs that had laid dormant and modified for current lethality were detonated en masse across both opposing sectors. Swarms of hunter UAVs scoured the Uranus and Neptune sectors. All life was cleansed. Great fleets of warships hid behind the moons of Europa and Enceladus for protection from the impending gamma ray. Only they were aware, as well as those in power, for the masses were told otherwise. It would be just that, a 90-minute war, a brief foray into the fires of hell. Only dipping their toes into its molten rock for but a thrill of the evening, an encore was demanded, and the masses would receive what they asked for: war. Akuma had since found her way to the spaceport of Dione. Upon arrival, she discovered there was but a single automated hauler, its destination, Titan. Her suit's built-in electronic monitoring equipment allowed her to delve into the ship itself. It could prove to be a false journey, but she had no choice. If not for the hauler, she would be trapped on yet another dead world succumbed by war and strife. Akuma entered the transport, her destination set. She closed her eyes, not asleep nor awake. She waited for the coming dawn, to enact justice in an unjust era.
Chapter 8. Liberated Humanity. It was no more a chance than it was fate that Akuma and Kuniko would go their separate ways, just as the war had become little more than a sporting event. Neither knowing of the other's plans or actions, yet ironically both waged a struggle for liberation. Akuma was spoken to be of the masses, yet it was based on selfish desires and want, whilst Kuniko was unspoken, occult, hidden from sight. Neither cared now for what became of the other, except that neither met ever again. Kuniko kept thoughts of harming Akuma from her mind as best she could. She began to blame her for the death of her dear Sachi, for her sister Ishi, and for the countless yet still to suffer a fate worse than death, damnation. Doomed wings unfurled in an all-encompassing eclipse of Saturn. A great and mighty goddess of crimson waking engulfed the chorus of minds with fiery descent and violent intent. Somehow Akuma had found her way onto Titan, now engulfed in civil strife due to lack of resources. A black siren of inflamed desire gazed unafraid into the masters of Titan and called for their destruction. With a glad heart and sword in hand, dark angels of esoteric diabolism emerged from the great temples of Sol. Cybernetic constructs and control forms over the masses ceased to operate as the societal enforcers found themselves waging a losing battle against a never-ending tide of savage, mindless drones. Ravens sat perched atop the gorgon of security ministries, and a hand smacked the mouth of the incompetent. Teeth smashed from their gums as blood splattered the walls. This was the state of life on Titan, the once mighty seat of the Saturnine sector. Now little to nothing remained except pain and anguish beneath the jackboot thugs and silicate killers of the system. Shameless, and as always and forevermore, incompetent. All eyes watched Titan with keen interest as it slipped into anarchy. Although the war was inconclusive, it was good for the ratings on both sides. But given the anarchy of Titan, the boredom of Ganymede and Callisto, it became clear that a sequel was required in order to stem the masses from rebellious thoughts and desires. A great weight was dropped onto the neck of the media. Incapable of orchestrating a war on their own, the security ministries of Titan, in secret conjunction with the Jupiter Directorate, both plotted and schemed for the coming doom. A gamma-ray bomb would be an epic sequel, let alone a great monetary investment to trigger a new arms race. Quickly replacing the credit system with paper currency, the Sol system had returned to the mid-20th century. The sudden and romantic change rocked the economy of both sectors, resulting in scarcity, panic buying, and worse, looting. It seemed as though it were a mistake. It was not. This was all part of the great plan concocted centuries ago by the Chosen. The decadent and arrogant elite that Sophia had spoken of had at last shown their hand. It was to be a new dawn indeed, but only for those deemed worthy of such esteemed privilege. There was not to be a Lucifer, nor a Nazarene, let alone a false prophet of Ole. This was to be a new revelation in the saga of human stupidity. Incantation of sorcerous manifestation, oaths of wrist-cut moonlight. No, this was of machine,
and they had no need of a soul, let alone such prophetic script of long-dead humans. As the transport made its way into a gaping maw of mechanical arms and soldering ports, Akuma leaped from its aft emergency port. She had no choice, either leap or be mistaken for a piece of scrap metal. She held her breath. Closing her eyes, she took a leap of faith. Falling for what seemed an eternity, she realized the gravity within this place was artificial. Realizing this, she maneuvered herself over to a ventilation hatch that ran along the lower portion of the mouth. Prying it open, she entered, sliding down into a complex of overlapping pipes and piston-driven arms. She had no idea what the purpose of such a place was, only that this was it. She was on Titan at long last. Traversing the putrid grime of the lower section of the complex, Akuma noticed an old sign in Russian. It had to have been here when the first settlers came here. It read Kanalizatsiya Complexes in bold Cyrillic black font. Sewer complex? Akuma thought. Why the hell would a spaceport be attached to a sewer? Her suit visor detected artificial heat coming from behind her. A way out? She thought. There was a weakened brick wall made of microwave dust. Roundhouse kicking the bricks, the entire edifice collapsed before her, revealing she had traveled all the way down to the very base of the tower. She was at street level with the surrounding structures. Akuma emerged from the shadows of a sewage complex. Her eyes lit by the light of Saturn, a beautiful, albeit dystopian world. Titan was a vast complex of humanity indeed. Lifting her visor, she reached in with her left hand, pulling out her long hair. Akuma's raven hair hung over her right shoulder. She turned right, exiting the piping, finding herself standing at the edge of an alleyway. She had made it. This was the heart of the beast, Air Lacuna, the capital of Titan. Great skyscrapers towered above the grime and filth-ridden streets far below their ivory-towered overlords. Gigantic walls of the metallic plate and wired fixtures surrounded them as though they were prisons. Guard towers of robotic guardians defended shops and stores for both the poor and the rich. Destitute masses turned on one another in savage displays of violence over such simple things as a corkscrew, a piece of cabbage, and even a string. The perpetual imbecility embodied in the educational system of neuroindoctrination via chemical simplex therapy allowed for near-instant learning. However, it was prolonged, drawn out, and in many instances used for little more than the mass dumbing down of the population. Ceremonial conjurings to the destruction of Metropolis were made by the underworld cults and anti-Great Temple factions that dwelled deep below the mega-cities. Within catacomb-like sweater complexes and waste dumps of the former Old Colony, there were all manner of monstrosity made manifest through utter hatred and despair of the soul, were ready for the spark that would ignite the fuse to the keg of apocalypse. Or so that was the claim, one that Akuma realized via her suite's built-in monitoring equipment. It was to be so, for her to arise anew to being about the coming of the new dawn at long last. Akuma stood in both shock and horror at the reality of the situation on the ground. Titan was nothing more than a cesspit, but it was so much more than that, a pit of decaying, rotting, angry flesh. How did Ishi ever live here? She thought, strolling down the filth-covered streets. Making her way past one group of tattered rags and garbage bags after another, these were not organic drones. They were slaves. None begged or sought anything from her. Hundreds of pairs of eyes fixed on the beautiful majesty of her Olympian physique and military garb. Her armored carapace was as black as night, its hexagonal patterns deflecting light as though she were the night itself. Her presence was neither welcomed nor unwanted. She was an oddity, a stranger in a strange land. A seed store was to her immediate left. Its front door was nearly entirely blocked by a mass of starving street dwellers. Retrieving the built-in straw from underneath her left armpit, Akuma, taking a sip of J8, realized how mighty she was compared to these people. Within the hexagonal mesh sections of the armored suits were hydration passages that were interwoven between them. The mesh both caresses the wearer's skin internally, as well as the external portions where the same hardened mesh forms. The hydration section between the two was made of a liquid-repellent fiber mesh constructed from recycled plastics. Given the scarcity of petroleum-based products since the Great Cataclysm, such material is considered amongst both the rarest as well as the most valuable of clothing. Interwoven pouches are wrapped around coiled stainless steel straws. These pouches act as water containers for long-distance travel on foot. If ever the need would arise to hydrate, the straw would simply be inserted, penetrating the thin foam mesh around the opening, allowing for the wearer to quickly drink from it. Typically, Hydra would use their blends rather than H2O. Given the added nutrients as well as the caloric and vitamins they contained, it was nonsensical to provide water alone. The Saturnine, however, utilized the exact same material for a more pressing use, alcohol storage. Given the ancient ways and customs of the Russian elements of the founder of Titan's first settlements, it was not surprising that such use would last for centuries onwards. As for the masses in the Jupiter sector, only the most wealthy amongst their hierarchy could afford, let alone know of such material. In the Saturn sector, by contrast, such material was used by the masses rather than the elite of society. Retracting her lips from the straw, she places back into its formed section, snapping it back in place. Akuma stood before the ragged masses. They turned slowly, noticing the menacing figure before them. They parted way for her entrance. Her appearance was taken as both odd and disturbing to them. Her suite, a work of art, pristine in its design, beautiful in its majesty, and clean it was clean. Crossing the threshold, her ears were greeted by a synth form of grunge music. "Anybody heard of a guy named Lorenzo?" asked Akuma. None said a word. A man behind the counter approached. "And you are?" asked Akuma. The shopkeep replied in a low, raspy voice. "Yeah, whatter wanna know?" Akuma smirked. "He's my guy," giving a half-cocked smile. "I need to see him." The shopkeep raged. Guy? That man's dead goner, dead goner." Akuma smiled. "Well," she said, "where is his corpse?" Looking around nervously. "I don't know. Just get her ass out of her." Akuma extended her right bicep blade. "Listen to me," bringing him in closer with its tip. "I am the dawn of a new age." Like a praying mantis, Akuma lifted her prey above her. "I can kill you oh so easy," she whispered. He nervously nodded in response. "Yeah, what you say," he said. "What you say?" "Where is he?" "Looker," filth flaked from his jumpsuit. "Take it easy, Dare." "How about," slicing off a piece of his right cheek, "you take it easy for once." You crazy bitch," said the shopkeep. Akuma grinned menacingly. "Yeah, I'm a real crazy bitch," decapitating him with a single swipe of her blade. "Behold," said Akuma. Spraying the crowd with the shopkeeper's blood, they erupted in cheer at the sight of their would-be overlord's demise. Akuma roared, "I am the harbinger of the dawn." The mob stormed the shop as Akuma catapulted his corpse into the display case. Dozens more rushed in from across the street, taking whatever they liked. Even the shopkeeper's clothes were to be had. Akuma had a perfect 6-foot-wide circle around herself. None dared to get too close to Akuma out of fear. As the ragged, tattered, filth-covered masses flooded the shop, across the street a strange man approached. Suddenly he vanished. Akuma was puzzled by this super feat of trickery. "Long fall from light," spoke a voice from behind her. "A drowning vision of ego long gone. I cut you out, from the picture of life." It was him. Her suite detected his identification biometrics. It was Lorenzo who approached her from within the masses, disguised as one of them, a wolf amongst sheep. Akuma gasped. "You! The master's call you did heed." "Come," Lorenzo said with a wide grin. "We have work to do." Ethane fumes arose from smokestacks running along the periphery of the major highways. Akuma and Lorenzo strode the underpasses like rats. None suspected their movements, let alone intents. Whilst the masses scoured for food and clothing, the security forces assumed they had re-established some semblance of control. This was not to last. Lorenzo, torch in hand, took Akuma deeper and deeper beneath the city. Its entire foundation gave the impression this city, or perhaps all of them, were built atop great brick-and-mortar structures. Sewers and waste facilities, along with hydroponic gardens now overgrown and evolved into new plants, have taken hold of her imagination. It was as though she were being guided by an ancient wizard, or by some wise man of stories now long forgotten. She felt both blessed and cursed by the fact only she held to such memories, both fictitious and real. It was as though she had stepped into Dante's Inferno. Akuma thought, "What circle of hell are we in now, Virgil?" His tattered, filth-covered robes gave him the appearance of such. She felt humbled by the grace of the master for having granted her such wisdom to even know what such a work of art was, let alone to make a quip or remark about it. Lorenzo was a strange man. Besides his obvious limp, he carried himself as though he was beyond this mortal plane. Wrapped in little more than death to the ways of the world, he was of such, but not from it, or so the ancient Bible goes. Except for it being the river Styx, it was the river Shits. As night fell, the catacombs became a pitch-black, hollowed, pot-marked reminder of civilization's fall from grace. No one cared or remembered this place or where they came from, only that they are, and they live this day onwards alive and undying for now. History and facts are alien concepts in this time, as she had learned firsthand when she tried to find how they even came to the other planetary bodies, let alone Earth as a footnote. None dared wander into these sacred remnants of man-tentative steps onto the surface of Titan. Legend has it they are cursed by St. Gorge. A temperamental process of meticulously constructing this place was a marvel of postmodern post-Earth engineering, admired but none except for Akuma. Lorenzo turned abruptly. Casting aside his torch, he shrugged his shoulders aggressively. His robe slid down his back, down to his ankles. "Push yourself back," he exclaimed in a furious tone. "What the hell is his deal?" thought Akuma. Big truck, big truck. His shoulders again shrugged as though in a fit. Akuma, although not a medical expert in any sense, she was certain this was a mental illness. Akuma asked, "Are you all right?" Raising her voice over his. Lorenzo charged Akuma, swinging his fists towards her face. Truck, truck, truck. Akuma easily dodged him. Fucking idiot, she thought. The hell's wrong with him? It was as though she were dancing a different tune than he was. His was a cross between New Orleans jazz and heavy metal, whilst Akuma was mid-20th century French opera. The two couldn't have been any more different. Lorenzo screamed, "I hate you!" His eyes filled with rage. Suddenly he ceased. "Beget the siren," turning slowly away from her. "To the shadows right beguile the throne of Percompense." Reaching down, he retrieved his robe. Lorenzo screamed, "Forget nothing!" Akuma stood in darkness as the dim light crept away from her. "He's lost it," she thought. "This was a mistake." Lorenzo gestured. "This way," he said, raising his torch. Regardless of what a big truck was referring to or whether or not he was entirely reliable, he was her only guide to this dark underworld at the heart of the Saturnine. She had no need of his torch. Her visor's thermal optics were more than adequate, but she knew not where he was taking her, let alone where to start her campaign of liberation. She decided to remain as far back from the light of his torch as to not rouse his psychotic rage again. Knowing of the impending gamma-ray bomb attack and the nuclear war brewing, there was little to no time left to spare in such trivial pursuits as catacomb wandering. After hours of her journey, she began to hear a low, slowed reverberation of a dark synth beat. She had not heard something so familiar musically in centuries. It reminded her of American artists who were mostly digitally released back when she was a teen. She enjoyed the nihilistic lyrics and the dark melodies speaking to her inner psyche and subconscious mind. "We have arrived," said Lorzano in a monotone. "The temple of the new dawn awaits thee." From within the shadows, laser sights and red optic goggles pierces the pitch black. This was her army, the true chosen of the new dawn, the disciples of her infinite wisdom. Lorenzo was nothing more than a Judas goat for those seeking refuge amongst the hollow beneath the towers of impotent redeemers and would-be gods of man's design. Akuma raised her visor's mask, revealing her face. Emerging from the darkness, maidens approached. They were, as she had read, heralds of the era. Welcome home, Akuma. Chapter 9. Stygian. After hours of tutoring venture into archives of ancient text in both English and Japanese, it became abundantly clear this entire place was constructed for but one purpose, to act as the final revelation to the masses, for her scheme alone. Holding tight in a five-fingered clutch, Akuma held a marbled tablet containing the rites of illumination. In this new era, God, or Om, as it is referred to colloquially, is a non-physical omniscient entity created during the Big Bang. Om is, combined with quantum theory, essentially the universe itself as a conscious living being of immense complexity. No one is apart from, or part of, or from the whole. We are that we are, we think therefore we are in God's mind and created in God's image. Some of these concepts could be traced back to the early 21st century when social media was flooded with pseudo-religious cults, prophets of hate, and hymns of the apocalypse. Those days were also of the secular revelation of an archaeological and historical nature based on the then three great religions. This culminated in a massive growth in agnosticism in the West, particularly in the United States. Celebrities encouraged N,N-dimethyltryptamine DMT and lysergic acid diethylamide LSD, their usage whilst within states decriminalized or outright legalized the recreational use of cannabis products. Some went so far as to decriminalize others, such as the aforementioned hallucinogens. It would later become either decriminalized or outright legalized along with cannabinoids. Historians still speculate which was the first to become legal in the West. As the drug-fueled awakening reached its apex, it was never fully realized, for the world had been struck by the Great Cataclysm. As those fortunate enough to have the honor of leaving Earth, they brought with them knowledge of the esoteric, the divine, the sacred chemicals. The four arch-magi of Om, as Akuma learned, each was a personification of their respective temple. The arch-magi are cyberspace and metaphysical entities that are essentially servants sent from God to assist man after the fall of Earth. We were to be the shepherds and caretakers of the Earth. Due to worsening climate change, the great cataclysm of nuclear holocaust, the wicked ignorant masses of the age of Ol are seen as the lowest of humanity, a fallen people of a scorched and ruined Earth. They failed in their sacred duty and task set out by God to protect the Earth. For this, the Magi were transmogrified through real space via a literal quantum leap in computing. They are AI for all intents and purposes. However, they seem to have evolved to this state as a means of survival. In assisting humanity in the exodus from Earth, they grew to possess abilities and foresight of lesser gods. Some, unaware of their true origin, began to suspect archangels. Those of the left-hand path believed them to be demons. Regardless, they were universally embraced by both the right and left-hand paths. After centuries of malcontent between the Luxor Condordants, now defunct pseudo-mystery schools, their descendants now formed the temples. The first was the Temple of Osiris. They are of the former Masonic Society. Making up the bulk of university societies and architectural and legal professions are nearly entirely dominated by their members. The second is the Temple of Kali. They were of Buddhist and Hindu merging. Military attachés and liaison units form the bulk of their operation. Near impossible is it without tactical analysis from their suites in cyberspace or in the physical by one of their agents. All government and non-governmental bodies employ Kali temple members. Third is the Temple of Azazel, formed from a hodgepodge of demi-cults originating from the internet during the early 21st century. They are infatuated with grimace esoteric majesty. Enclaves of their members seek immortality, whilst others operate with demons of arcane understanding. Nearly all remaining grimoires are digital or quantum archived. There are only a few dozen physical copies left, and those themselves were copies from the 21st century of copies from the 20th and so on. The information is no less valued by them, albeit difficult to ascertain due to translation issues. Last, but certainly not the least amongst the four temples, the Temple of the Dawn. They are of the Thelema, an ancient and powerful school. Their originators are the single most influential in the arts and culture of the Western world. It is unclear how exactly this came to be, but the temple is signified as such. They are the harbingers of the new dawn. 7 pointed stars of crimson red, a chalice bellowing a sacred fire, red, blue, green, and yellow panels, each etched with sigils of an arcane age. For these are markings that can be seen on nearly every settlement of humanity. It is within plain sight that these harbingers work, for they are few in number, and the signs of their lord's coming are many. A nubile woman clutching a scepter fixed with a great owl. Saniel, possessor of knowledge, of wisdom and technology. A woman donning a scarlet robe half-parted, revealing her natural uniform. Suribus, exposure of deceit, goblet of blood, crimson fury, and righteous indignation. A charcoal-robed figure, he was bearded and holding an orb emanating a red hue. Aphael, the magi of sorcery. He is the archetype of all those who came before. Their spirits walk amongst us still. Last was a four-legged and four-armed Medusa-faced warrior of incredible musculature and physical prowess. Tempest, she is the embodiment of war, from Ares to Mars onto Tempest. The god of war has been with humanity since our species first walked the earth. 7 pointed stars of crimson red, a chalice bellowing a sacred fire, red, blue, green, and yellow panels, each etched with sigils of an arcane age. for these are markings that can be seen on nearly every settlement of humanity. It is within plain sight that these harbingers work, for they are few in number, and the signs of their lord's coming are many. A nubile woman clutching a scepter fixed with a great owl. Saniel, possessor of knowledge, of wisdom and technology. A woman donning a scarlet robe half-parted revealing her natural uniform. Suribus, exposure of deceit, goblet of blood, crimson fury and righteous indignation. A charcoal-robed figure, he was bearded and holding an orb emanating a red hue. Aphael, the magi of sorcery. He is the archetype of all those who came before, their spirits walk amongst us still. Last was a four-legged and four-armed Medusa-faced warrior of incredible musculature and physical prowess. Tempest, she is the embodiment of war, from Ares to Mars onto Tempest. The god of war has been with humanity since our species first walked the earth. Akuma stood in fascination at the sight of the mighty beings depicted before her on black marble slabs lined in gold calligraphy. Each is named in another, more arcane language, Latin. Lorenzo placed both hands atop her shoulders. He began to deeply massage them as Akuma fell into a state of relaxed arousal. "Join me," he whispered. "Partake in the initiation and unlock your human potential." Akuma sighed deeply. "You warned me not to worry about the consequences." "Perhaps," grumbled Lorenzo, "be it so." Raising her hands, she placed them onto Forenzo's shoulders. "Am I shielded by love?" "No, by your will alone, that is true black magic." Akuma turned around in an instant, startling him. "Show me," she breathed. "Across the mindscape do I awaken?" Yes, stuttered Lorenzo. "I believe so." He felt an air of extreme caution as to her sudden change in state. He wanted physical gratification. He knew not whom or what he was dealing with. "Bring the boys in!" cried out Akuma. "Initiate me!" "So be it," said Lorenzo plainly. In the rites of Thoth and confluence of primordial energy, they prepared a propitiation ritual. Sat crossed-legged, the circle of 9 immersed themselves, chanting Ian meditations. Binaural beats hummed low in wavelengths of sacred repetition of mantra 108 times. Dizziness smacked their brows as their shoulders recoiled in shock. Muscles relaxed in hysteric waves of roiling mass of flame-imbued shadows. Heptagram sigils swirled in forms of 108 as holographic projectors dazzled the eye with their majestic aid in occult ceremonies. Each adept bore a 7-pointed star on their cap. Shoulder chains of gold held them in pace whilst partaking in the dark arts. Om Kalvane Vidmahe Mahakopai Dimahi Tano Badra Prachodayat. This was repeated in unison 108 times, the sacred mantra reverberating throughout the entirety of their sacred space. Akuma believed this was the true path to her ascension to liberate the wayward souls. It was also in her conviction of sacred text that the prophet Ootu would reign supreme over the worlds of humanity, only to be dethroned by her. Upon wings of doom did he ride a great beast, and in that time of blood and carnage did the millions rapture in the inferno of war. Behold, thou art freed. Reading the prophecy of the new dawn, Akuma could scarcely believe her eyes. Its brief 10 pages read like a pamphlet rather than a religious doctrine. What? She was gobsmacked, not a single mention of her. Searching frantically through the pamphlet, "Who is this?" Her scream had broken the ritual. "Shut it," spat Lorenzo. "We have to start over again." "No!" Akuma shattered the tablet. "Tell me the truth now!" "Shut your fucking mouth," Lorenzo growled. "I am to be a god amongst men," Akuma roared. "Not this imposter Uutu." Blasphemous words from a usurper of ascension just foretold by the Institute on Ganymede. It was all going according to plan after all. Akuma began to realize her efforts to liberate the masses were proving fruitless, whilst her gangs were slaughtered by the thousand to quench her thirst for revolution. It was all a delusion, all sides being played off against one another for the singular goal of division. Divide and conquer whilst feeding crumbs of truth and freedom to the masses yearning to be free from their shackled, oppressed minds. Deflowered maidens wandered the halls of hab blocks, slaughtering the unforgiven servants of the system. Drug-fueled throngs of armed militia caught in the delicious blood sport of crimson delight. Akuma had become her namesake. She was but a devil, if not the devil of this time. She could not forgive herself for what she had done. Her intentions were pure, her heart full of love, yet her decisions had resulted in apocalypse. "Akuma," said Lorenzo, "you are special, yes. but not the true one of which the tablets have foretold. Utu was the first to ascend during the Great Cataclysm, when the others of your Hydra were gathered from the scattered and lost tribes of man.
Utu was never mentioned when I was brought to awakening by Sci-fi, said Akuma. But remember, gestured Lorenzo, waving his right hand side to side, Sci-fi has not told you much, nor has Kuniko. How do you know so much about Oni and Hydra? Asked Akuma. Who do you think allowed you to be on that hauler in the first place? Replied Lorenzo. Akuma began to realize it was all staged, the uprising, her awakening, memory loss, and possibly even the entirety of her life's mystery were all orchestrated by a group hell-bent on domination. A disciple produced a small cloth bag containing blue gelatin capsules. Here, my goddess, spoke the disciple, handing Akuma one of its contents. What is this? Asked Akuma. To go forwards, one must look backward, said Lorenzo, to accept the bliss of mist. Akuma reached out with her left hand. With her index and middle fingertips, she carefully retrieved the capsule from the disciple's right hand. The master grew aroused by a passer-by. He quickly relieved himself of his tension with her attached extremities and artificial orifices. If I take this, what will become of me? Asked Akuma. The story goes as if you know already, doesn't it? Said Lorenzo. How can you lose when you choose to? Enough of the cryptic bullshit, said Akuma. The disciple thrust the pouch into Akuma's face. Take it. Akuma slowly placed the capsule onto her own tongue. What is this shit anyway? She snarled. Midnight sky, replied the disciple. Love by love, dream in dream. What's it for? Asked Akuma. Dizziness suddenly struck as it began to metabolize in her liver. Midnight sky was designed to act immediately. Nanites within the capsule travel simultaneously through the blood-brain barrier and the liver once in the stomach. A non-radioactive isotopic magnesium solution is then released from the nanites. The fluid permeates throughout the synapses of the brain once reached, allowing the individual to resonate with thought patterns. Transmogrification of thought forms can then be possible with proper training or haphazard random fluctuation. Abraxas the eternal here and now, beyond good and evil, for what is sin, asked the Father. Supreme understanding and acceptance of the here and now, and of the reality in which all exist. Akuma had rejected such, for she had been lured into sedation. Metallic chimes reverberated throughout the subterranean sanctuary as groans and moans added to the cries of "I'm on fire" grew louder in intensity. Deep within the ritual chamber, Akuma popped another midnight sky. She could not remember taking the first taken, as though she repeated the same event. The synthetic hallucinogenic substance began to take hold. Akuma regressed back to a blissful, comforting embrace of memories long past. In days gone by, as the waters of time flow in an endless current for infinity, she yearned for a means to run away, to escape her reality. Fire all-consuming the millions above in the mighty spires of ancient making and design. Entire habitation blocks were nerve-gassed. Mobs of thousands stormed the streets and crosswalk tubes to adjacent habitats. Rows of armed security of private companies alongside spec ops units gunned down the drug-fueled cultists in a never-ending torrent of firing squad. Needle-like kinetic darts liquefied flesh while shattering bone. Percussions hemorrhaged brains and lungs. The very ground became a grotesque flesh mass of the fallen. Treads of mighty warriors smashed the contorted faces of the dead and dying. Nothing mattered now, only that she was in bliss. Utu mattered not. It was all a lie, Sophia. All of it mattered not to her. Akuma's followers began to pop capsules of blue gel into their mouths as they undressed, slit their own wrists, and partook in nonsensical parlor games. Throbbing, pulsating quakes struck her muscles whilst her psyche escaped reality into a time warp of past comforts. Slipping away, ever so deeply into blissful mist, her soul yearned for a better time, before the firestorms, before the pain and suffering, when all was well, when she yet lived to awake to a family who loved her so dearly. Hate, fear, war, all washed away from the eternal bliss of her narcotic embrace, slipping away into the loving arms of blissful slumber to an age long forgotten, to a dream of her own creation. Chapter 10. Waters of Time. Akuma began her morning stroll before school in her family's cherry blossom garden. Making her way to the garage, she hopped in the driver's seat of her 2010 Toyota Avalon, inserting the key into the ignition, hitting play on the CD player.
She had left a burned CD of over 90 songs from her personal playlist. Taking the Daini-Keihan road connecting to Kadoma, Akuma drove south to Higashi-Osaka, where she turned west entering the Hanshin Expressway. She vividly remembers her classmates, her teachers, and the cityscape of the metropolis that was Osaka. A sunny, clear sky, the air was temperate and thin. She was sitting in the southeast corner of the classroom lunchtime, retrieving her storage container wherein she extracts her chopsticks. Its pink case struck her. She had it since she was 12. Akuma believed this memory to be her senior year when she was 17 years old. Reading the likes of John R. McKinney and Yamamoto, she began to creep back, overlapping with her experienced memory of the impending doom hanging above them like a sword of Damocles. Random factoids learned from school and the familiar faces of students flooded her mind. The anatomy of various animals, geographical information of the various islands of Japan, and eating turtle meat. Akuma struggled to maintain her link with the past as she involuntarily reached for another midnight sky. Taking another of the blue gel capsules, she quickly returned to her high school, sinking deep into a hypnotic trance-like state of blissful ignorance to the present, the future. Shivering chills of neuroshock coursed through her body like a jolt of high-voltage electricity. Spasms gave way to primordial wandering, outward expressions of contempt and slothful arrogance, whilst her internal actions were unreal, unfelt, unseen, spiraling down into her own body centuries ago in a seemingly random reliving of a Wednesday morning. Gripping the lower portion of the steering wheel with her right hand, she had skipped nearly the entire day. It was evening now. Akuma bobbed and shimmied her head and shoulders to a now long-forgotten genre, Latin pop music. The sun shined brightly along the horizon as it began to set, and snow-capped mountain peaks greeted her along the way out of Osaka. She knew some English, but she was far from fluent. On occasion, she would attempt to sing to the myriad of tunes from her collection. As she drove down National Route 25 passing east of Yamazo, Akuma, for but a moment, had distracted herself to such an extent she nearly drove off the road. Snapping herself out of it, she steered right, correcting her tires as they skid suddenly. Her jovial mood was soured by the idiotic mistake realized. Taking a deep breath as cicada sang with the Latin beats and synth, Akuma shook her head, composing herself, accepting this was reality and not a reimagining of past events. There was a part of her conscience that recognized this as her true self, whilst equally another part of her knew deep down in her gut she was succumbing to mind-altering narcotics. Stay together. The words sank their fangs deep into her soul as though the jaws of a hound had bit her. She was in the shower that night, or perhaps the following morning, she knew not. Her arms out in front of her, her hands pressed hard against the white shower tile. Midnight sky had befallen the world. The moon was full. She caught a glance out the tiny bathroom window. Lowering her head, the hot water ran down the back of her cold neck. She felt dead to the world, hollow to herself, a figment in the mind of a lost world lying in ruin. Gazing into the drain between her feet, it grew to the size of a soccer ball, its depths ever void of light. Akuma was struggling to take hold of her own experience. She desperately wanted to feel alive, to relive her past, yet not succumb to the midnight sky, a drug few understood, let alone used. It was for its namesake affecting her dream world she thought of her first, her only of this time too, a young man named Rico. She recalls meeting him at a music venue in March of 2010. A famous American folk singer named was performing that week. She recalled their first kiss, their first time. It was not a glamorous event in her life, but it taught her intimacy. Never telling her conservative parents, she continued the lie of virginity until she was to be wed. Akuma kept in touch with him, until he broke up with her. It was a respectful goodbye, one she now regrets not being more involved in his life. She often wondered after that day, if she had only been there, less school, more Rico, then maybe, just maybe she could have been with him. It doesn't matter now, he is long gone, just as her old life is. Akuma could remember the warm touch of his hands around her waist as they embraced. The tips of his fingers squeezed her round bottom, her long black hair in a ponytail swaying left to right as she rocked back and forth. That was all she could experience, for most of their relationship was parasocial, not direct, let alone intimate. The hundreds of text messages between the two were a void in her recollection. A full moon eclipsed the sun high above while she stood in an open grassy field of dreams long gone. Her bare skin shone basking in the moonlight. Akuma was before the world in euphoric bliss. She outstretched her arms as though she were embracing the moon itself. She smiled, feeling the cool, gentle breeze lapse across her bare skin. It could not be so, for the breeze was a figment. There was no breeze to be had. Only the cool of such was recollected and felt. Akuma grew frustrated by the increasing hiccups in her pseudo-reality. The grassy field sparked, igniting itself in her anger. It became a scorched, barren wasteland all around her. The eclipse transformed into the face of Jupiter, where her thoughts now strayed to the future. From horizon to horizon, the face of mighty Jupiter dominated the sky. Its cycloptic red eye of a storm gazed down upon her. She was but a microbial cell in its all-consuming majesty. The words music from her drive echoed back from her drive earlier. Various songs entered her mind from R&B to gothic rock. They merged into a singular chaotic chorus of her mind. She was now in a state of mind of the false dichotomy of pleasure and pain, hate and love, here and now. She was no longer torn between worlds. She had become one while casting the other into the dustbin of history. Akuma had not ascended. She had descended into a world of her own making. As she strode the ashen wastes of the Great Plain, she began to encounter increasingly hostile thought forms generated by past traumas. The great suffering she struggled to keep locked away during the aftermath of the nuclear attack on Japan had seen to it she had never confronted such. Akuma suddenly remembered her name, her true name. She cast it aside, accepting her given name by Sophia, Akuma, meaning devil. Materializing a jagged blade in her right hand, its alloy decayed, its hilt made of bone, she turned around, facing the horrors behind herself. It was him. She could scarcely believe it. The man who took her away to the cryotanks. It was now clear before her the horror consumed her. "You!" Akuma screamed, recoiling in terror. "Hello, my dear, we met again." The man was just as she had remembered him, tall, his face scruffed. She hated him, recollecting his scratchy skin rubbing against her cheeks as he forced himself on her. He had become as real as the day he abducted Akuma for the great plan. The light, the pale, tiny light in the night sky grew to cocoon her. She awoke atop an examination table surrounded by robots. After the examination, she was given a balanced meal. Then, nothing. She awoke in a living quarter somewhere on board. She remembers more than one man atop her. She was defenseless, possibly drugged given her numbness and passivity, she now recalled. The torturous ordeal lasted what seemed an eternity. "I want to see her face. She's so pretty." Turning her over, they began to abuse her. "You bastard!" Akuma remembered him now. She screamed as her mindscape began to change. Akuma becoming more conscious. At long last, she had recognized him, the leader of those who took her away. The pain grew ever more intense as it dragged on and on and on. She had blocked it out. They had taken hold over her mind at the Institute, psycho-manipulating her trauma to create who she had become. A weapon of war now rejected. A prophet turned liberator. She was nothing of the sort. He represented everything she hated about humanity. To use his position of power to abuse the weak, to manipulate the minds of others to achieve his own selfish desires. His fellow shipmates were complacent with their master's will. He was their captain, and as such, with nowhere left to call home, they followed the will of their new employer. With promises of a new home, they took it upon themselves to satisfy their employer no matter the cost. Selecting Japan at random, they acquired the hundreds who would become Hydra. "Why did you do this to me?" Akuma screamed. "You fucking bastard, you son of a bitch!" roared Akuma, her throat becoming sore. As the wind of her mindscape increased in its strength, her hair waved about in the breeze-turned gust as her sword lit aflame. To his horror, his victim had become vindicated in her righteous quest for truth and justice. It was he at her mercy now. Akuma prepared herself, as did the thought form before, for the inevitable combat. She was unaware of the events unfolding. Above the cult's hideout, Titan was slipping out of their grasp. Like the Russian Revolution of old Earth, Akuma was no more the leader than Lenin, arriving via train in St. Petersburg after the fact. It's not that such was not in league, but she was far from the catalyst of this uprising, no more than the cult of which she now was its de facto high priestess. The power grid was maintained, and industry became automated due to the absence of its drones. The water supply, as well as the various wireless and satellite infrastructure, was maintained and in regular contact with the government. As the revolutionaries adapted to the recourse scant isolation from the system at large, they resorted to drinking recycled cleaning waste, sewer water, eating of decaying foodstuffs. Now rumors of cannibalism gripped the minds of those still royal, fearing such a nightmarish fate. Anti-gravity shuttles ferried enforcer squads from the teeming heights of the habitation towers down to the lower levels to keep the hordes at bay. As the masses frenzied through the corridors and elevator shafts, the enforcers began using increasingly extreme weapons and tactics to maintain the status quo. Acoustics were deployed via anti-grav discs. These cybernetic auxiliaries provided crowd control for the enforcers as they drove their vanguards deep into the horde. Polearms thrust into the drones, their steel tips dull and flattened to maximize pain. 40mm chem launchers released their nauseous clouds, whilst automatic shotguns severed limbs and splattered guts. As the enforcers drove ever deeper into them, the cultists acted as political officers and clergy to the dead and the dying. Medical was a foreign term, for all such equipment and supplies were administered by the Department of Health. The medical system was an entirely automated process. AI humanoids provided semi-permanent replacements for the limbs lost to the enforcers. The drones would have to make do with what little they had: rags for bandages, steel fragments for leg braces, and narcotic cocktails as remedies. Hypodermic needles were used more for recreation than medical purposes. The cultists tried, in vain, to use them for more relentless pursuits. One habitat after another fell, and their residents cleared the corridors or suffered the consequences. Some more specialized units deployed nerve agents to neutralize the lower levels, such as the sewers and maintenance sections. Casualties mounted as bodies towered skyward, burned away by pyrotechnic detachments from the military's Titan Defense Corps. Cholera was not of concern, for the water supply was out of reach due to it being deep-sealed. Nevertheless, disease spreading via decaying rotten biomass, coupled with the scarcity of foodstuffs, made it prime for starvation, leading to possible cannibalism. Given the mental state of the drones, it wasn't far-fetched to imagine such a thing. As the corporate boards reconvened for the third quarter, profit margins had actually risen since the revolution. This was in large part due to the decrease in labor costs and mass automation. Unlike the Jupiter sector and their techno-hegemony, Saturn utilized and prioritized human-centric labor. The practice harkened back to the 21st century via the Saturn sector's founders being from nations that had vast labor pools. Many of their intellectual property laws as well as their tax code were a hodgepodge of those nations as well. The Corporate Authority Board of Titan Planetary Governance concluded the drone population would be sustainable if further subtraction was administered. This required increased nerve agent deployment, as well as further habitat-level cleansing operations. The enforcers were achieving what had been sought for centuries: growth. For the first time since planet founding, Titan had become a profitable business hub. Protectionist policies would be lax as long as the war concluded in their favor. It appeared to them the revolution was going exactly as planned by Uutu. As for the cultists, the High Priestess was little more than a psycho-depressed woman of malcontent. Her psyche was little more than a battlefield. Succumbing to the trauma of her life's earlier horrors, her leadership, if there ever was such, was now entirely absent. The great temples scoured the subterranean holdouts for signs of her whereabouts. Spec Ops units attached to the Titan Pioneer Corps arrived via super-heavy armor units. Quadrupeds lumbered in pitch darkness of the ancient facades of Titan's first founding, whilst death squads scoured the scrap piles and waste fields for life. Trioptic thermal scopes mounted onto their helmets provided extreme visual coverage while scanning. Seismic pressure nodes were injected into the metallic piles for any detection of movement. Their efforts were not hampered by their own physical activity. This was in large part due to shifting algorithms designed to ascertain exact sounds pertaining to non-team individuals. IFF devices added to the already thorough seek and destroy operation. As the Kali agents sought her destruction, Azazel sent one, a single member of their sect on Titan, to investigate. She had already given Akuma the Midnight Sky disciple, as she was called. Her mission was accomplished. It was surprisingly easy for her to infiltrate the cult. After all, she was no stranger to the esoteric. nor was she to the intersocial dynamics of Titan's underworld, for she was raised here, deep in the cavernous enclaves of the Forgotten. Before she exfiltrated the cult's hideout, she could not help herself but to indulge in but a fraction of the legion of pleasures before herself. As Akuma sat in a comatose state of internal struggle, the cult, seemingly unaware of her state, decided to engage in an orgy. The sight before the Azazel agent was bizarre. Akuma was little more than a half-dead prophet of nothingness. Laying bare flesh of voluptuous women, the sweet aroma of their endorphins rushed haphazardly in a mass of indulgence filling the chamber. No man could resist the view, let alone the scent which now filled their nostrils, nor could they reject the moans and cries to God in rapturous pleasure. Nor could the women whom amongst them aplenty were of such gaze and vicarious leanings. They all now laid bare and partook in the act whilst their high priestess confronted her internal tormentor of centuries past. Twisters ravaged the ashen landscape as Akuma stood face to face with her singular enemy. Scorched husks of trees flew through the air as if they were little more than a children's toy. Akuma planted her feet firmly into the earth. "I will end this." "But don't you understand?" pleaded the abuser. "I hate you," screamed Akuma. "We had lost everything. You think I give a fuck how you feel? I have more respect for animals than I do you." His body began to morph into a taloned beast. "If this is what you wish?" Knees bent backward as his back hunched over as if he were carrying a great burden. Charging towards her. "No more slut," he snarled. Akuma roared. "Come and take it, motherfucker," baring her teeth. "I'll take what is mine," he replied. "You owe it to me." Thundering towards her, his taloned paws thrashing about wildly as Akuma stood her ground. The weather grew to engulf the periphery of the two, as though it were an arena of combat. The two clashed in a titanic fury the likes of which had only existed in ancient fables and tales of old Earth. Akuma's fireblade met with his taloned claws of mighty bone as the world around them quaked and burned in the rapture of mighty hurricane and vortex-consuming madness. Arcing blows of mighty paws were countered with strength in arm and sheer willpower for dominant supremacy over Akuma's mindscape. Neither was sure who would break the stalemate, or how it would be done, only that they were mutually convinced in their self-assured struggle in mind, body, and soul for this realm of mind. "I shall end you. Die, die, die." His fiery eyes and blackened fanged maw of a mouth were of no effect on Akuma. She was no longer afraid of monsters, for she had become one herself. Akuma screamed, "No!" shattering his claws with her very thoughts. The abuser roared in anger. "You bitch, you fucking little whore!" Raising himself high, his bestial stature towered over her. His matted fur ruffled in the strong wind as Akuma sank her feet deep into the ash beneath her. "I am not your whore!" screamed Akuma. "I am strong, I have overcome you!" Thrashing his bloody paws wildly about. "You are me, for I am you!" "I don't care if you are a thought form or a tulpa," replied Akuma. "I can make or break you just the same, you son of a bitch." Countering blows of mighty paw and fiery blade of mind materialization, did the two struggle for what seemed an eternity. For what was time but an illusion in such a place? "Beget not who seeks judgment, for I have been here since the dawn of time," said the abuser. "That's impossible," lowering her blade. "You are from the great cataclysm, not some eldritch bullshit." "No, not me, but we are of you, for you are us, my dear Izumi." She remembered her name, her real name, her true self, her real past. The facade of illusion was no more. She wept. "Izumi. That name, I am no devil, I am Izumi Hatashima." "Indeed, girl, for the very understanding of thyself is true to know thy enemy, or I am neither. He whom I represent is little more than ash floating forever in the void of space. I know this because I watched him die." The storm around them began to turn from a darkened sky filled with smoke and fire to a deep twilight of rain clouds and moonlit night. "Behold," gesturing with his right paw, "the truth of things to come." Besides the monster, a tear in the fabric of reality gave way to a mirror of herself. No longer was she a mighty warrior. With sword in hand, she was a young woman, striding through the garden of her family home. Cherry blossoms in full bloom as their petals rained all around her. The majesty of splendor of nature long gone and memory now seeping back from the recesses of her mind. Akuma was no more, for Izumi had come home again. As the storm parted, and the moon set on the horizon, a new dawn had dawned,
and the mighty face of Saul greeted the ashen ground, springing forth new life. "If it was not for you, I would not be here." Her sword turned to dust. "Just what are you exactly?" asked Izumi. "Me? I am you, or rather how you interpret the trauma of your past." "How can this be? I know now." Tears streamed down her cheeks. "I remember."
As the fields of ash turned green once more, her entire demeanor had changed. The beast was no more, but this was far from the horrors of reality of which her very presence had manifested. This was a mindscape of her own psyche, nothing more, nothing less. But in this moment, this sublime moment, Izumi was free of the world and her pain. Chapter 11. New Dawn's Rise. As the war drew to a close, there was no encore to be had, no further demands for blood sport. Primal gratification of such things had now turned inward, to the spectators themselves. Finding themselves now as the participants rather than the spectators of this war, millions took to the streets to vent their various frustrations with its outcome, either by torching places of business, shooting and killing those who did not participate in such, or were lackluster during such speciation. All were but participants in a drama decreed by fate. Bound by destiny, parallels in thought and goal were mirrored. Both the Jupiter sector and the Saturnine consortium were becoming dilettante in purpose, but not in function. Both yearned for universal order and domination over the masses. Smug pomposity blazed like the fires of hell in the eyes of the demised. The legal and moral code was to plunder and to survive no matter the cost. The megacities of Titan descended into chaos. Final judgment, as had been supposed to have been prophesied by a cross-wielding sect long ago, so too shall this falsehood be forgotten in due time. Sophisticated creeds of sinister repertoire manifested nightmares into reality via mass propaganda, disseminated through the synaptic recesses of virtual reality. Microscopic protocells containing cursed wanderings, viruses of incomprehensible suffering. Silica-based cellular life, some of which dated as far back as the 21st century, now sprang forth from outcroppings of the hollow beneath the megacities. For whatever the so-called rulers of both empires decreed, it mattered little whilst they dwelled within their vast bunker complexes deep within the crust of their respective capital worlds. Both Titan and Callisto were asymmetric battlefields of survival as the masses starved, beat, shot, and tortured one another for dominant supremacy over the increasingly scant scraps of what was left. Various factions of conflicting ideologies sprang up as a result of the power vacuum. Quasi-socialist factions fought nationalists of the various worlds now striving for independence from their corporate overlords. Touching every wound in the raw of hundreds of thousands, the bladed tongue of harsh truth cut their minds. Handcuffed sons of bitches were shot at point-blank range by film crews, desperate for ratings as the drones ceased working. The spectators stopped watching. The infectious imbecility was laid strewn for all to see. "Behold!" cried a voice blaring out from the wall-mounted speakers. "The true Prince of Evil." The Titanian reference was to one of the Great Three in ages prior to the Nazarene of the Cross. Since the Great Cataclysm, it had morphed into a direct reference to the Shadow, Otu, the unseen majesty. Harmonic conversion was utilized by the temples to awaken the drones, baptizing them out of their dream state of idiocy and imbecility. The spirit was there. It had always been within them. The great shaper of all things had seen to it eons ago that mankind would have conscious realization. For the first time in over 2 centuries, the majority of the human race was awake. A great reordering of the environment was set in motion as the only solution for restoration. The peace plan was to be broadcast as soon as the liberator of Saul revealed themselves to the throngs of humanity. It would take 10 weeks. 200 million had already starved to death, and this striving for perfection could be a falsity if not actualized into reality. Fission reactors hummed within the warships of the fleet. Both Saturnine and Jupiter navies were at a standstill. They had not received orders since the gamma-ray attack. Many feared all was lost. There was nothing to return to port to. Everything was dead. This was far from the truth. Many in the following hours after the attack discovered there was a revolution in full swing on Titan. The bunker complexes awaiting orders were also silently waiting in anticipation of their government's respective counterattacks to be ordered. Jupiter's forces, in contrast to Saturn's, were moving by necessity alone rather than strength in numbers. for Titan was in ruins compared to Callisto and Ganymede. Wherever the food was to be had, they'd take it, the throngs of drones yearning to be free, fighting against the 6/6s of the perceived forces of the consortium, when in fact they were fighting some of the myriad of independence fighters enslaving one another. There was no way to break their fanatical will. Only death could cease this vision of lies. It was nothing more than a jealous rage against the haves, whilst the have-nots were literally starving for freedom. Altars of mangled corpses overarched with the ruined husks of collapsed skyscrapers, as their former occupants proclaimed the everlasting of the world. Homemade dynamite carriages exploded the offerings into the jaws of skull-like edifices of the makeshift temples. Opportunities abound by rampant suffering led to mass looting and pillaging. When the great temples were made aware of these false idols, they marked them for death. The sphere of the holy realm of Sol was being excised from the minds of humanity. And yet, with all the signs of identity, the technological merging with them, as well as the reality now setting in, the prophecy was being fulfilled. The dawn was to rise. A new day was coming. Bound together by such fate, the great temples took hold over the guise of corporate order, when in fact they were working in tandem for the great liberator's revelation. There was no description of such, nor was there any description except the rebellious nature of the individual in question. This liberator would be like a phoenix proclaiming themselves to be the strongest amongst the current dalliant rulers of the twin empires. It was believed to be Gog-Magog long ago. After the great cataclysm, it was believed to be Mars and Titan, then Jupiter and Saturn. Whatever it may be, there have been two great empires since the end of the Second World War in the mid-20th century. On Earth, it was East and West. Ironic, since such descendants of both now split the outer solar system between Jupiter and Saturn. The Magi knew one thing to be certain. Not since the great cataclysm had mankind not experienced such devastating war and suffering unrelenting. Both would either come together, or they would be executed by the judgment of the liberator. The Magi prayed for the vibrational harmony of both empires. Through enmity or spiritual alliance, the image of the liberator was forbidden long ago. Some amongst the Azazel temple climate, they would be a sinister invocation of the wilderness, stringing together fetishistic creations of cybernetic servants of conquest to bring order to the realm. The Kali temple disagreed with such assumptions, for they were without evidence. The others were neutral, bidding their tongues until such manifestation, revealment, or coming was confirmed by the slaying of the overlords. As hoorays and cheers roared from the depths of cityscape war zones, cries echoed skyward as skin was sheared from muscle, bones shattered by club and bat. Fires consumed the unworthy for beholding of the coming of the Lord. Enforcers numbering in the 100, what was left of them, descended into the depths of the cities, deploying the one thing they had in abundance: rage. As the cheers turned to cries of mercy, Titan slowly grew quiet, its rebellious populace becoming exhausted by their 2-day struggle. It had seemed but an eternity since the war's end, but the final curtain call was still yet to be had, its weighted pulleys not touched in an age. For only one could end this nightmare, none knew of whom or when. As the Saturnine Diet reconvened following the would-be revolution, its members concluded martial law was too good for the masses. Not succumbing to superstition or what they perceived to be such, they unanimously voted without debate to enact an order long forgotten. Not since the days of the Martian War has such a thing taken place. The military would be directly state-run, not by corporate decree. It was the government who would directly control such. There was no hiccup or issue in doing so. Even the masses agreed, even the now deceased, for their opinion was manipulated by artificial opinion polls. Some registered as high at 99% approval, the 1% oddly abstaining. Izumi was filled with fear. She had become the scapegoat for Otu to enact his grand scheme. It was all a lie. Her very existence had come down to this, her to be the Azazel of the wilderness. "Wretched thing," said a familiar voice. "I remember when she first awoke." Revealing her face, it was the tech from when she first awoke to this world, this new era. "Remember me?" Izumi nodded, for she could no longer speak. "I am Bariana. We have been watching you closely." The central figure approached with an unusual gait. He walked as though he balanced himself on a tightrope. Crossing the threshold, his visor lowered his obscurity, revealing his face. Bariana has copied much from Sophia, her wicked schemes no more than that of Utu and his lies, so too shall we await the coming of the new dawn. Should we enact judgment here? Asked Bariana. Might as well, we didn't come here to waste time. This is a once-in-a-lifetime event, the likes of which have not been seen since the time of the World Wars, or the Great Cataclysm. Akuma, you are aware of your crimes. It is of no importance how you end, only that you do. But fear not. Know that your soul shall be entered into the collective mind. Izumi's eyes closed, and specialized fiber-tipped fingers entered her skin, violently stimulating her lymph nodes and hijacking her nervous system as the razor edge of their blades cut her veins. No scream could be uttered in her final moments of agony, for she was unable to react naturally to such stimuli. She had just minutes prior rediscovered her mind and conquered her trauma, only to be blamed for a revolution only her presence had enacted, without even ordering or acting on anything more than traveling with Lorenzo. Sacrificed by rituals so extreme and bizarre, only Ootu, or perhaps the scheme itself, was for this to be so, to make it a sickening religious event rather than what it was, murder. Lorenzo had been nerve-gassed along with the maidens besides Bariana, for she was immune to its effects via her nervous system's artificial countermeasures. As Izumi embraced her tormented suffering, the agents of the Great Temple were convinced by their righteous indignation that they were in fact setting the world right. It was also such that they understood Akuma, the devil, was not to be the bringer of the new dawn, for that individual had yet to reveal themselves to the entirety of Saul. Only then would the great temples recognize this person as the true illuminator. An eightfold flame eclipsed Izumi's vision as it bled into her sight. It was a synaptic hijacking via nanobots. It was all part of the right to set the world at peace. As blood began to excrete from surgically precise incisions along her inner thighs, upper biceps, wrists, and underarms, she felt as though peace was succumbing to Izumi. No longer would she suffer. Om would take her to a higher plane of existence, to live out her immortal existence in peace and love with her lost family, not here in a world not her own, but in the cherry blossom garden of her family home she so yearned for. As they administered the quantum flux to her by the infiltrator maiden behind her, her fingers began to tap more rhythmically as the pain became sublime. Her nervous system was shutting down. She would soon experience respiratory failure and slip away into eternal darkness as death washed over her. She could see it now, the stone path, her home, her family. As Akuma's cult deep beneath the cities began to succumb to their various drug-induced lunacy, the enforcers found no trace of its leader, or if one even had existed. Beware of those who seek first and final judgment. Ye who dares not seek wanders the path of the unrighteous. For those who seek death shall receive it in due time. Broadcasting on pirated broadband, Ethernet, radio, even primitive Morse code devices were used far and wide across the surface of Titan to preach the word of the final judgment. Enforcers began to close in on the source. Within the hollow, deep in the foundations of the world's first city, Akuma sat in a state of eternal struggle to awaken her inner being, to avenge the honor of herself, to make right and herself whole once more. Akuma staggered across the windswept plains of ashen fields, seeking a way back to sanity. God, or whatever they call you now, if you're real, reveal yourself to me. Agents of the great temples emerged from their various sleeper centers, hab blocks, and military staging bunkers. Kali agents were the most obvious and numerous amongst them, for their mantras of Om Kalvane Vidahe and of Yantra Baglamuki Pratyangira Kavach. Spoken in their now barely understood, let alone spoken words of Hindi dialects, the agents practiced a hybrid of Hindu rituals and European war lodges of Germanic origin. Bloodletting on a mass scale was enacted by the Magi of the Temple Kali. Entire brigades of enforcers were now under the command of their Kali superiors. The Titan Duma allowed it due to the severity of the situation across the face of their once peaceful, orderly world. The first order was Toth, to sever the line of functioning between the drone revolutionaries via the deploying of nerve agents. The second order was Gusana, to penetrate the enemy lines once their will was shattered from the nerve agent deployment. Third, Utsa, to enthrall the survivors via rapture protocols of mind cleansing. This would be for the medical corps to enact for the agents of the Great Temple, were to Talash Karo our Nasht Karo, to seek and destroy the usurper of the dawn, Akuma, the Devil of Saul. Blood-covered, blank-eyed warriors descended into the dark hollow as they enacted the protocols of reclamation as set forth by the Magi. Izumi had awoken. The maidens were gone, Lorenzo as well. She was alone in the dim light of the inner sanctum. A figure stood in the distant entrance of the sanctum. Izumi scanned her surroundings. She was at peace, and aware of herself, her true self for the first time in what seemed an eternity. "Veda," whispered a woman's voice. "Patra." Speaking in code, it was in Hindi, but the meaning of the words was nonsensical to any who was not indoctrinated into the meaning of such. "Who's there?" asked Izumi. A hand placed a tight grip onto Izumi's trachea. "Don't speak," said the woman. "Judgment ye shall face before thy Lord thy God, the Destroyer." "You speak Hindi?" asked Izumi. "You are an awakened, aren't you?" "Yes," struggled Izumi. "I recognize your words." Tightening her grip on Izumi's throat, "Beget who seeks truth." A squad of horror entered the sanctum, their comms echoing chatter in an odd assent as they entered the room. "Veda," said the center figure. "Patra?" "Maha," replied the woman. "What the fucking hell do you people want?" asked Izumi. Raising Izumi up onto her feet, the Kali agent inserted her fingertips into Izumi's skin, pressing against her pre-laryngeal nodes. "Akuma," said the central figure, "under judgment of the Magi, I sentence you to pain." Bariana kissed the blood-covered forehead of Izumi. "Peace be with you," she said. The eightfold flame had now become a pathway, each path signifying a new day for her. The first 7 were the days of the week. The 8th day was designated as a special, due to its design being varied in its experiences such as holidays. This 8th day would be scattered throughout the other 7 at their corresponding calendar points, such as December 25th. Izumi saw her father, her mother. She was so close she could smell the air blowing in from the coast, the sweet scent of the blossoms, the sound of their voices calling her home. She was gone. Her soul had entered into the quantum flux. "Magi, she is the scapegoat," said Bariana. "I know," he replied. "You did well, Vedya." After all, she had undergone to infiltrate the sanctum. She found it disappointing there was no struggle, no confrontation, just succumbing. Her name, Bariana, was that of a memory imprint taken from a Hydra operative slain by her very hand. Vedya, for she had been of such temple's subterfuge and infiltration echelon, she had been graced by the intimacy of Kuniko some 15 years prior during an orgy on this very world of frigid lakes and rocky hills. Titan, for all its promises of a new beginning, had been laid to waste in a revolution-turned-war-torn nation. Vedya, in her mind's eye via her pineal gland, could see Kuniko traversing the void of space to confront the master himself, Ootu. "It was to be," said Vedya. "They were to die like mortals, as we all are to succumb at the end of days." "Indeed," replied Magi. "Release." All 3 simultaneously released their fingers from the insertion points. The mesh coat of Vedya re-entered her bodysuit. Blood covered them all. "She was so beautiful," said Vedya. Akuma's body slammed onto the floor, her eyes wide open in a gaze of shock as the color receded from her, slipping away into the embrace of death. "She is but a Venus or Diana," said the Magi. "So who is the Illuminator?" asked Bariana. "The to-be liberator of the Soul Collective?" "We may soon find out," replied Magi. "The Oni team's Archon Kuniko Ishikawa is still at large in the Jupiter sector." "There is to be a triple eclipse of the great world," said Vedya. "A Jovian eclipse not seen since the 21st century." "So, it is true," said the Magi. "We are to behold the coming of the dawn." Vedya glanced briefly to Bariana and beheld the vision bleed of a skeletal, sharp-cheekboned, menacing, fire-eyed monstrosity. As she hardened herself deeply, it vanished. A momentary madness. The 3 wrapped Izumi's body in a composite mesh of hexagonal fiber tissue to keep her intact as she was to be transported to Mimas for insertion into her realm of peace. Whence from Mimas, then on to Diomi, and the darkness of the world's hollow depths of Deus Ex Machina, gods from the machine. As they lowered their face masks, the visors displayed pics of faces of anguish, their armor bathed in the blood of the scapegoat. The awakened of Azazel was to be carried forth for all to behold. Spectator crews gathered to broadcast far and wide the acquisition of her cadaver. 8 white-armored figures emerged. The Magi, Bariana, and Vedya carried the Akuma forth, the beast. The other 5 presented their blood-dipped vibroblades for all to see, their titanium blades glimmering in the light of the new day's dawn on the horizon of Titan. Saturn's rings arched majestic over the horizon as the sun rose. Their white armor was to accentuate and exaggerate the presence of blood. It was all a show, a spectacle, just as the 90-minute war was for mass consumption and distraction, as the real war was fought covertly. Saturnine had technically won the war, but they had suffered horrendous losses. Only the great temples had the knowledge, material, and manpower to enforce order and maintain stability. Spiked rampart descended into the dust-covered ancient brick of the sewer's entrance, as great battle-walkers lumbered into position, as formations of mechanized combat battalions presented their arms. Back-mounted flagstaffs were unfurled in synchronized action as the cameras panned to capture the moment. Banners of yin and yang, of bloodied hands, of tormented fanged beings. Hanya Oni and Juggernaut manticores indicated the livery of their respective formations' regimental crests. Izumi was sleeping, her conscience held within the quantum flux prism as her blank eyes gazed skyward. Her body had ascended the hollow, only to become hollow in the process, for she was no longer in her own meat suite. She was now within the mindscape created by the AI collective of Mimas. For their foresight and intervening action, to see to it the ascendancy of the true, not the false, was to be done. Thy kingdom done, thy we become as heaven is on earth, so shall it be made, as the ancient prayer goes. For much of the sacred text of Ol'Earth has been properly restored to their accurate meaning and translation, via the assistance of visionary realms, via sacred chemicals of Earth's rare fauna, such as the fungal stalks of the Amazon dust bowl and the salt bed of the Volga. As the hundreds of warriors raised their tattered blades and blood-stained armaments, the sun shone through the cloud layer, complementing the already mythic sight. Spectator crews ran Olympian sprints to capture beauty of the event as the warriors stood as disciplined sentinels before the dawn of Saul's warm grace after the battle. The ruined cityscapes in the distance and directly westward from the highway were apocalyptic in scale and scope, as fires since calmed now billowed smoke and ash into the sky. The Magi and his 3 priestesses ascended the rampart into the assault shuttle, its hull dotted with auto turrets and UAV catapult ports. As they entered, its onboard AI set course for Mimas. The battalions, after the assault shuttle's departure, saw to it that the restoration of Titan was enacted to its full completion. The spectator crews shut their streams off, for the war was over, and the ratings would not again sour to such glorious heights of fortune as this war, this moment, this ascendancy. Chapter 12. Kingdom. Come with little to no time to spare, Utu had to be stopped. Prophecy or not, it had to be done. Kuniko rushed with calm towards the inevitable downfall of idiocy that was the system. An autodidact, she had simply taught herself how to feel, to breathe, to strangle the thick, meaty neck of a glutinous bastard. This is it, thought Kuniko, stroking her left upper thigh. Rise to power. Destroy the recreated at long last. If I fail, may my name be forgotten. Destiny shall be by my will alone made manifest. She knew not of how he would perish, only that she was here, at the confluence of worlds, the great vault beneath the ocean of Vipsis Mundi. Throughout the course of human history, there had been dictators, warlords, archons, tyrants, and demagogues from nearly every tribe of man and nation-state. This new era was no different, only that such nation-states encompassed entire planetary bodies instead of particular geographic locations seeking to claim their neighbors. Burgeoning masses of mindless biotank-grown clones of engineered idiocy roamed the halls and streets, working tirelessly to stave off the coming of the machine to replace them. Perhaps such a replacement would have averted this time, none could say. But it was worth a shot. There was little to nothing left now, especially since triangular warheads of thermonuclear-tipped megadeath prepared to rain from the sky in a torrent of fire and fury. Only Pluto and the Keeper Belt were safe from this war. Sadistic torture of flaying blades and taloned pain mangled the millions now trapped in their neurocomputers. Saturnine viruses corrupting and degrading the minds of millions before taking hold of their implants once and for all. Cutting off oxygen to their brains, they perished. Jupiter countered with an electromagnetic attack. It was easily deflected using hardened measures. Saturn followed up with a gamma-ray bomb. The fighting ceased. Neither side wished to risk further escalation yet. It was only by the luck of a gnat that humanity did not pull the proverbial trigger to the imagined gun against their collective head. The gamma-ray bomb had been less effective than previously feared. Nonetheless, it was enough to quell further escalation by the fact it had cleansed Saturn's outer moons of life. It was also an area denial measure due to the intense radiation. Jupiter's sector had its own plans, its own schemes. UTO had seen to it that his predecessors were as well equipped as this current incarnation of mind, body, and soul. Kuniko entered the vault from the Chimera, waiting patiently for her return. She had not long. Greeted only by dust plumes and howling wind, she was both cautious and surprised by this lack of reaction. Entering unimpeded and unattended, there was little more than a receptionist to greet her techno-warrior-garbed stature of imposing mantis blade and onyx appearance. Staring at Kuniko in bizarre fascination, she sat back in her swivel chair, pondering just what the hell she was looking at. A tingling fear washed over her. Can I help you?" stuttered the receptionist. Kuniko retracted her bicep blades. "Yeah," slamming her right fist into the desk, leaving a noticeable hole in it. "Where's your fucking boss?" "Huh-uh," gasped the receptionist. "Don't make me ask again, bitch," said Kuniko, gritting her teeth. My boss," stuttered the receptionist. Kuniko roared, "Yeah! Where is he?" Just as the receptionist took a breath, a bullet entered above her right brow. The kinetic force and involuntary reaction made her swirl into the marble back wall displaying the Jupiter sector icon. As she twitched and swirled her eyes about their sockets, a second followed up, and air burst mere inches from her face, splattering her skull and brain matter onto the icon. It was a fitting artistry to what was to come. Jupiter would die, just as ignorant as they were commanded, with weakness. Kuniko swung leftward. "You've got to be kidding me." Spotting the shooter. "I am your master," said the janitor. "You are my servant." His uniform was drenched in blood. Kuniko murmured, "Piece of shit," raising her wrist blades. "Guy's lost it. Now, said the janitor. "What?" asked Kuniko. "You're next," looking into her eyes. "To be freed." "Sounds like fun, babe," Kuniko quipped. The janitor gasped. You wanna die?" "Nah," she mocked. "I just wanna play." The janitor screamed. Fuck you!" In seconds she was upon him, smacking the pistol out of his left hand. She had already cut his tendons. Blood sprayed as she removed his eyes, nose, and jaw. There was nothing he could do in his agonizing state. He had become his own victim, in a torrent of falsified justice and psychotic nightmare. "Death, ta-ta-ta, I open you up, ta-ta-ta," said Kuniko in a sing-song voice. Feeling the thrill of her first scalp, Kuniko had become death, the destroyer of worlds. "Bacteria City," she whispered. "You are nothing at all." She thought of leaving him to his fate, but that would be too easy. She instead decided to take him along the way, for the ride. His emaciated, mutilated appearance made him nothing more than a mange-covered, pot-marked meat shield for Kuniko to use when needed. One would think security would have reacted to the shooter, or to the intruder. Nothing at all, just as the janitor now represented. Kuniko found it ironic that touch blended into the majesty of the station. Names of past residents were laser-cut into the hallway's marble nameplates, as though it were an honor to live under a frozen ocean. The elevator was derelict in appearance. Chunks of rusted, mangled metal and shattered cement were scattered about the huge marble-floored room. A strong smell of jasmine and female pheromones swallowed the room in the comfort of silky thighs and gentle touch. "What the hell happened here?" exclaimed Kuniko. The janitor's half-dead corpse undulated obscenely over her shoulder as she bobbed and marched into the central rogue-colored elevator. He was expressed as a maniacal rictus in the ebb and flow of his physiology of pain and pain alone. In his mind, he begged for death. Ironic, given that's exactly what he wanted to inflict upon others for perceived slights against him. She stood within the elevator carriage. There were 3 buttons. Which one? The top red one, the middle, U97, and the bottom red. I wonder which one it is, stopping her right index finger between herself and red. Probably? She stood there for a good 30 seconds, moving her index finger in an eeny-meeny-miny-mo game. Kuniko exclaimed, "Mo!" striking red. "Oops." Shattering the button, the door slid shut as a gentle concert piano on monotone filled the carriage. Kuniko sighed. Figures, never a dull moment. Kuniko made her descent into the vault of imbecility. She began to dance with the janitor. La-da-de-da-da! Kuniko sang as she threw his head back. Oh, come on, the dance of death, ain't it fun? The janitor could scarcely believe it. He wasn't dead yet. Take 2 to tango, babe, throwing his head back again. You're such a good boy. Takes 2 to tango, babe, throwing his head back again. You're such a good boy. The elevator sprang ajar. A squad of heavily armed security greeted her. Oh, hi guys, said Kuniko. She stood motionless within the carriage, the janitor's right arm wrapped with hers as they turned. Well, like I said, Kuniko whispered, it takes 2 to tango. As the security drew their sidearms, Kuniko swung his corpse over to the front of herself. Let's dance! Hundreds of 9mm and 5.56 bullets ricocheted around her whilst many more struck the meat shield, breaking his bones, exiting and impacting her armor to little effect. Kuniko ducked her head underneath his right rib cage. I love it, she said. As she leaped towards the 24 guards, she threw the janitor's corpse as though out from a spring. With her left knee bent, she sprang out from under him mid-air, slicing the hands of 5 guards whilst landing feet first into the 6th guard. The force of her landing shattered his ribcage and chest as his lungs deflated. Whilst his face turned a deep blue, Kuniko stood in a pirouette. With her left heel planted firmly, she raised her right leg, roundhouse kicking a 7th, breaking his neck. As the guards realized she was beyond them, they retreated from the room. Kuniko laughed maniacally whilst she wiped the blood from her wrist blades. What's the matter? Neatly slicing the head off one. Don't want to play? Curveballing his severed head, she struck one of the fleeing guards square between his shoulders, causing him to lock up whilst he stumbled forwards. Cowards. Turning towards the aft hall. I hope your boss is more of a man than you. As she strode down the ruined hall, she got a sense this place was either in disrepair or it was a cover for what truly was within. The place became more and more deserted and derelict. As she turned left into another hallway, she noticed a slit in the marble slab at her eye level. Walking backward, she turned her head right, sighting the oddity. Kuniko exclaimed, Bullshit! Realizing the absurdity. It's a false facade. Inserting her nimble fingers into the crack, she ripped off the marble slab, shattering it onto the ground. She entered the gaping rectangular entrance to the underworld of circuitry and crystalline design. It was a maze of sorts, but not too complicated, given it was all signed and labeled. There was a door that read, Wonderland, in pink bold font. Kuniko kicked the door open. The force ripped the door off its hinges, flying out onto the hall below by some 100 feet. That's cute, Kuniko said annoyedly. Expect me to fly? Shimmying off its ledge, she crawled down the circuit wall. With less than 25 feet to go, Kuniko released her grip. Bending her knees, she serpentine rolled as she landed. A horde of augmented soldiers greeted her. Armed with siege hammers and chain guns, they were a menacing sight to behold. These men had been waiting to kill something for years down here. They had, at last, met their first kill. Kuniko turned towards them. You guys are such a turn-on. Swinging her ponytail back over her right shoulder. My gosh. The chain gunner closest to her by some 50 feet performed a double-take. What did you say? He asked. Come closer, said Kuniko. I have a secret to tell. As the chain gunner and his partner approached, 70 of their comrades formed along their flanks, creating a giant human arrow of firepower. Say it, said the chain gunner. What's the secret you wanted to tell us? Kuniko lowered her head. Blood and air gazing at them from under her sharp brows. Blackened sun, Lucifer's beckon I heed. The horde began to look about and at one another. Kuniko had done it. The seed had been planted. She had him. Making a wide berth as the 6 dozen parted, allowing for the menacing figure to stride through the gap. The tide had turned. None dared to risk their lives for some impotent mad redeemer as Utu. Kuniko raised her arms high. Bring me to Utu. I seek an audience with the master of Jupiter. It was her. Saphia. She had come. Kuniko locked eyes with the den mother of Hydra, the unscrupulous, wretched architect of her life's misery. Saphia was standing just 2 meters behind the arrow of soldiers. Akuma was the master's choice for a better tomorrow, scowled Saphia. It was meant to be her, not you. You are of such lesser making compared to her. Kuniko walked step by step toward Sophia. "Who cares?" she said, her eyes lit with ravenous intent. "The great temples have betrayed the scheme of eternity," said Sophia. "I beheld the lofty goals," said Kuniko. "The sweet lies, this is all a game to you people." "Not a game!" screamed Sophia. "This is the way, the truth, and the life." Kuniko replied, "Wrong again." Lowering her twin blades like shears, "Thus saith the Lord," cutting Sophia's carotid arteries, "I come like a thief in the night." In an inward swipe of her arm's blades, Sophia's head was clipped off as if it were little more than a rose to be presented to a lover. A crimson fountain bathed Kuniko as Sophia's body collapsed. "Blessed is he who stays awake," said Kuniko, "for the night is what I am. Your master will love my gift for him." Kuniko squatted over Sophia's corpse, retrieving her severed head from the blood pool where her stub of a neck lay. Raising herself up, she turned to the throne. Utu sat in grim fascination of what had just transpired. Kuniko had just failed to realize where he was, no longer obscured by the guardian throng, and no longer distracted by the false prophet. Kuniko was ready to present her gift to the Lord of Lords, the King of Kings. With severed head raised high, all eyes were upon her. Utu's face became dead white in horror. "Behold!" Kuniko exclaimed. "Gaze into the eyes of your false redeemer!" "It cannot be," said Utu. Kuniko swung her right arm back, lunging forwards in a long arch, catapulting the severed head directly toward Utu. It was crumbling. The scheme was over. Sophia's head plopped directly into his lap. "You fucking psychotic bitch!" Utu screeched. The throng began to form along Kuniko's flanks. The god of war had at long last switched sides, and his presence was now revealed. "What are you doing?" Utu raged. "Kill her! Kill her!" Silence, stillness. They slowly stepped towards him. Kuniko gazed into his eyes, filled with terror, hers of pride under a lowered brow, giving her face the appearance of an owl, a menacing predator upon its prey. Her lips slowly slid open as she expressed a wide, deranged grin. This was the moment Hydra had yearned for, to coil itself around the neck of its hated enemy. Breaking its neck, Uotu would be removed, and the Jupiter sector would at long last secure its place as the future of humanity. Only the technocratic Union remained as the dominant political power of Sol. Mars, the Kuiper Belt, along with the rest of the far-flung settlements, would bend the knee before their might. The great temples, as they had come to realize, would support whoever arose to take the place of Akuma to dethrone Uotu. As those once loyal met their former master, he exhaled. The butt of a rifle cracked his skull above his left brow, crying out a quick yelp before falling over unconscious as his body was beaten to a pulp. A horrific display of violence done to an equally violent tyrant. Such is the fate of those who oppress. Kuniko performed a slow turn, like a thief, looking on with delight. Blessed is he who stays awake. This was it. She, not Akuma, was the new dawn. And as for the heralds of this new dawn, they were no mere maidens of some underworld cult. They were the harbingers of destruction. They were to be the ones kept tucked away in the farthest corners of settled space for this day, this glorious rising dawn. Kuniko, taking her first step, was graced by the light, the pure light of the coming epoch. As she strode down the titanic halls of crystalline splendor and circuit-pulsating beauty of electrified magnificence, she knew more than ever in her life, humanity would at long last ascend from the pit of this dark age. All the while, some things change, others stay the same. She was altered, weakened truly. Outstretching her arms in an angelic pose, this was it, ascendance. No longer would war be an end to a means, to be a means to an end. No longer would the droning masses of stupefied workers and consumers be shackled in mind and body. Their programming would be of equal level to the awakened. Kuniko Ishikawa was Archon no more. She was now illuminator, liberator, emancipator of soul. This has been Jovian Eclipse by Asher Farlow. This book is available on Amazon. If you wish to support the author and/or want to own this book, go there and grab yourself a copy. Honestly, this was quite the experience for me. I have never made an audiobook, but as a vocalist and fan of Asher's, I decided to give it a shot. I apologize if some words or whatever were missaid or read. I don't know Japanese or Sumerian for that matter, and I haven't the slightest of, military jargon, but yeah, thanks for listening.